to be the best medical aid for South Africa, for life.
Change is constant and adapting is imperative, but it's not something we have to do alone. We can do it together. The last 5 years have seen a lot of change, growth, development, disruption. From climate change to unemployment, urbanization, resource scarcities, shifting economic power, social change, the rise of the sharing economy, and technological breakthroughs. And closer to home, confusing legislation, continuous innovation, consumer decisions driven by fear, increased competition, industry consolidation, preventative care, and the threat of NHI. As a frontrunner in the medical scheme industry, we take our position seriously. We are proud of our achievements, and we deliver quality health care that is accessible and affordable for all South Africans. Over the years, we've made several enhancements, offering a wide range of plans. Introducing managed care programs to address everything from diabetes and cancer to back and neck pain. Rolling out comprehensive maternity and childcare benefits. Partnering with the best service providers in the industry. And introducing additional benefits too. All making things better for our members. And once COVID-19 happened, we stepped in, providing the best service, guidance, and support possible. Introducing 24/7 virtual care for all South Africans, helping to flatten the curve while still following the lockdown guidelines. We made it easier than ever for our members to keep in touch with us by introducing a new member app and WhatsApp channels. We even delivered chronic medicine and hand sanitizer straight to our members' doorsteps. And we introduced a corporate wellness program to help support the reopening of the economy. But adapting, changing, improving isn't just what we do. It's part of who we are. It's how we do business. It's in our DNA to be the best medical aid for all South Africans, for life.
Connecting with our customers is not an exchange of information. It's an exchange of humanity, an exchange of emotion, The kind of connection where our members know that we care about them. As a custodian of social well-being, we believe in improving lives. For everyone. For South Africa. For life.
While growing, adapting, and improvement is important, it's only valuable if our members can feel it.
My experience with Bonitas has been nothing short of great. With the new WhatsApp plan that has been implemented, it has made it so much easier for someone who's always sick like me to find out anything about my membership on WhatsApp.
Baby, what's your question?
I want to know, how does the Liberty Funeral Plus plan help people stay covered when budgets are so tight?
Well, I've got a question.
What?
What are you buying me with your cash back?
For a small additional fee, the Liberty Funeral Plus plan gives you cash back to reward you for staying covered and to spoil your growing family. Sign up to a single plan that has a plan for a lifetime of changes.
Ask them if we could add more people as our family grows.
That's good. Because we're not adding one. We're adding two.
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 And now, with the ability to add and reduce benefits, it's even easier to stay covered with the Liberty Funeral Plus plan. Sign up to a single plan that has a plan for a lifetime of changes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't quite started yet. Sound happy? Need to talk some more? All right. And
Connecting with our customers is not an exchange of information. It's an exchange of humanity, an exchange of emotion, the kind of connection where our members know that we care about them. As a custodian of social well-being, we believe in improving lives for everyone, for South Africa, for life.
While growing, adapting, and improvement is important, it's only valuable if our members can feel it.
My experience with Bonitas has been nothing short of great. The new WhatsApp plan that has been implemented, it has made it so much easier for someone who's always sick like me to find out anything about my membership on WhatsApp.
Baby, what's your question?
I want to know, how does the Liberty Funeral Plus plan help people stay covered when budgets are so tight?
Well, I've got a question.
What?
What are you buying me with your cash back?
For a small additional fee, the Liberty Funeral Plus plan gives you cash back to reward you for staying covered and to spoil your growing family. Sign up to a single plan that has a plan for a lifetime of changes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to welcome you all to this 2021 special edition of the SALGA National Members Assembly. Over the past 20 years, local government have been in the front line in our journey to institute a developmental system of local government. To affirm the human dignity for millions of our people through the provision of basic services that the majority of us did not have before, such as clean running water, electricity, sewage, sanitation, and refuse removal.
Today, abantu bakwamkhwanazi, they can walk around with great pride, knowing that yes, ngabantu ngempela ngoba banomhlaba wabo.
We have worked at ensuring that we change people's lives. You know, we might not have reached the ultimate time, but gradually we are working towards that. We have seen the provision of water, improving provision of electricity, ensuring that waste is removed throughout our municipalities.
One of the most profound changes over the past 20 of South Africa's local government years has been the entrenchment of a wide range of socio-economic rights for ordinary individuals through the provisioning by local municipalities of housing, healthcare, safety, sports, arts and culture, and social security, as well as facilities and services such as roads, transportation, and other key critical infrastructure. One of the best ways to measure the success or failures of our local government is to look at the data, which reflects the lived experiences of the people who have had their human dignity restored through the provision of basic services rendered by municipalities.
This is dignity.
We have water and toilets on the other side, so I'm going to be going to the other new houses now. I'm very, very happy. I appreciate it.
Umlayezo wokubonga kwi-City of Johannesburg ngasho ukuthi uyenzile ihostela yaba yinto eyikhona namhlanje. Siyabonga lokho.
Thank you very much for giving me a roof.
The latest statistics recently published by Statistics South Africa in the 2019 non-financial census of municipalities confirm that overall, more and more people across the country are gaining access to basic service delivery. The number of consumer units receiving services from municipalities has increased. According to Stats SA, in 2018, 74.8% of households had access to piped water, up from 68.1% in 2002. 84.7% of households have access to electricity, up from 76.6% in 2002. 83% of households are receiving sanitation services, up from 61.7%. 64.7% of households have access to refuse removal, that is also up from 61.1% in 2002. We have free basic services and systems to assist the indigent, which you won't find in the rest of the world. It is undeniable that the provision of these basic local services in the past 20 years has lifted millions of people out of poverty and enabled them to enjoy a better quality of life. It has enhanced the social, economic, environmental, and cultural well-being of communities across the length and breadth of the country.
I think that
my local government has actually been quite good in terms of the things that I would expect from them around infrastructure and service delivery.
Despite these evident successes, our communities and local municipalities still face a myriad of challenges and problems. As highlighted by President Ramaphosa, the performance of municipalities across the board over the past 20 years has been uneven. Some have done reasonably well and have been able to deliver on their core constitutional functions, while others have struggled to execute their developmental role. The growing number of protests, specifically violent protests, is but one sign of the cross-cutting challenges and failures of local government. Due to a lack of governance and accountability, capacity and skills shortages, as well as corruption, many of our municipalities are facing a crisis of credibility.
I don't see what the local government do where my tax money goes. I assume it's for the broader things such as toll gates, roads, which have holes in them, terrible drainage systems, paying for criminals. I don't know, but it's not benefiting me directly.
As we brace for the pandemic, the political message here was, we're all in this together.
Let us continue to stand united in our determination to defeat this virus.
In the midst of a profound crisis brought about by the global coronavirus pandemic, local government, because of its proximity to the community, has been on the front lines of the COVID-19 response. Irrespective of lockdown levels, residents still expect their local government to deliver services. As a result, many local government workers, such as dirt collectors and meter readers, continued to work throughout the pandemic to ensure that there was no interruption in the service levels residents expect from their local government.
During this difficult period, Pick It Up is identified as essential services. We are making sure that we're keeping the city clean. Cleanliness, hygiene is important, especially during the COVID-19 period. We need to make sure that the city is clean, and we are doing exactly that.
The pandemic has given local government, like everyone else in government and business, an opportunity to revisit how we work and to find the most efficient ways to deliver services. Many of the practices that we were forced to adopt because of the pandemic will probably become a part of how we operate in the future.
You see, what the pandemic has taught us is that there's no point in hankering towards the old normal or even looking excitedly too much at the new normal, but for all of us to create a better normal. So this pandemic has changed everything.
Local government elections will be held in October, and residents throughout the country will decide who will serve them in their municipalities for the following few years. During this NMA, we should take a critical reflection on the journey of the fourth term of the democratic local government. Assess preparations towards the next local government elections and the fifth term of local government. Reflect on the framework to manage the transition. Reflect on the implications of legislation on the fifth term of local government. Members will be updated on and deliberate on support for non-returning councillors and the SALGA Integrated Councillor Induction Program, as well as the Program of Action for the development of the SALGA 5-year strategy 2022 to 2027. As we march towards the fifth term of local government, how do we remain relevant, embrace change, and adapt to new circumstances? We cannot ignore the lasting impact of COVID-19 and of technology, as well as the fourth industrial revolution. Let us use this opportunity to drive the digital agenda for municipalities, positioning them to exploit the emerging intelligent technology opportunities presented by the fourth industrial revolution, and setting out a comprehensive municipal digital strategy and roadmap to position local government to be at the cutting edge of intelligent technology. We must learn to celebrate each other's successes and use it as inspiration for us to do better. But we must also learn from each other's failures and find ways not to repeat history. It has not been an easy journey, and it is one on which we continue to learn so that we can improve our services to our most important stakeholders. The people who entrust us with delivering services when they make a cross next to our names or our political parties during elections. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to welcome you all to the 2021 edition of the SALGA National Members Assembly.
Our mic is on. There we are. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And on behalf of the South African Local Government Association, I bid you a very warm welcome to this 2021 edition of the South African Local Government Association Special National Members Assembly, and happening under the theme, Guiding the Transition, an Opportunity to Renew as we usher in the 5th term of a democratic and people-centered local government. It's an absolute honor and a pleasure to be your program director. I will be for the morning session, at least for today. My name is Sakina Kamwendo. I'm with SABC News on Morning Live, SABC 2, and on Updated Noon on SAFM. And without much further ado, let me acknowledge all the esteemed guests. This is, of course, a hybrid sitting necessitated by the pandemic that the global arena is currently beset with. And this is a hybrid setting. Some members here in the room in Sandton, most of the members, though, joining virtually. So it is my absolute honor and pleasure to say good morning to the President of SALGA, Councillor Thembisile Nkadimeng, who is, of course, our host, along with her esteemed team, and Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, in absentia. Members of the National Cabinet and Deputy Ministers present. Also wish to welcome the former chairpersons and presidents of SALGA, Father Mkachwa, the Honorable Amos Masondo, and Mr. Thabo Manyoni. Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honorable Lechisa Chenodi, is also with us. Chairpersons of the Parliamentary Select and Portfolio Committees on COGTA. Welcome also to the Chairperson of the Independent Electoral Commission, MECs for local government present, the SALGA National Executive Committee, SALGA Provincial Executive Committees, Executive Mayors, Speakers and Chief Whips, Councillors, Traditional Leaders present, as well as representatives from organized labor, the media, and everybody else. If I have missed you, please accept my apology. You are most welcomed by SALGA. So, as we saw there in what was the opening salvo, really to guide us for these discussions that we'll be having over the next 2 days, local government is, and we are always told, the most important sphere of government. But then it raises so many questions with regard to whether we actually see this played out in our daily lives. Because if local government is, as we say, the most important sphere of government, we have to ask ourselves whether this is reflected in the resources allocated to local government, whether it is reflected in the capacity that we see at local government level. And there are many other questions that need to be answered in this regard. Because if local government is expected to deliver, then surely they need to be capacitated in order to do so. One looks at the economic situation of local governments across the country, and the Auditor General's report makes for very stark reading, and these are the realities against which these discussions today will take place. And hopefully we will talk about moving towards solutions as we usher in this 5th term of a democratic and people-centered. That cannot be overemphasized, the people-centeredness of government. And this is where it actually takes place. And when one says that, it becomes obvious that when we talk about a democracy, the sphere of government closest to the people is, of course, local government. So it is this sphere of government that actually defines the quality of our democracy. And if we were to do an assessment now and look at the quality of services that are rendered to our people and use that as a yardstick for what this democracy has delivered to the South African public, I think we will all be in agreement that we are in trouble, that this democracy may be in trouble. But I don't think we should despair. I think there is still opportunity to redeem the situation. It's not going to be easy because the questions are difficult and the answers perhaps more so. But this is what it's all about. The South African Local Government Association, through their mandate, has a very important role to play in making sure that they actually assist, not only lobby and act in the interest of their member councils, but they also have a responsibility to assist to make sure that the necessary resources are actually delivered to these local government institutions. But without much further ado, in terms of the housekeeping, most important today is the timekeeping issue. Time is not our friend. It's not going to be today. It's not going to be tomorrow. So I'm going to be very strict on that. And let me just say that up front. If I say 7 minutes, I will be timing you. It will be 7 minutes and not a minute longer, because we also want to give ample opportunity for interaction. And it's important then that we actually do keep an eye on the time situation. So without much further ado, I want to now lead us into this session by starting with the national anthem. And I'm going to ask the members in the room here to please rise and a protocol observed, everybody who's tuned in for the national anthem of the Republic of South Africa. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And before I ask you to sit, we were going to be led in prayer by Father Mkachwa, who unfortunately is not with us as yet, just hasn't logged on. So I'm going to ask that we observe a moment of silence instead, and you can pray to whomever, whatever it is that your deity is. So let's please observe a moment of silence. Session, we do so by remembering those who are no longer with us. And we are just going to take a quick look and remember, and perhaps also take the opportunity to say a prayer for those departed councillors, and also for those who may still be struggling at the moment. This pandemic has been a terrible one. Some of the issues around it we don't speak to directly, like long COVID, for example, and people who've been ill for a very, very long time. But let's take a look and remember those who have served this country and their communities so wonderfully. And indeed, may their dearly departed souls rest in perfect peace, and much love and light to their families and friends, as well as their colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, time now to get into the serious part of why this meeting is convened, this assembly over the next 2 days. And this is to look at not only where we are headed and how best to move into the next session, but also how far we've come. And I'm going to ask now Councillor Thembisile Nkadimeng, the President of SALGA, as well as the Honourable Amos Masondo, former Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg and former Chairperson of SALGA, and currently the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, to please join me up on stage. And as they make their way here, they will, of course, be delivering their opening addresses for Councillor Nkadimeng, and for the Honourable Masondo, he will be delivering the keynote address. And I will be, as I said, be very strict on time as they do that. And that will, of course, be followed by the other business for the morning session, which would be the signing of MOUs, but we'll get to that in not too long a time. So Mr. Nkadimeng and then Honourable Mr. Masondo. And let me call now to the stage Ms. Nkadimeng, and I must just say, as she does come through, SALGA and of course South Africa is really honored to have you as someone leading this organization and just generally serving this nation, you know, from a family whose history is known, I would imagine, to everybody in terms of their selflessness and giving to this nation, and now serving this esteemed organization. And grateful that you never shy away from the tough questions and taking accountability when things don't go so well, because that is what it's all about. But of course, we are going to now afford you the opportunity to give us your welcome address, just waiting for you to be mic'd there. And also just to indicate that when we do get to the later sessions with the interactive sessions, we'll appeal especially to members who are watching or joining us virtually to send those questions in as early as possible so that we can put them to the panel once we get to that part of the discussion. You'll know the first discussion will be a critical reflection of the fourth term as we move into the fifth term, and also that grand political debate about all the issues that SALGA and of course the local government association sphere has to deal with at this stage. But with that said, I think Ms. Nkadimeng is just about ready for us, and it is over to you, Madam President.
It's fine. Let's work with what we have.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the South African Local Government Association, Councillor Thembisile Nkadimeng.
Thank you very much, Sakina. Thank you very much as our facilitator this morning. Let me start by greeting in absentia our Honorable Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, who certainly will be joining us tomorrow, members of the National Cabinet and deputy ministers who are also present, former chairpersons and presidents of SALGA, Obaba Mkajwa, Honorable Bab Amos Masondo, chairperson of the Municipal Demarcation Board as well, Mr. Thabo Manyoni, our Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Mr. Lichisa Chinoli, our chairpersons of the Parliamentary Select Committee portfolio, and also of COPTA, chairperson of the Independent Electoral Commission, MECs for local government present and others joining virtually, the SALGA National Executive Committee, the SALGA Provincial Executive Committees, executive mayors and chief whips, our fellow councillors, traditional leaders physically present and also virtually, representatives from organized labor, friends, esteemed colleagues, comrades, distinguished guests, our fellow media colleagues as well, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me on behalf of the collective leadership of organized local government to say it is an honor and a humbling privilege to welcome you all to this special National Members Assembly. Following the ordinary sitting of our National Members Assembly in December 2020 last year, when we celebrated and reflected on the 20-year journey of local government transformation, I'm sure that members will be surprised. Why are we convening this special National Members Assembly starting this morning? It is therefore imperative that there is a shared understanding of the purpose of this special NMA and the desired outcomes anticipated. As we are all aware, the local government elections are scheduled to take place towards the end of October. In fact, to be specific, on the 27th of October. It has therefore become necessary for us to prepare for the transition that municipalities will experience before, during, and post the elections. Our intentions, therefore, commencing with this special NMA is to ensure that we develop a comprehensive program of guidance and support in response to potential challenges that we may be faced by municipalities during this transition. Program Director, as we convened the special NMA this week, recent celebrations in the month of April reminded us that this year marks the 27 years since we attained our freedom from the apartheid rule. As celebrations unfolded across the country, many of us took the opportunity to share stories of where we were on that fateful day on the 27th of April in 1994. And of course, our exciting experiences of standing in long voting queues to exercise our first right to vote, which was most of us the case. We have undoubtedly made strides towards realizing the rights of our people for a better life and in advancing human dignity. We must, however, as local government, take a moment, and an honest moment, to reflect on the commitments made by former President Nelson Mandela on the very fateful day when he said, I quote, "Our message is that basic needs of the masses of the people must be addressed. The creation of jobs, of houses, the introduction of electricity, building of schools and hospitals, providing free, compulsory, quality education, running water, and paved roads," I close quote. Upon honest reflection, we must know and also appreciate that we come across that many parts of this beautiful country, this promise of 1994 has not yet been fulfilled. So as we gather here to reflect at the end of this fourth term of local government, and as we take stock of current realities, we must go a step further to capture the moment as an opportunity of not being defensive, but rather to renew and recommit ourselves to the 1994 promise as we usher the fifth term of democratic and people-centered local government. As we march towards this fifth term of democratic local government, with our sights clearly set on improving the living conditions of our people, we must embark on an honest reflection. And in some instances, it will be painful, but we must accept the good, the bad, and the ugly of this critical sphere of government. Over the next 2 days, we will depart from our usual conversation amongst ourselves and bring the voices of those who we as represent, but also as public office bearers in local government and practitioners pledged to serve. It is not intended to lament, but rather to remind us of who it is that we serve, their understanding of who we are, and their assessment and expectations of us. There is no doubt that our communities are frustrated and are angry about the quality of basic services. There should therefore be a call upon all of us to listen to what our people are saying. We must on an ongoing basis check the pulse of our communities in order to gain a fuller appreciation of the problems. We therefore hope that this will lay the foundation for municipalities under the stewardship of to work together with the local municipalities in order to find sustainable ways to meet their needs and to improve the quality of their lives. Let us use this occasion as an opportunity for new thinking on how to enhance local democracy by bringing local government closer to our people. As the SALGA NEC, we met on October 2020 to reflect on development affecting members of the NEC and PEC members. Whereas we believe also in this principle of innocent until proven guilty, the reality is that this development impacts negatively on the image of ourselves as an organization, as some of these members are high-profile members of SALGA. So it has become clear that in the absence of a clear governance protocol, it is increasingly making it difficult for SALGA to take an organizational position that is consistent and appropriate with any other members of our governing structures whom will have challenges with the law enforcement agencies. It is within this context that the NEC tasked SALGA Statutory Affairs Committee to look into this matter and propose governance and reputation management protocol for its executives. And the committee has executed their mandate and presented the recommendations to the NEC at our NEC meeting held in February. We will therefore table these recommendations for the considerations of members during our closed session tomorrow morning. Today it is exactly 412 days, Program Director, since our President declared a state of national lockdown as part of the first phase of our country's implementation of the risk-adjusted strategy and an unprecedented step aimed at fighting this global invisible enemy. With relative success in stemming the tide against this deadly pandemic, we are now at level 1, with many of the restrictions being lifted as part of maintaining the delicate balancing act between saving lives and livelihoods. Sadly, as a people and as a country, many of our compatriots, family members, friends, colleagues lost their lives in this battle, and to date, we have newly recorded 54,896 deaths as a country. That is too much. As the local government fraternity family, we too could not escape the grip of this deadly disease. The most critical challenge we face as a people is to stem the tide by strictly and constantly adhering to the preventative and safety protocols our government is championing across all the levels of society and spheres of influence. We commend many of our councillors who have played a tremendous role in advocating for these COVID health self-measures and for providing social assistance to many destitute families who otherwise would have been without food, water, sanitation, shelter, and PPE. We also wish to express our gratitude to our international partners, in particular the United Nations and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, with the support of the Canadian government, with whom we have partnered to address developmental impacts of COVID-19. Under the UNDP partnership, with a total value of 8 million, we have been able to provide relief to formal, informal businesses and SMMEs in all our 9 provinces and provided assistance to informal traders to register their business. With a total of 1,101 beneficiaries in 96 municipalities across the 9 provinces, the core target support being dedicated to women, youth, people with disabilities, and non-governmental organizations which beneficiaries are also looking into women in sewing business, fresh produce, street vendors, barber shops, beauty and personal care, street restaurants, and ICT shops. Over the next month, further COVID-19 related support to the value of 2.5 million will be given to a select few municipalities under the Building Inclusive Green Municipalities Program, a partnership with the Canadian Federation of Municipalities. Program Director, as I draw to a close, we are inspired by these strategic partnerships. It is anticipated that our MOUs will be concluded today with further partners, CCMA, Santago, SABS, and Bank Sita will similarly have a positive benefit for the SALGA membership. We are immensely proud that in keeping with the Constitution and the spirit of cooperative governance and inclusivity, we also welcome the leadership of all spheres of government, our partners, academic institutions, business, stakeholders within the local government sector. As you can see, the program for this special NMA is impressively rich in content and the participation of key stakeholders to highlight the significance of this occasion to our national discourse about local government. It is our wish that this special NMA should highlight the institutionalization of local government and emerge with a number of reflection points that not only encourage us to look back with pride at our collective achievements, but as we march to the 5th term of democratic local government, we develop a transformative agenda on the remaining and persisting institutional challenges. we pay tribute and salute men and women, many of whom have joined us today, and some have since departed, who have selflessly contributed to the work of local government and to ensuring that the people of South Africa enjoy an equal access to basic services in realization of their human rights. Let us redouble our efforts in rebuilding the image of local government so that it becomes the most trusted sphere of public administration, both in letter and in spirit. Once more, on behalf of the SALGA Leadership Collective, I am honored to declare this August and monumental Special National Assembly opened. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Nkadimeng. I was just looking up this word, redouble. Make or become much greater, more intense, or more numerous. I thought it was another of those words where we inventors, South Africans, you know, we're very good at this. What's that word that was now recognized? Irregardless. It was never a word. It is now recognized. South Africans created that word, irregardless. It is now recognized. It is an official word in the dictionary. So we're very good at getting things done when we put our minds to it. So thank you so much, Councillor Nkadimeng, and for sticking to the time allocation. We're doing well, and hopefully this will continue throughout the morning. Our next speaker is, of course, the Honorable Amos Masondo, former Executive Mayor of the city of Johannesburg. And you know, when I was still very young and beady-eyed, I attended a leadership program in my early 20s. And someone in the city of Johannesburg, to this day, I don't know who it was, but someone thought they saw some leadership potential in me. And so they paid for me to attend this leadership course. A beautiful course, really intense, over a week. It was a residential program, and you got to meet all these very influential people within the city of Johannesburg. And one of my meets was with the then Honorable Mayor of the city of Johannesburg. There were 5 of us. You see, he doesn't even remember. It's many years ago. 5 of us went to the chambers to meet the Honorable Mayor of the city, Mr. Amos Masondo. What a wonderful man, what a gentleman, and a gentleman in every respect, but not gentle when it comes to the ideals and the fighting for the rights of the people of this country. And I have a best friend who was under his command during the underground movement days, who speaks very highly of him. And, you know, I've never heard anyone say anything bad about the Honorable Masondo, and he's just that type of person. And I think sometimes as a nation, as a country, we forget just the roles that each and everyone has played to get us to where we are. And it's worthwhile sometimes to just take a step back and remember that. We tend to be very hard on ourselves, and rightly so, because we need to hold ourselves to a higher level of accountability given what it took to get us to where we are. But I think sometimes it is worth just reflecting on the people that we are. Honorable Masondo, the floor is yours.
Yes, greetings to all participants, Program Director, President of the South African Local Government Association, Councillor Thembisile Nkadimeng, Deputy President of the Republic, I know that he's not here, but let me acknowledge him. Members of the National Executive Committee of SALGA, ladies and gentlemen. Program Director, many countries across the globe And international institutions such as United Nations and its agencies have great admiration for the Constitution of South Africa. One of the reasons for this is the manner in which our Constitution treats the question of local sphere of government, which consists of municipalities. Under the Constitution, a municipality has the right to govern on its own initiative the local government affairs of its community, subject to national and provincial legislation. As many would know, this is not the case in some of other jurisdictions. For example, while in most Middle East and or North of Africa countries, the establishment of municipalities dates back to the Ottoman Empire and colonial administrations. It is just over a decade ago that a gradual shift in decision-making power from national level to subnational levels has taken place. In general, the central governments in the region retain substantial power to intervene in local affairs. I therefore feel highly honored at the invitation to participate in SALGA's special National Assembly held under the theme, Guiding the Transition, an opportunity to renew as we usher in the fifth term democratic and people-centered local government. I will address myself to the topic, working together to achieve the developmental outcomes of local government. It is worth noting that this engagement takes place at a time when South Africa celebrates 25 years of the adoption of the Constitution. This context includes an economy that is not performing to expectations, high levels of unemployment, inequality, poverty, crime, and indeed the question of corruption, COVID-19, and the various issues that confront us as we gather here this morning. It is this constitution that establishes local government as a distinctive sphere of government, which is interdependent and interrelated with national and provincial spheres of government. This arrangement was reinforced through the development of a range of governance instruments aimed at strengthening local governments. These include the Local Government Municipal Structures Act of 1998 and Local Government Municipal Systems Act of 2000 as amended. Both the Municipal Structures and Municipal Systems Acts provide respectively for, one, the establishment of municipalities in accordance with the requirements relating to categories and types of municipalities. Two, division of functions and powers between categories of municipalities. And three, the core principles, mechanisms, and processes to enable municipalities to undertake social and economic upliftment of local municipalities, amongst other things. In order to appreciate the transformative role of local government in our society over the years, one needs to take cognizance of the fact that before 1994, apartheid legislation had, amongst other things, enforced residential separation. This resulted in the establishment of, for example, colored, Indian, black councils in cities like Johannesburg. Needless to say, these did not have the necessary resources to properly service the people, absence of a common text-based, amongst others. As many would know, apartheid planning was intended to consign the majority of South Africans to places far away from work, where services could not be sustained, and where it was difficult to access the benefits of society and meaningfully participate in the economy. The democratization of the space, the governance system and processes of local government led to the integration of poor local authorities with those that had the tax base to support development. This became a game changer in leveraging development in some of the traditional black areas. It resulted in the building of some world-class facilities in townships, infrastructure, programs, and the general rehabilitation of the environment. All of this helped to change the face of many cities and towns around the country. Surely, some lessons can be learned from this. It is fair to acknowledge that while development took shape in many parts of the country, degeneration also set in. Program Director, in addition to placing local government at the center of social and economic development, the Constitution also advances the principles of cooperative government and intergovernmental relations, amongst other things. It also enjoins the three spheres of government to cooperate with one another in mutual trust and good faith by fostering friendly relations, not negative and hostile, assisting and supporting one another, informing one another of and consulting one another on matters of common interest, coordinating their actions and legislation with one another, adhering to agreed procedures, and avoiding legal proceedings against one another. This constitutional injunction should be understood against the fact that the Constitution envisages the Republic of South Africa as one sovereign democratic state. Therefore, it is of utmost importance that in exercising their powers, the three spheres of government should do so in a manner that does not encroach on the geographical, functional, or institutional integrity of government in another sphere. The National Council of Provinces is constitutionally mandated to play a critical role of oversight with regard to the protection of the integrity of the three spheres of government and promotion of effective government. However, we note with increasing concern the growing number of not so great interventions by provinces in municipalities. Of great concern is the increase in the number of repeat interventions. This strengthens the point that has been raised from time to time in our engagement, that often than not, the interventions are used as an instrument to achieve political ends. As the NCOP, we have for some time now reflected on the worrying trend that there is no uniformity in the application of Section 139 across provinces or within a province. That's Section 139 of the Constitution. Some municipalities emerge from Section 139 interventions worse than before, as you all know. Sometimes the interventions occur late into the process. There is failure to use the provisions of the Municipal Finance Management Act, and fifthly, the provinces do not seem to be keen or able to establish early warning systems and to act accordingly. It is our view, Program Director, that many of the issues that trigger an intervention would not be there if the spheres of government were cooperating with one another in mutual trust and in good faith, as provided for in our Constitution. Our concern is that this failure to advance these constitutional principles might suggest a tendency to simply want to take over the powers of local government. Program Director, our constitution, which is the envy of many people across the world, as I've already indicated, directs that we must work together. This is clear in section 1541 of the Constitution, which provides that the national government and provincial governments, by legislation and other means, must support and strengthen the capacity of municipalities to manage their own affairs, to exercise their powers, and to perform their functions. It is therefore imperative that we ensure that all our efforts are directed towards empowering and assisting our municipalities, and not to seek to usurp their powers, directly or indirectly. Local government is about restoring the dignity of people. We have seen this through, for example, the conversion of dusty roads into tarred roads as a means to contribute to development. We have seen this in the building of decent and habitable environments. We have seen this in various greening initiatives. We have seen this in the way in which we've sought to turn our local areas into nodes of development. And we've seen this in the promotion that we've done of local innovation to address local challenges. It is my view that one of the best ways to fast-track development and learning is through undertaking pilot experiments which enable gathering of knowledge within a short space of time. We also need to be open to learn from the experiences of others. As the saying goes, life is too short to learn from your own mistakes. So we should avoid repeating our mistakes over and over again, because if we do so, it suggests something about us. One of the persisting challenges that face a number of municipalities and which impact development is the inability to raise revenue and lack of capacity to manage finances. This is particularly the case with many rural municipalities that have poor revenue base and also experience difficulties with attracting talent. That's management and administrative talent. Observers have noted that despite population shift from rural to urban areas, the health and well-being of the entire population will continue to depend on rural goods and services. A mere emphasis here and a reminder that the rural areas, and therefore rural municipalities and spaces, do matter. The National Development Plan suggests that a strategy and/or plan should be developed to enhance the development role of small towns in rural economies, with a focus on economic viability, sustaining public services, skills development, pursuing the green agenda, and connecting infrastructure. This is, of course, easier said than done, but equally so, it is not impossible. This is not, clearly not, an impossibility. Yeah, they say cheers. This is what they say cheers. My own experience, program director in municipal governance, has taught me that if we want to pursue sustainable development, we must stay focused. It is through the adoption of a program, of a pragmatic approach to development, that you can be able to stay the course. My view is that a program-based approach is an effective option if we are to address the developmental needs of municipalities. A program-based approach permits the generation of ideas before any deliberation on the resources that will be required. It creates the possibility to take up the challenges, analyze them, and develop ideas to resolve them. Ideation, or the generation of an idea, should be the first step in the planning process. We cannot solve our problems in a sustainable manner by just putting money first. That is akin to putting the proverbial horse before the cart. Let us think, and let us think big. Program Director, we appreciate the role played by SALGA in the proceedings of the NCOP. This role has increased over the years. It is a clear demonstration of how we can work together to achieve the development of local communities. We would like to see the further deepening of this in all the key facets of the work of the NCOP, particularly in view of the need to deal with post-COVID reconstruction and recovery. On the part of the NCOP, we are committed to taking up many of the issues that SALGA has been raising with us. These include, but not limited to, the issue raised by SALGA during Local Government Week held in 2020. It is our view that some of the issues raised, such as the functionality and effectiveness of two-tier system of local government, are structural and require engagement at a political level. However, we are able to continue to integrate them until a solution is found. We share the view proposed by SALGA during the last Local Government Week for the establishment of a team that will pursue the resolution of all identified matters. A multidisciplinary team, at the core of which should be the representatives from the NCOP, SALGA, and National Treasury, and the Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs. This would be a step in the right direction. The team should be able to categorize the issues into those that are doable immediately so that we can focus on them, and those that will need further political consultation to explore further and to crystallize for special attention and focus. We trust that the new district development model, which consists of a process by which joint and collaborative planning is undertaken at local, district, and metropolitan levels by all three spheres of government, will help us to enhance the observance and adherence to the constitutional principles of cooperative government and intergovernmental relations. It may also provide us with a new template to resolve the challenges currently faced by municipalities. We are alive, Program Director, to the need to support the implementation of the district development model through the insights we gain from our oversight work. Program Director, the Constitution provides a canvas for understanding and engaging local government. As we celebrate 25 years of the adoption of the Constitution, it is incumbent upon us to find ways of working together to support the development of our local communities. A program-based approach is one of these. There are good examples of how we have harnessed the transformational power of the country's constitution to intervene by improving the spaces in which our people live and work. However, Program Director, we've also seen some setbacks, such as the degeneration of some of our urban centers. For example, failure to ensure cleanliness and weaknesses in supporting municipalities to manage their own affairs, to exercise their powers, and to perform their functions. We acknowledge that through the NCOP, SALGA has raised many issues that are critical to development at local government. We commit to taking up practical steps to work with SALGA and national government to have these matters interrogated and, where possible, resolved. We need to remain as revolutionaries and activists of local government. We need to remain eternally optimistic and work much harder to support struggling municipalities across the length and breadth of our country. Program Director, allow me to extend my utmost appreciation at the opportunity to address SALGA Special National Members Assembly as we launch the transitional phase into the 5th term of democratic and people-centered local government. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. He certainly is. So thank you so much, Honourable Masondo, the former executive mayor, of course, of the city of Johannesburg, also a former chairperson of SALGA, and currently the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. And I've been frantically noting from both of your speeches, because these are conversations that will take into the sessions when we become more interactive, because I think it's critically important that we do reflect on these very important issues. Just listening, for example, to what the Honourable Masondo was saying about the adoption of the Constitution. In fact, a couple of days ago, the 8th of May, was a very seminal point in terms of South Africa's adoption of our Constitution. But again, we seem to fast track some of these issues that we ought to be spending a little more time on so that we can understand what it actually means. Just the other day, 2 days ago, in fact, Kathy Motlatlana on SAFM was having a conversation with a representative from one of the municipalities. And this came about as a result of complaints from the said municipality, and people were complaining about water. And if we are having those conversations in 2021, it requires a long, stern look at where we are. Water is a basic human right. It is entrenched in our Constitution. It is an inalienable right for every South African to have access to water. But I think what I found perhaps even more disturbing about that conversation, even more than the fact that people didn't have water, was the attitude of the representative of that particular council, because it was just, we're doing what we can. And that isn't good enough. And I hope that we'll be able to get into these conversations and ask the hard questions and hold you accountable in as much as you will hold us and the constituencies accountable when we drop the ball. So looking forward to those interactions later on. But right now we get to that part where, as I'd indicated earlier, I will call onto the stage Mr. Xolile George, who is of course the Chief Executive Officer, as he's just stepped out. But let me acknowledge the representatives of the companies present here this morning, who will now engage in the signing of the memorandums of understanding that SALGA has entered into. So representing SABS this morning, and we welcome you, Jody Scholz, also Silindile Ngati, and El Ntobongwane. From CCMA, we have Professor Cameron Morajane and Anna Mokhadinyane. Santaco is represented this morning by Mazwe Nkonki, Robert Linswane, and Tabisho Mulelekwa. And the bank seater is represented by Mr. Mashabane and Sean Starr. Thank you so much to all of you for being present this morning. And I think one cannot overemphasize the importance of these particular memoranda, especially when you look at the role that the local economies have to play and how they will be supported. So if I may, I think we're going to bring a table onto the stage in order to conclude that signing. And then Mr. Xolile George, if you will join us, please. And also the various representatives. I'm going to ask Ms. Nkadimeng and, of course, Honorable Masondo to please just vacate. Thank you so much. A round of applause to them. if you will, who will be signing on behalf of SABS, the CCMA, Santaco, and the Bank CETA. So we'll start with SABS, followed by the CCMA, Santaco, but please don't leave the stage. All the representatives can, in the meantime, have a seat on the stage. CCMA. And thank you so much. That concludes the signing of the MOU with SABS. And for the next set of documents, this would be with the CCMA. And all of these, of course, very important stakeholders for government in general, but local government in particular, in order to try and help them achieve all of their goals, and obviously also help with some of the other developmental So, it's only two. Only the two, yeah. So the CCMA partnership will seek, as I look here, to promote and support preventative and dispute management internally at SALGA and in the various municipalities as well, and also enable and empower the CCMA commissioners to deal better with local government matters. And also part of that memorandum of understanding will outline the enablement of the CCMA to become more visible locally through utilizing SALGA and municipal facilities for CCMA processes, and of course to give insight to data analytics and business intelligence on matters referred by local government to the CCMA. So that, in a nutshell, is what is contained in this particular agreement. So signed and sealed there, the agreement with the CCMA. Up next is the Memorandum of Understanding between SALGA and Santaco. Also tends to compromise the ability of citizens to actually maximize opportunities. And historical fragmentation between spatial planning and development, as well as fragmented transport systems, have often compromised access to socio-economic opportunities for many in our cities and towns. And the purpose of this Memorandum of Agreement today is to enable SALGA and Santaco to collaborate on spatial planning, on land use management, the development of a public transport infrastructure system and related services, as well as the operation and management of public transport facilities, especially where the taxi industry operates. And hopefully we won't see those white elephants of taxi ranks that are built and the taxis go and park somewhere else and nobody makes use of those facilities. Hopefully all of these issues will be properly ventilated and agreed upon. And also some of the key highlights for this particular agreement include supporting the development of new generation public transport facilities that will enhance the commuter experience, also safety and security, which are key elements, and the access to on-site and on-site services of economic opportunities, both in the formal and the informal sectors. And the initiative has been referred to as the Taxi Rank Mega Project. That's the TRMP, which is what I was just referring to in terms of how and where all of these developments take place. So there will be collaboration with municipalities in managing taxi rank facilities that are currently owned by the municipalities, by providing the industry with greater responsibility and ensuring their effective functioning, and also enhancing engagement and consultation in various matters affecting the taxi industry. Well, thank you so much, Santako. Up next is the MOU with the bank SETA. Practices, especially in the economic sphere, and high levels of inequality in distribution of income as well. And rural areas in South Africa continue to bear the brunt of the triple challenge or triple threat, as we would say, exacerbated, of course, by less resilience to overcome by virtue of limited opportunities in terms of education and, of course, job opportunities. And then the main objective of this particular collaboration between SALGA and Bank SETA is to give effect to a collaborative partnership between SALGA and Bank SETA on the implementation of the Rural Development Program, with a particular emphasis on supporting and building the capacity of rural enterprises and also their respective entrepreneurs and communities. And also some of the key highlights here would include Bank SETA allocating 8 million rand per year over 3 years to support and train a minimum of 1,500 beneficiaries in 10 rural communities per annum. And I think that's an absolutely wonderful initiative, and also building the capacity of SMMEs in inter alia financial management, agriculture, land management, and in so doing contributing to economic development and job creation. So that concludes these very important agreements signed between SALGA and, of course, SABS, the CCMA, Santako, and Bank SETA. And with that, just for a word of thanks, it's over to you, Mr. Xolile George, Chief Executive Officer of SALGA.
No, thank you very much, Program Director, and good morning to all the honorable members present here and our esteemed guests, the general membership of SALGA, mayors, councillors, speakers, and municipal managers, and CFOs who are present here. I think it's a very important milestone in SALGA in consolidating its partnership, giving reality to the developmental local government mantra that we need to work with communities, find answers to issues facing communities. So collaborating with these four partners is a further cap on our quest to consolidate our engagement with a cross-section of stakeholders. So we're extremely pleased to all the partners who have come forward, and we intend ensuring that as we progress to the fifth administration, all our municipalities continue to put shoulder on the wheel and ensure that we improve the quality of life of our people. So thank you very much to all the partners, and we look forward to a sustained, productive relationship. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Xolile George, and all of the partners. And that concludes our first session, the opening session for this morning. So without much further ado, it's 8 minutes after 10. I'm going to send you to tea. And then if we could, please reconvene at exactly 10:30 so that we can get on with the second session of the morning. And we'll have more time there to collaborate the sooner we get back. So ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy.
there's always work to be done. So we get to it. Each day is an opportunity to do better than the day before. We work hard to do what we do well. We work to deliver all around our country and the world. To make good on our promises, to build better, focusing on the things that matter most for all of us. If we have passion for change, there's always more we can do by doing the everyday things well for more than our own gain. We are a leading storage and water solutions company, and we'll keep believing we can do more with what we have. Let's build for better together. SBS. Build for better.
In an industry like ours, it's difficult to be different, to innovate, disrupt, to be better. Difficult, but not impossible. Bonitas is shaping the future of healthcare in South Africa. Challenging, improving, moving forward and adapting with you and for you to be the best medical aid for South Africa. For life.
Change is constant and adapting is imperative. But it's not something we have to do alone. We can do it together. The last 5 years have seen a lot of change, growth, development, disruption. From climate change to unemployment, urbanization, resource scarcities, shifting economic power, social change, the rise of the sharing economy.
Baby, what's your question?
I want to know, how does the Liberty Funeral Plus plan help people stay covered when budgets are so tight?
Well, I've got a question.
What?
What are you buying me with your cash back?
For a small additional fee, the Liberty Funeral Plus plan gives you cash back to reward you for staying covered and to spoil your growing family. Sign up to a single plan that has a plan for a lifetime of changes.
Ask them if we could add more people as our family grows.
That's good. Because we're not adding one. We're adding two. Two.
And now, with the ability to add and reduce benefits, it's even easier to stay covered with the Liberty Funeral Plus plan. Sign up to a single plan that has a plan for a lifetime of changes.
Connecting with our customers is not an exchange of information. It's an exchange of humanity, an exchange of emotion, the kind of connection where our members know that we care about them. As a custodian of social well-being, we believe in improving lives for everyone, for South Africa, for life.
While growing, adapting, and improvement is important, it's only valuable if our members can feel it.
My experience with Bonitas has been nothing short of great. The new WhatsApp plan that has been implemented, it has made it so much easier for someone who's always sick like me to find out anything about my membership on WhatsApp.
There's always work to be done, so we get to it. Each day is an opportunity to do better than the day before. We work hard to do what we do well. We work to deliver all around our country and the world. To make good on our promises, to build better, focusing on the things that matter most for all of us. If we have passion for change, there's always more we can do by doing the everyday things well for more than our own gain. We are a leading storage and water solutions company, and we'll keep believing we can do more with what we have. Let's build for better together. SBS, build for better.
In an industry like ours, it's difficult to be different, to innovate, disrupt, to be better. Difficult, but not impossible. Bonitas is shaping the future of healthcare in South Africa. Challenging, improving, moving forward and adapting with you and for you to be the best medical aid for South Africa. For life.
Baby, what's your question?
I want to know, how does the Liberty Funeral Plus plan help people stay covered when budgets are so tight?
Well, I've got a question.
What?
What are you buying me with your cash back?
For a small additional fee, the Liberty Funeral Plus plan gives you cash back to reward you for staying covered and to spoil your growing family. Sign up to a single plan that has a plan for a lifetime of changes.
Ask them if we could add more people as our family grows.
That's good, because we're not adding one. We're adding 2.
2.
2.
And now, with the ability to add and reduce benefits, it's even easier to stay covered with the Liberty Funeral Plus plan. Sign up to a single plan that has a plan for a lifetime of changes.
Know your wards for the 2021 local government elections. The Municipal Demarcation Board, MDB, has developed a new app to help you know your new wards easily. The user-friendly interface gives you options: to drop your location pin to find out the ward you are currently situated in, search an address to know which ward it's based in, choose a background option of street maps, satellite images, terrains, etc. You can make an electronic print of the map and view it in any common format. Share the app via email, Twitter, Facebook, or Google+. For more information, visit www.demarcation.org.za or call 012-342-2481. MDB, Know Your Wards 2021. Open the web app now.
There's always work to be done, so we get to it. Each day is an opportunity to do better than the day before. We work hard to do what we do well. We work to deliver all around our country and the world. To make good on our promises, to build better, focusing on the things that matter most for all of us. If we have passion for change, there's always more we can do by doing the everyday things well for more than our own gain. We are a leading storage and water solutions company, and we'll keep believing we can do more with what we have. Let's build for better together. SBS, build for better.
my chairperson, can you take your seat? Colleagues, let me apologize if in the first session we have committed mistakes, but I don't think so. I will be your program director for this session. But before that, let me acknowledge the president of SALGA, Councillor Tembi, and the deputy president, Councillor DeVos, the NEC members, delegates, leadership of the National Assembly and the provincial governments, leadership of local government, the management of SALGA under the leadership of Kolile George, the management of municipalities in the country, municipal managers, mayors, speakers, chief whips, my fellow councillors, our guest, media. As I've indicated earlier on, colleagues, that I will be your program director for this session. My name, I'm Sebenzi Lengange Lizwe, the deputy president of SALGA. The National Executive Committee of SALGA assigned the local government practitioners to mark the 5-year journey to provide basic services to our people. We have identified people who can actually share a story with you, but yes, of course, there are gaps. But as we interact with the subject, we'll be able to get to those gaps. We prepare ourselves as the new administration coming to close those gaps. I've got a facilitator, Sakina. Sakina, I will be a program director. You are under my control. Thank you very much, Sakina. But we have tried our level best to identify people who can actually give substance instead of fabricating. President of SALGA, Tembisile Nkadimeng, Honorable Lichisa Tsenodi, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Amos Masondo, the former President of SALGA, the Chairperson of the NCOP, Professor Jabi Tifes, a Director of Dalla Oma Institute. So this team that we have identified, we trust them. They are going to sort of direct us, but you must also assist us in terms of giving us questions that can lead the country to a higher level. Colleagues, without wasting time, let me invite the facilitator to take the podium. As I've indicated, Sakina, I'm a program director. You are facilitating the program on my behalf. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Deputy President. I really appreciate it. Just checking the mic. No? There we are. Thank you so much, Deputy President, and thank you so much to everybody for adhering to the time limits, and we're doing well. Let's continue on that trajectory. So just to call on stage the panelists that the Deputy President has indicated, Councillor Nkadimeng, I think the Honourable Masondo, and also joining us virtually is Professor Jaap de Visser, who is Director of the Dula Uma Institute, and also with us, Honourable Lechisa Tsenodi, who is the founding member of SANCO and current Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. If you will all please join me. And just to check if Professor de Visser is there, who will be joining us virtually. Please have a seat. So I will not introduce again the honourable members that I've already introduced, Mr. Amos Masondo, and so many people coming up during the break and actually affirming what I said about just the person that you are. And Councillor Nkadimeng, and we also have Mr. Tsenodi. I won't say much at this stage, we'll come to it, and Professor de Visser. But as we will be doing for every session, we're going to start off by just taking a look at an introduction to the segment. Remember, we are going to be reflecting in this grand debate on the journey of the fourth term of democratic local government, and also what are some of the opportunities that are present to renew as we march towards this fifth term of local government. So let's take a look.
Into politics. Okay, local government, it has to do with your local councillors, Mokasi, and yeah.
National level policy is set, that's how funding gets distributed, governance is put in place. Provincial is then, it would be cascaded down one level, and then local would be in my area and how I would benefit as a citizen and a resident of a specific area, how I would benefit from that. But I understand that some is national policy, nationally funded, some is local policy and locally funded.
Nationally, parliament, local government, community.
Locally, I know they deal with the community.
Local government runs kind of the city in which you live, and then national refers to the running of the country, and there's different bylaws within local government. They set up the bylaws of the city and how the city operates. All the rules around managing the city are all ran by your local government.
Well, for me personally, I can sort of say nothing. The reason for that is because there's been no change since whatever party came into power. So there's been no change even in our local community. So for me, frankly, there's nothing that's been changed.
Nothing they do for me. I'm still renting. I want my own house, but I don't have a house.
Ik heb hier gebly die laaste 3 jaar. Ek bly in 'n baie veilige estate, so ek kan nie eintlik praat van hier nie, maar waar ek vroeër gebly het. Was dit baie onveilig geweest, en dit was aan die Oosrand geweest, en dit was baie onveilig. Ek kon nie eens meer gaan stap nie, en ek het baie diewering en alarms en goed in my huis gehad, so dit was baie onveilig.
Local government has not done anything for me in the last few years. If anything, the people in my community had to go and ask our ward councillors to fix street lights, to fix potholes, and still those matters have not been dealt with.
Nothing. a gona ntho e ileng a re thusa ka yona. A ke bone anything e leng yona.
They haven't done much. It's still the same how we saw it in 1994. They have done nothing much.
Nothing so far. Absolutely nothing. And I am angry with that question.
I think certainly for the area and the province that I live in, I think it's relatively well run. I also work quite extensively across the province. So when I look at things like infrastructure and maintaining of that, I certainly have not been impacted severely by that. I do know that in other areas, in other local governments, municipalities, there's been not such great things happening around infrastructure and support, but I personally have not felt any adverse effects. I think that my local government has actually been quite good in terms of the things that I would expect from them around infrastructure and service delivery.
No. Aki TV next and aki bone le improvement le mo ke dulang teng gore teng. Ke bona like tše e ba tlhophego tše ngata tše. Aki bone next tše e tsalang. Nothing changed.
Okay, they've came up with your paving projects, especially I think it was EPWP, Expanded Public Works, but that project lasted for 2 months, and then we never heard anything of it.
That is driven by our government? No, not at all. I've seen nothing in the papers, I've seen nothing in the news. I hear a lot of ideas, but I haven't seen anything come to fruition. So, nope, don't know any initiatives.
It is helping the community with less cost when it comes to traveling from and to work. Number two, the parks. We have parks whereby the kids can play there, and then at the same time, adults use the very same parks for their exercising purposes. There are equipments there where they can use them for exercising.
In terms of projects, I have seen them rebuilding parks, like to turn them into these like European parks, these gym parks, but and also using different people to obviously install it, people who are hired. But I find it quite difficult because the same parks that are built in brown communities get destroyed by brown boys and children, the older ones that break it. And I find that if they were involved or included, I guess there will be a level of ownership to something if people are involved in things. But as of yet, that's about the only thing I've actually seen manifest physically, yes.
Well, my expectations are simple: to do what they said they were going to do. Give us better living conditions, fix our roads, give us good infrastructure, great schools, security. And my outcome has been the complete opposite. As I said, I literally have found myself living in a gated community where I pay extra in order to have those privileges because I cannot rely on the government to give it to me outside of that.
Yeah, I never vote. I never expect hore mo re dulang ko teng batho ba tlo thola dintlo. Mikhukhu like itlo tswa bana ba tlo thola a better education, like taba tsa bo di drugs batho ba thole mesebetsi, but ntho tso ka fela tsona ha diyo because of batho still ba ya utswa ha ba sebetsi. Batho ba struggle o thola ba de va o ya locationing, batho ba dutsa ona mesebetsi, batho ba lapile, especially on Atsebilanong, it's worse than before.
Geld op die regte plek spandeer, dis wat ek wil sien, dat hulle die geld gebruik waarvoor dit moet wees, en dan moet, want dat ons kan opbou. Deesdae sien jy die privaat sektor moet ingryp, en ek dink nie daar is nie geld nie, ek dink daar is geld, ek dink net dit word net nie reg aangewend nie. Ek weet nie of dit miskien onkundigheid is, of dit maar korrupsie is, of wat aangaan met die geld word nie reg gebruik nie.
Okay, so with regards to the electricity, I'd like to see the resources in terms of the electricity being managed better, for one. Number two, especially our council. They should sort our council out. That is the biggest issues that we have there. And the way that they do, like even the meter readings and stuff like that. I mean, we've got people that are owing millions and millions of rands in terms of electricity, but the electricity doesn't get cut. They don't manage this process properly. So I would like to see that be managed better, yeah.
Our message
is that the basic needs of the masses of the people must be addressed. The creation of jobs, of houses, the introduction of electricity, building of schools and hospitals, providing free, compulsory quality education, running water, paved roads. These are our priorities.
And there you have it. That is what the people, ordinary people on the streets of South Africa think and how they feel about the services that are currently being delivered to them. And it may be a bitter pill to swallow, but you know what they say. As any person, as any entity, there are those who will support you no matter what. There are those who will oppose you no matter what. And then there are the people in the middle who have no vested interest either way. They just want you to do what you are supposed to do. And I think these are the people that really matter because they're not saying these things for any particular gain. They are telling you what their lived realities are. And of course, as people in this political sphere, you would know politics 101. Politics is about power, and perceptions are all powerful. And these are the perceptions that the people on the ground have of their lived reality in our municipalities. Well, to kick off this particular session, let me just introduce once more, starting on my far right, Honorable Masondo and Councillor Nkadimeng. I'm not going to do introductions for them again because they were with us in the first session. I want to welcome Professor Jaap de Visser. He joins us virtually, and he, of course, is with the director of the Dula Umar Institute, joined that institution in 2013 and has been associated with it, though, since 1998. And he brings a vast deal of experience and has done a lot of work and research and as well as teaching when it comes to multi-level government and local government, and also good governance, among other things, not just here in South Africa, but internationally as well. I just saw him pop up on the screen. Professor Jaap de Visser, thanks so much for being with us this morning, and we welcome you to the session. And thank you so much. And to my immediate right, so I thought that, you know, before things get really serious, we need to just get a little bit of a laugh in. So to introduce the Honorable Lechisa Tsenodi, let's take a look.
Oh my goodness. I don't want to imagine. Yeah, I know. Good sabotage. Yeah, that's so nice.
So we're just waiting for it to come up. Without a doubt, my favorite presiding officer in the house. You know, it doesn't matter what's happening. If this is the presiding officer, I'm staying. So I don't know if we have it.
Yes, I'm just pointing out that there's an assumption that we are increasing his time. This is out of order. Please, honorable members, you've got your dipstick in the wrong hole. Absolutely. This is why you are getting a wrong reading.
Deputy Speaker. Yes, honorable member. I think we have been unparliamentary. There is no figure of speech like the one that we have now.
No. Sit down. You don't understand.
No.
Take your seat. So, Khabali Samba. Salapansi so koka nawe kahle le ndaba. Ingada uyizwa uyiboni kahle. No.
So hopefully we will not be getting any dipsticks in the wrong holes, and we'll get a proper reading of the situation and the topic that we are trying to tackle. Mr. Chinori, thanks so much for joining us. Welcome.
I feel aggrieved. The president of SALGA isn't protecting me. She instead joins in the laughter that Sakina is agitating me.
No, I thought, we needed to get a good laugh in before we get down to the serious stuff, because it is very serious, the topics that we have to engage in. But thank you so much to the esteemed panel for joining us this morning as we take a look at where we've come from in this fourth period and moving into the fifth administration here at local government level for SALGA, and what are the lessons learned, what still needs to be done. And there are some really serious issues that need to be tackled. And I want to start off by speaking about SALGA and, taking a dipstick here, pardon the pun, Mr. Chinori, but basically just taking a look. If SALGA is as strong as its components, the various components in the various areas of local government, how then would you describe SALGA at this point, Ms. Nkadimeng? Because if the views from the members of the various constituencies are anything to go by, how strong do you say SALGA is right now? Okay, thank you very much, Sakina. I think SALGA is very strong. In fact, the cry for help which you see in the clip and what you come across on a day-to-day, it's a call for SALGA to possibly extend its reason of existence. It's not about issues that SALGA is mandated to do by law. Our responsibility are mainly to advocate for the sphere of local government, go to National Treasury, assist with the allocation of funds, assist with the capacity development of councillors, administration, but also assist with the sound employer-employee relationship through the bargaining council. That, in the main, what our responsibilities are. Of course, coupled with training, you train to ensure that you enhance the outcome or the output of what development should be about, which we interpret it to be a better provision of quality services. Now we're putting our hand and our feet there. In fact, as I had said in my opening remarks, as a bit of an overreach, because we're now beginning to ask a fundamental question which will assist municipalities to come out of the difficulties that they are having, of which necessarily we should be doing that in partnership and led by COGTA at a national level and provincial level. The strong financial arm of National Treasury. For example, if SALGA is to assist, you need to get a Section 71 report, which by law we don't receive. So we're only called as an after effect. Municipality A has long collapsed. Please come assist. So you look into the affairs of SALGA, for example, 8 clean audits in a row, unhindered. What are we trying to do now is to transfer what we are good at, adopting municipalities, which is an overreach, a little bit now, doing what National Treasury is supposed to do, to say, with the limited resources that we'll have, we'll adopt 10 municipalities per financial year, take our expertise at SALGA level and plant them in the municipalities to assist them. Because we can't participate or be bystanders when we realize there is a problem. Of course, there's quite a lot of developmental areas which we have suggested both to NCOP but also to COGTA in terms of trying to deal even with the standing of society. Because it's one thing to have an association prescribed 20, 25 years ago, but you realize now how people interpret its realization and its meaning to be moving towards a particular direction. So there's quite a bit that we may have to rework from a legislative point of view as well into enhancing what the Constitution aspired by having an association of municipalities. So peer review mechanisms from our side to our municipalities to ensure that we become better. But actually, municipalities have a right to say to me, President, this is an overreach, it has nothing to do with you, please stay away. In fact, some do, by the way. I knock and they say, please don't come in. And they have a right, because currently, as the law stands, all I'm supposed to say is, Sakina, do you know, as a member of MPEC, what are you supposed to do? I come with the manual, I educate. I don't even have to assess. Not the training, I don't have to assess the practicality and the full scope and scale of MPEC in that particular municipality and its usefulness. So if I come back second time around and third time around on this MPEC, they can actually say, you are done, ma'am. Please focus on your business. Some municipalities do say to us, you're not a Manchingelane, don't come here and guard us. You need to capacitate us and go home. But we are already, all of us, including municipalities, because we don't like the space we are sitting in. We don't like the negative criticism that we are receiving. But collectively have taken a conscious decision to say, let's look into ourselves. We agreed, for example, in drafting a consequence management for framework, as SALGA in our municipalities, a COCTA role, by the way. So now we have drafted it, we can approve it, we can adopt it, we can then take it to a house where it's supposed to be finalized. And then we will be governed better. So we are like saying, we also don't like the space we are sitting in, together as an association in our municipalities. Can we govern ourselves better? And if the other leg is not as fast as we are anticipating, we put our feet in. In some instances we are received. In some instances it's still a bit difficult. But as an association, SALGA, we are handing, the NEC is handing over a very well healthy institution financially in terms of its performance indicators, assessment, auditor general, any other box, we tick it positively, it's green, it could go to the 5th administration.
So this is where the mind boggles, of course, because if SALGA is in such great shape, why are the municipalities in general in such poor shape? And who is the Manchingeland then, Honorable Masondo? And is the Manchingeland not doing his job?
I think that one of the ways in which one can look at organized local government is basically as a platform that is meant to serve the purpose that the President of SALGA was outlining now. Advocate for local government, ensure that member municipalities are able to share their experiences. So for instance, if municipality A is not doing that well, but municipality E is making advances, they're able to share information on what is it that can be done to address the issues. So often enough, what really happens is that we ourselves forget that this is work in progress. If you go back to 1995, there was not such a thing as a metropolitan council of Johannesburg or the city of Johannesburg. Yes, there was a city, but in terms of local governance, there was an Indian municipality, there was a colored municipality, there was UBC in Soweto Urban Bantu Council, and so on. But today, when we talk about municipality of Joburg, it truly covers Johannesburg. There's no race question about it. There's no ethnicity about it. So it's really work in progress. And there are many challenges that still have to be addressed. So it's also work in progress in this regard. But often enough, we get mired into hopelessness, where there's no sense at all that progress has been made in the past so many years. People who are saying there's nothing at all that has been done are very much removed from reality. Because if you open your tap, there's water that flows from there. There's electricity. There may be problems about supply and outages, etc. There are roads. So the rubbish and so on gets picked up regularly, etc., etc. This is not to say there are no problems. Problems are there, but we must not deny reality of things that are happening and progress that has been made since 1994, 95. So there are gaps, there are challenges, and we need to address these. The aim of us being to improve the quality of people overall. Because that's why municipal councils are there. The local government is there to address challenges that face people on the ground. Without people, there's no way you can justify the existing of local government and municipalities. Our existence is justified by the need to serve the people and improve their quality of life. There's one comment that was made earlier on here, and that comment was really about partnerships. You know, for instance, like if you look at the taxi association, there's a taxi association, you go to a taxi rank, there's just rubbish all over there. Nobody has taken a responsibility to ensure that the space there is taken care of. And they're talking about some government need to clean. But why is it difficult for them to clean the place where they are working from and so on? So I'm saying that government on its own can only do so much. But government in partnership with various stakeholders, civil society organizations and so on, can do much more. Just to give an example, I mean, of the things that have been done that may be taken for granted. You see, if you go to Soweto, for instance, there's a world-class quality stadium there. It's called the Orlando Stadium. It was built by a municipality of Johannesburg. Right? Before that, there was no facility of that kind anywhere in Soweto. You look at the tarring of roads. You look at the cleaning program, where thousands of trees had to be planted and so on. You look at the parks. The park there that is fairly popular is called Togoza Park, built by the municipality. There's in Dobsonville, the Dorotnyembe Stadium. High quality park, Protea North, Protea South Park, and many other smaller parks, and etc. Now, so this does not also, just to emphasize, does not mean that there are no problems. Even in Soweto, it doesn't really mean that. But the problems must be in context. And much more needs to be done by local government as a whole. All we need to do is to ensure that we collaborate, we work together, we focus our minds properly, we develop ideas, we begin to think big and say, what kinds of other interventions can be made in a community like Soweto, or Sebokeng, or Tembisa, or Katlehong Vosloorus, and so on. Because apart from the malls that have come in and are now entrenched and established, there's much more that can be done. If you go anywhere else in the world where you have a population of 2 million, that suggests that a town that is viable, that is a node, that is able to make certain advancements and so on as we move into the future. So what I would say, therefore, is that yes, organized local government is in place. It is doing work, but there's room for improvement. There's so much more that still needs to be done.
Because we can't praise a fish for swimming. It is absolutely your responsibility as a municipality to make sure that there are world-class institutions. If we have world-class sporting clubs that are using those facilities, it's incumbent upon the city to build those facilities. It is absolutely the responsibility of the city to make sure that there are parks that are safe and fit for purpose for people to go and enjoy recreationally. It is absolutely your responsibility to make sure that there are cemeteries and all the other amenities that you mentioned, Mr. Masondo. The question is, when last were you in a park? When last did you go to a cemetery that is not West Park Cemetery and Heroes Acre? And I ask this question very sincerely, Mr. Masondo.
When last was I at the park?
Yes.
Well, I mean, recently, about 2 weeks ago, I went past towards the park.
You went past?
That's true. I didn't really stop because I was driving through the area. So I took a road that led me to the park. So I drove past. Cemeteries, well, as you know, I mean, so many people have passed on. So one has had an opportunity to go to a cemetery or so.
What is your assessment?
And I'm not saying that there are not difficulties and problems. There's no room for improvement. I'm not saying that. My starting point is these facilities are there. They've impacted on the improvement of quality of life of people. However, I mean, there's room for improvement. There's much more to be done, and to set higher standards. What I'm saying is that we should also be developing ideas in an ongoing way. Sometimes I hear people talking about money, putting money first. My understanding is really that first and foremost, there must be ideas on the table. Then we must answer the question, how do you make sure that these ideas are transformed into reality? That's when the question of money and so on comes in. We're not saying that there are endless bags of money at Treasury, but our chances of lobbying and getting the money are much more enhanced if we have ideas and there's clarity on what it is that we want to do in the next coming 5 years, or whatever the case may be.
I want to bring in Professor De Visser at this point. Professor, listening to what has been said already, and if we take a look at the mandate of local government, and maybe you can incorporate SALGA as well and the role that they are expected to play, do you think there is a significant mismatch between what local government is expected to deliver as opposed to how they are capacitated and resourced?
He's forgotten to unmute.
Please unmute, Professor.
I
Oh, there you are. There you are. We can hear you now.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mamedo. Thanks for the opportunity and protocol observed and warm wishes to my fellow panelists. And just to get straight into answering or attempting to answer your question, I think a lot of what was said about the Constitution and the role of local government in the previous session, I think it's good to go back to those comments. And in as much as our Constitution is a very progressive instrument, certainly when it comes to for government. And the implementation of the Constitution, particularly in the funding framework and in the way municipalities are equipped with powers and functions, there is sometimes a mismatch. I mean, you can even hear it in the expressions of the people in the clip, talking about issues that they feel very strongly about. And they place it at the door of the municipality, but actually there are issues that have little, not that much control over. For example, the big security issues, crime prevention, yes, municipalities play a role, but municipalities do not control police services unless they have a municipal police service in the big cities, but in the smaller towns, that really is a function that's performed elsewhere. So there is sometimes a mismatch. But I do think a lot of it has to do with leadership in many of this. And maybe we can use also the opportunity to take the discussion to what's going to happen in the next couple of weeks, which is the selection of candidates for the election. We are into election season. Political parties will be selecting their candidates for their party lists and their board candidates, and those are absolutely critical processes that are unfolding in the next few weeks. Because now it really is make or break. Because I do think we have made huge progress with the local government system. I've been working in this area since 1998, and I've seen tremendous progress in the building system and the achievements that local government has made. I'll not for a moment fail to mention those. However, we have municipalities in serious trouble, and some of them are teetering on the edge of chaos, where literally the ratepayers are taking over municipal infrastructure, where there are actually endless interventions that are not working. Municipalities not able to pay salaries any longer. So those are real signs of distress. Those are not just sort of the ups and downs of governance. That's serious distress. And that applies to a limited number of municipalities. And we must always be nuanced where there are 257 municipalities. Some of them are performing outstandingly, and others are in serious distress. But the system as a whole, I think, needs strong leadership. And we're going to select those leadership. Political parties will be doing that over the next few weeks when they put together those party lists. And I think we need to be very aware of the context in which that takes place. These are political processes, candidates will be selected, and there's a lot of positions up for grabs, so to speak, in our 257 municipalities. A lot of councillor positions. Councillors are paid relatively well. I mean, there's always room for improvement, but it is a remunerated position. We are finding ourselves in a sea of poverty. People are looking for opportunities. So political parties will have to be very have to distinguish the opportunists from the true leaders, and that's an important process that's going to happen in the next few weeks, and obviously in the run-up to the elections. Because these positions will be seen as positions that are well remunerated and that give access to power and resources. So I think it's very important what's going to happen in the next few weeks, and political parties will have to ask themselves the question, what should disqualify a person from being selected to run for election in our political? Of course, there are formal legal requirements. You cannot have convicted of a crime, they will disqualify. Those are the formal legal ones. We know those. But what are the kind of qualities that political parties should be looking for in their candidates that they want to run with in the upcoming elections? What does it do with people that want to be on the list or that want to be a ward candidate that have a history of disciplinary action taken against them, either as a staff member somewhere or even as a councillor? What do we do with people who have allegations pending against them? What are some of those minimum requirements that have nothing to do with the formal requirements are there, the legal ones, but the morality, the integrity of councillors that we are looking for, those that will display servant and ethical leadership, that are able to engage in conflict resolution. Those that understand and are willing to understand governance, that participating in a council meeting is not participating a circus, but that these are serious governance processes. An ability to engage with the governance processes in the municipalities. You have to be able to engage with documents, with budgets, with budget statements, with policies, and bring the energy from the community into those processes. Those are difficult tasks for council. And I think the next unfolding process of the next few weeks, when the party is selected.
Professor Rufus, when you say those are difficult questions for the various political parties to contend with, why? How so? What makes it difficult for political parties to elect ethical leaders?
Well, I think when I say difficult, I say that bearing in mind that I'm not naive. I'm not part of these processes, but I know they are political, and political parties in the past have run into difficulties, with selecting candidates that proved to be not fit for purpose, and also having to navigate a lot of complicated political issues in the background. I'm not naive when I bring that up. And I think political parties must place higher emphasis on really looking for well-qualified candidates. And I'm not talking about formal qualifications, degrees and such. I think those issues are secondary. But people that have as an absolute minimum, I think you're right, the integrity and the servant and ethical leadership. But then also further, what are the kind of skills that you're looking for in these political leaders? And I think in the past, maybe political parties were too eager to find people that could get the job done, people that were strong leaders with strong voices in the council that can make or break issues, and we ended up with a lot of people with very strong voices in the council, and people that sometimes also compromise the function of the administration. And I think we need to look for leaders that are also take pride in conducting oversight. That is a key function of a council, to oversee the executive, to oversee the administration, to ask the difficult questions, and to help the municipality become better governed, and not necessarily to see themselves as running things. For example, a water councillor is not the one who runs the water. He or she isn't. He or she is a representative of that board. That board is a constituency. And it's that kind of skills to navigate that difficult terrain of you are expected to deliver, yet you are a councillor that operates in a bigger scheme of things, and those skills are sometimes hard to come by. And I think that's the political part we need to be looking for in the
Fair point. Let me bring Honourable Chinodi in here, because as a founder member of SANCO, and we know the history of SANCO in leading up to the liberation of this country, if you look at the municipalities in our country at the moment, wearing that hat from back then, what is your assessment?
Well, the first one is what Jab raises, but I'll put it this way: the problem of continuity had changed. The first transitional local councils were run by very experienced people politically, who also appreciated the relationship with the people, and that relationship was critical to the things they did and how they did them. But over time, I think what is continuing to happen is the turnover of experienced leadership inside municipalities. So every time a new set of municipalities, no, let me put it this way, public representative, both at a local level, at a provincial level, and at a national level. It's a problem across the three spheres that when we do not recognize the value of good experience, in appreciating the understanding that is necessary, not only in the relationship with the people, but also with the three spheres of government. The people we bring into the system are going to start to have to begin afresh. And that's a major mistake, okay? Some of the achievements that we do talk about has been as a result of at least a semblance of some continuity of people who are experienced, including, of course, those who learn fast. So I'm suggesting that this is a particular problem, one of the many different problems that we have to deal with and confront. The necessity for recognizing continuity, but also in the change that is necessary, because this is a democratic process. We can't, like me, I've been told straight in my face, I've been around for too long. I must go and find a job. I'm quite glad to do it. But the story is there are appropriate systems of induction. For example, you were asking what SALGA does. SALGA often conducts induction program for councillors, so that those who are new are able to catch up fast, and they learn from those who were there, and equally, they also learn from others who have moved on to other spheres of government to provide them with the perspective of the necessary intergovernmental relations that are a critical part of local government. If I may just make an example, I remember Amatolde at some point being led by someone who was particularly skilled as a municipal manager to bring in other departments of government to play there, because she had been a DG, okay, at a national level. So understood the nature of the relationship and how to bring them together. So the contributions they made to support the municipality, that district at that time, was outstanding in the impact it had on their ability as administration, but also as councillors to achieve the objective that people needed. I want to suggest that whilst in the clip people referred to what Parliament perhaps or the executive and local is important to have asked. But I want to suggest, for example, on the 8th of May, incidentally, on the anniversary of our Constitution, the 25th, the United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction, working with the World Health Organization, started a 4-week program to train especially people who work in local government, different people, so that they can improve the quality of readiness, of vigilance. Because when we don't do those things, when we don't prepare to protect people and people themselves protect themselves, we run the risk of creating, for example, some of the problems of COVID and its impact relate to the absence of appropriate infrastructure, availability of water, and the ability of people to therefore withstand the impact, including social distancing. So that training program is a global program designed because there's an understanding that there's a need for continuing education of public representatives as well as administration. Because without those inputs, the good that SALGA is doing now, when their term comes to go, the incoming teams will not have that capacity. So we need an ongoing, continuous learning process from the people especially, because I agree with an observation that some of the people, what they say, I've had experience of this thing. People say what they're saying, like for me, someone called on a radio, like you often interview us. Unfortunately for him, I had been in that town the day before, and I asked him, that telephone you're speaking from, was it there before? He says, no, that it's new. Okay, is that road being dug up and so on? He says, yeah, how do you know? So I tell him, you see, Telkom provided that phone you're phoning from, public phone, and others in that township, I'm aware of them. I saw about 8 of them, but also they are digging that road because they are preparing the road. So sometimes when we do reporting, we must acknowledge there's complexity. Life is too complex to only have bad things happening, really. To have only bad things, it can't be true. I've liked it when it has been said by councillors in their own words, where they were able to contradict those who claim It's clearly an exaggeration, nothing. But it's out of anger. We must understand that. It is out of anger and frustration, and they would have liked things to have happened differently. And there are serious problems. We are clear about that one. And I think, SALGA, the efficacy of its institutional management must be taken forward and further into each municipality. So systems for doing that is what SALGA needs at a provincial and at a national level, so that the acquisition they are making of running their public affairs properly, running every cent of members that they contribute here properly in a transparent manner. This is exactly what we expect each municipality, each province to do, including nationally. It doesn't only apply to local government. It's a critical part of what they should be designing system for translating them to people. So the partnership that you heard here, I immediately remembered, I had the privilege to be part of the writing the white paper on local government, that the section on partnerships has not often been spoken about sufficiently. For example, when you speak about, which is rarely spoken about, public-public partnerships. Now we are talking here in this instance here, the relationship with CCMA, with the sector education authorities. That's public-public partnerships. And then you have your public-private partnership with the taxi associations and so on, and with other. But those two require skills inside the municipality, inside SALGA, to manage contract relationship. But where there isn't good capacity, some of the elements in the private sector, not all of them, they are going to milk you, and they do across the board. So part of the capacity we need to build is contract management of this relationship. Relationships that are not mutually reinforcing are dangerous. They must be gotten rid of.
But how are you going to do this? Because it comes back to the question of capacitating local government sufficiently. It comes back to the question of resources. You can expand the mandate of SALGA, but what are they going to do if they don't have sufficient resources? Already, if we look at the model that currently exists, and let me ask you this bluntly, Mr. Chinodi, do you believe that local government is sufficiently resourced and capacitated?
No, I don't think so. And it's historical, and but there has been evidence of, when you look at the graphs and the monies that has gone through the municipal infrastructure grant, you look at it graphically, how it has grown from a little bit to over so. But there are aspects of funding that are still necessary. The Fiscal and Finance Commission has repeatedly argued this question of underfunding of municipalities for certain things, including waste management.
But if we say
waste contract,
that this is the most important sphere of government, because this is the coal face, this is what your democracy is defined by. Why do we keep talking as opposed to correcting the issue?
Well, there are two parts. Let me suggest there are two parts to this thing. Some of them are outside of local government, or even outside of local government. The availability of resources. One of the old ladies here, Vaden Afrikaans gepraat, correctly says, I don't think some of these problems necessarily require money, that they can be done and done effectively. And this is what we must start by emphasizing. And then that money that do come over here must be used properly and effectively, stretch the rand to reach the broadest impact inside communities. That's the skill you are saying we need to do. And the capacity building initiative, the partnerships that you were complementing, the partnerships that have been formed here, are intended to do that. They are national ones. One of the things that Treasury, I must be careful how I put this one across, is when they develop legislation, they have designed a good system for pulling municipalities, provincial governments, treasuries, and so on, for building their capacity. This law has the following implications. This is the conduct that we have. Many other laws are not done that way, all right? For example, let's talk about the Constitution. When I was in the Constitutional and Local Government Committee, only about 2.5 million was budgeted for education on the Constitution. So the people who come into municipalities, not only should they understand at least those aspects of the Constitution that relates to municipalities, including the financial ones, But broadly speaking, to have an understanding, what is our recourse constitutionally? That man sitting there, my leader, Amos Mason, listening to people and listening to planners, they wanted to do creative things. About Alex, they have survived for a long time on renting out their houses. Nelson Mandela was a beneficiary of that rental by people of Alex. So they wanted to create what are called RDP housing in a manner that the owner would have the core and the other parts of this design would go for rentals, so that people who are poor, who can otherwise get income, can continue this lifestyle. Okay? So I won't mention who was the MEC then, but she said no. Okay? So he decided, okay, if that's the case, let's ask the court to arbitrate.
Yeah.
And they did in the municipality's favor. And they said, planning is a local government's business. No one should interfere with it. So when we designed this relationship between local, provincial, and national, we were explicitly conscious that we don't want the puppet institutions that were there in the past that appeared to be local government, when in fact they were creatures of whoever was in power and so on. This must be constitutionally protected, and that nobody must enter there, like the president was saying here, in a way in which they like, any which way and so on. They must respect the authority of local government, just as others must respect the authority of municipalities. So that understanding is not there often amongst councillors and administration, but also amongst provincial leadership who work with local government and some of those in national who operate in that space and so on. So the continuing education about that system and its design is important. Let me finally make this idea. We had said we want municipalities to handle housing, at least the metros, if they have capacity. I know that I come from Mangawu, that at some stage, that city had the appropriate capacity. It had professionals in the job who could do it and so on. But somehow at a provincial level, we were not able to proceed with what we called accreditation. Okay? In other words, what is often referred to as decentralization. So enable the municipality to take decisions that are its authority over and so on. So that did not happen. So what it meant is that that capacity that existed not only in Mangaung but elsewhere, those professionals in administration left for greener pastures because they couldn't hang around not doing the work that they could otherwise do because of mistrust of people who did not, in my opinion, did not understand this constitutional relationship that is necessary to produce good governance. Of course, you have spoken about, and Jab referred to it, the ethics of managing public affairs, integrity of individual councillors and so on, in an environment of ostentatious, wealthy lifestyles. In a country that is poor, with a majority of people not having any jobs and so on. So the nearest opportunities, where are they? They are inside public representative positions, including sometimes in the administration. One lady says to me, Datelchis, I've been deployed to be in charge of housing, the director. But no, can you capacitate me? Yeah. So, okay, there are mistakes like that of inappropriate so-called giving positions to people who should not be getting it. Transparently, we have always argued and do argue that this deployment must be done properly. When it is abused, it's nowhere in the policies of any organization that is sober to suggest that you are authorized to milk and steal and thief. Nowhere does it exist. It can't be there, or that you should not be qualified. We have authority to reject that. So when we are given a picture of this is the kind of people we have inside administration, look at their qualifications, and or in provincial and national government. So how did they get in there? So when you ask about we don't use that language. We are not running a mining company. We are running government. About Boma Chingilad in Tate Masono. We have what is described nicely as an interrelated, interconnected, yet distinct relationships that must be respected. So that we give space to the creative resourcing of local government. You see, the MIG, Municipal Infrastructure Grant, is actually the collapsing of previously fragmented money.
Yes, that's it.
Now, it was pulled together in order that local government itself decide what infrastructure we want to prioritize there according to the integrated development plans.
Why is the infrastructure in local governments falling apart? Why is there audit report after audit report indication that there's an underspending on infrastructure projects in the various municipalities? Why are the local governments not capacitated to actually spend the money that they do have? The Auditor General, the late Kimi Makwetu, in his last municipal audit report, actually entitled it, Not Much to Go Around, Yet Not in the Right Hands. And it's a very scathing report of what is going on in these municipalities, which I don't have to rehash because I think everybody is quite aware of how dire the situation is. But in terms of the other monies that are not set aside for infrastructure projects, it seems as though there is quite regular and vigorous spending in that part, and wrongful spending in some instances, unlawful spending in some instances. But, you know, these are the questions that we need to ask SALGA. How do you then go about capacitating people who are responsible for running the affairs of these municipalities to do their jobs diligently?
Before SALGA responds, I'd say that I think Jab was correct when he observes, and I've heard her also say the same thing, before members of SALGA becomes members of SALGA, they are decided elsewhere. We are making that point. So when your question is why, part of the first answer is that one. The nature of people who come into the system, firstly, that's where the problem lies. So political parties, whoever you are, we are advising you, please be wiser. You should know better.
So you are all the problem, is what you are
including
saying.
you and how you report on what you do. Yes. Yes. So in a sense, because the nature of how we diagnose the problem is important, we must acknowledge that there is enough evidence. It can be pointed out of how, in the report of Makwetu, the number of municipalities that are reported to have spent their money well, accounted for that money well, and then there are those who are not doing that, who are doing what you're suggesting. And that's crucial, that's important, that we must point out those problems.
It would take me 2 minutes, Honorable Tsinodi, to actually run through the municipalities that do well.
It's fine.
Unfortunately, there are many more who are not doing well.
Yes.
And therefore, that needs to be our focus in the main.
True, Sakina. True. In fact, the easiest way for us to run it is to say, since the advent of democratic local government, we have had 142 Section 139s in various forms, either A, 1, B, or C. And that's almost half of your municipalities. So that indicates the extent of dysfunctionality at the sphere. But the question prior that, it's even fundamental to allow us to arrive at the state of what we are talking about. Why infrastructure collapsing? Is 9% of the allocation versus 110% of expectations. That's where the mismatch is. That's the starting point. The second point is what Deputy Speaker speak about. Local government does not track in its form. Yes, Yap spoke to the payment of councillors, but the grading system doesn't help. And let's take the good. Forget about the bad, who are not spending the money right, they are reaching by the AG wrong. There's a small municipality I like to make an example on. Deep rural Eastern Cape. By the way, according to the AG, it's difficult to find a well-functioning municipality in the Eastern Cape.
But he found.
But he found one. And not once, 8 times in a row, Sengu local municipality. They've got no budget at all, yet clean audit 8 times in a row. So why are we punishing them? We're punishing them because they are small and rural. We grade them 3, we give them little money, they can't do a road, they can't do a hall, they are doing their licensing in a mukuku for cars that are running around there for them to generate revenue. We are saying, rather put a performance management related system, even in terms of allocation. Whether it's this 9%, don't feed the beast. If I didn't take care of the money and Sengu did, put Sengu at a better allocation and let them roll out services to their people, because now they are 10 out of 10. But yet, 8 times in a row, you motivate for them to get money. Their roads are not paved, and they've not stolen a cent. The water supply is poor. They are unable to connect, reticulate properly. They don't have sufficient connection of boreholes for their communities, yet they are able to properly account not once, 8 times in a row. But now, which chief financial officer would want to go and work at Sengu? A chartered accountant? No. So there have got to be an incentive as well. I mean, me and you, where we grew up, a white Afrikaner teacher teaching us in a township was getting an incentive. You remember?
Yes.
That she's teaching black children in a township. Yet today, you can't be able to incentivize such type in areas where it needed to be incentivized. And then you talk about lack of skills. I mean, I'm a mayor of Polokwane. When I was looking for a director technical, I received 11 applications, 3 times in a row. And Polokwane, compared to Guyana, relatively better. But do I have somebody who want to leave a city of Johannesburg and come and stay in Polokwane? They tell you there's no nightlife, there's no whatever. No, there is no interest, which is true. There are no better schools, there are no better specialists medically. We flock to Gauteng, to all to that. So there's quite a number of things of what attracts into what makes a municipality. So we simply do not have an allocation which will allow us to put a 12% allocation, as Treasury suggests, for maintenance of infrastructure. But we sit, as I part on that question, with a lot of a blame game that sits at municipalities, and nobody ever asks a question. When a municipality can't provide a resident A with electricity, who does bulk supply of electricity into that municipality? Eskom. Have you ever heard of a strike of no electricity at Eskom door? No. I can tell you as a mayor, how many has I received? In an area where Eskom is supposed to bring the bulk to me and I deal with reticulation. I can take you to many municipalities where they've dealt with the reticulation of water, and water affairs and their boards don't bring the bulk from the dam. And you come with the camera and say, here's a dry tap. Here's a dry tap, there's no water. When the municipality has not received the bulk from water affairs. Have you ever seen a strike going to the Minister of Water Affairs in his office in Pretoria? No. I've seen, so today in my town there's no water.
To be fair to the media, is it a lie that there's no water coming out of the tap?
It's true, but I'm just saying.
It goes back to the point Mr. Tenodi was making. The fact that you are nursing your relationships in your political sphere, that you are not calling out Eskom, that you are not calling out whichever water board is not delivering the bulk, that is between you and them. Why aren't you calling them out? Why are you not telling us that this is the problem?
We call on them daily, Sakina. Just yesterday, I was listening to the Deputy President of the country responding to questions in Parliament, and they asked him about the impasse of Eskom. And part of his answer, he says, we'll be dealing with the value chain of supply of electricity from its production right up to its reticulation as Eskom, which in essence is saying he's taking away all the power, which is constitutional, by the way, designed to reticulate power by municipalities. It's incorrect. And the NEC has pronounced itself that, I think this time around we must take them to court. We will do. So we will have a sphere spheres of governments that will go to what Deputy Speaker spoke about, a right of who must exercise what. You know, unfortunately, it still doesn't bring an electricity to my Seshego resident while I'm still in court as a mayor of Polokwane. But it's okay if that's what it means for us to be able to define the powers and the responsibility of this sphere. But half the time, we take the whip and we silently so accept what is at our door, and that's not what we are prescribed to do. Forget about unfunded mandates, which we pay for, actually.
And I want to talk about that.
On that 9% legal that we have.
But what is the impact of that? And I want to bring Jaap de Visser in on this.
Let
because
Jaap come in.
This further bedevils an already terrible situation with these unfunded mandates and passing of budgets in municipalities that are unfunded. Jaap, if you can, Professor de Visser, Jaap, if you can come in here, to talk about this and why this happens. Because if municipality A is already struggling, already does not have the budget, because revenue collection, according to the AG's report in municipalities, the AG points out that 60% of the debt on your books will never be recovered. So that situation, that picture is already skewed. So let's talk about that and what gives rise to this type of situation, why municipalities year in and year out actually vote and pass these unfunded budgets.
Thanks, Sakina. Please call me up. I can call you Sakina, and you must please call me up.
Order, Jaap.
I'm far away from Mr. Tenori. I feel quite simple I think it's such an important question, and local government is a complex area, and we often talk about it as one whole sector, and we blame local government or we praise local government. Local government doesn't exist, it's a concept. What we have is 207 municipalities. Some of them can barely cope with the basics and are on the verge of collapsing. And on the other spectrum, we have metros for whom the sky is the limit, and they need more power, more functions, because they want to integrate public transport and rail, and they want to generate their own electricity, and they have completely different set of questions compared to our small municipalities. So the debate must be nuanced, and the unfunded mandates issue is something that cuts across. I mean, it has many manifestations. I mean, the President of SALGA spoke about the electricity issue, and up to today I cannot understand it. How is it that this historical situation of ESCOM delivering electricity in large parts of the country, whilst the Constitution says that municipalities must do so. So whatever the reasons there may be for that situation, and maybe that's how it should be from an engineering and technical point of view, there's a constitutional anomaly there, and it hampers those municipalities because they lose out on the revenue, and they cannot use electricity as a debt collection mechanism. So there are faults in the system that we gloss over, and we've been glossing over them for 2 decades. And I think some of it has to do, we like to emphasize cooperative governance, because it says so in the Constitution that you must maintain friendly relations with each other as two spheres of government, and we're not supposed to constantly blame each other and go to court. And I think that is a fantastic feature of our Constitution, but it has also led to some paralysis, where we cover everything with the mantle of cooperative governance, and we actually lose out on fixing the issues and getting clarity in the system. Now, who is responsible for the and who should be responsible for housing? Does it make sense if we continue having provincial departments of housing basically dictating housing issues to cities that should have control over that? Does it make sense that the city cannot have complete control over its public transport in all its aspects? Because that's what cities across the world do. They organize public transport. Why do we have SOEs and national departments and provincial departments all playing roles in public transport within a city? Can we not integrate that at city level? So there are many of those issues related to unfunded mandates, but also to a lack of mandate for the well-functioning and vigorous cities. You mentioned the issue of unfunded budgets, so that's a slightly different issue, where municipalities pass budgets that are unrealistic, that they are actually not carefully looking at the anticipated revenue, and they think they're going to collect so much revenue, but they should actually know better, and they should be much more realistic in their budgeting. And in the end, what then gets passed is a budget that is completely unrealistic. Now that's a governance problem. That's a problem within the municipality, and we should lay the blame there. There is not cooperative governance solution to that. That's an issue of municipalities getting their house in order and doing proper budgeting. So I think the issue is one of looking at specific parts of the problem, and local government is complex, and there are various parts of local government that function well that should be put further, and there are parts of local government that are frankly in ICU or in intensive care that needs a system. Then we need to talk a bit more about those incentives. If you have picked up 3 displays.
And, some very important issues you raise, and we'll come back to them through some of the questions that we have from people joining virtually. I do see your questions, and we're doing well with the time, so we'll have sufficient time to get many of those questions in and from the floor as well. But I think these issues are so important. While Honorable Masondo was speaking earlier, I made a few notes. You said during your keynote address, there needs to be protection of the integrity of the different spheres of government. And then you also went on to talk about the revenue collection issue, and of course, the record keeping and reporting in municipalities. These things are highlighted year after year after year by the Auditor General and other oversight authorities. But when you said that, I actually made a note, because I wanted to ask, and I'm going to ask it to Jaap first. Jaap, if you could just take the first stab at this. And I wrote here, so in essence, if you listen to everything that's being said about economic development at local government level, it's a theory. It can only be a theory in my view, because the local government entities, these municipalities, they really have no economic base to speak of. So how do we expect them to deliver optimally when they've got nothing to work with? Jaap, if you'll take the first stab, and then Honorable Masondo, I picked that up from your earlier interaction. You can also then have a go at that. Jaap?
Thank you. Let me be very brief, because I spoke a lot earlier, and I don't think it's completely true to say that they have nothing to work with, because we do have an intergovernmental fiscal system that is designed, and I think designed quite well, and I often engage internationally on these issues. And we have an intergovernmental relation system, an intergovernmental fiscal relation system that is actually functions quite well and is well designed and is transparent, and it is designed to equip rural municipalities with an equitable share that is tailored to its circumstances, and that is calculated on the basis of a number of factors, and that includes, the level of poverty and the level of development in that municipality. So they should be getting something. Not that they have nothing to work with, but of course they don't have a revenue base to collect their own revenue, because there's very little tax in their property rates, and there's a lot of indigency, and you can't sell a lot of services in those areas. So they are definitely marginalized, but they do get funding from the national fiscus. The question is that sufficient? And does our system of intergovernmental fiscal relations sufficiently look at the marginalized rural municipalities, or do we sort of arguing about let's amalgamate them, let's put them together, let's put 2 or 3 or 4 of those small rural municipalities together, and then magically what will emerge is a viable municipality. And the argument there, somebody said, well, if you put North and North together, it's still North. It doesn't suddenly become one. So amalgamation is not a solution, but a better intergovernmental fiscal nation system, I think, is the solution to see how we can better equip those municipalities with the resources that they need.
Mr. Masondo, and please, let's speak to that base. When we say there is a base from which these municipalities can actually build on, what is it?
Yes, thank you very much. The first point I want to raise is about the question of leadership. Now, the problem around leadership is the fact that there are very few institutions, if any, in the country, including universities, that focuses on the question of leadership. John Maxwell summarizes leadership. He says, stripped off its stripped of these extras and so on, and left to its basic essentials. Leadership is about influence. Influence, nothing more, nothing less, to quote him directly. Now, all is saying there is that people do not automatically become good leaders. Often enough, they have to go through certain processes. And one that tends to be missing is this training. That's why in other countries, whether it be America or elsewhere, they tend to have schools of leadership. Not that people come there empty in terms of their minds and so on, having not come across the question of leadership in their life and so on. But the schools of leadership are meant to reinforce the good elements and ensure a forward movement. Now, we need to encourage this in South Africa. Our organizations, democratic organizations, civil society, and so on, must isolate this area of work and ensure that we reinforce. In this way, people will be encouraged, and is now clearly a case in South Africa. Encourage a situation where we develop more entrepreneurs, and we encourage people to create local jobs. When I say local job, I mean real local job, not this thing of talking about jobs when you really mean whatever job that is there is neither here nor there in terms of quality and so on. So I want to raise the question of leadership and therefore training. The second point I want to raise is about local economic development initiatives, because this is the idea that has been there at municipal level. Some municipalities have these in place, some don't. And we need to encourage development of ideas and plans in a way that speaks to local needs. I want to give you an example of what I mean by this local needs. Those of us who grow up in the townships would know that the quality of toilets in the townships is terrible. In some toilets, the toilet was built in 1962 or in 1957 or 58, right? It's not plastered. When you're inside the toilet, you can actually look outside and see a person walking past and so on, right? Often enough, when a toilet is broken down and so on, there isn't a local company that you can phone and say, hey, you know, I need to fix my toilet here. Often enough, there's, I mean, in terms of the problems, toilets don't have seats, you know, that's the ordinary seat. Toilets are leaking taps, and that type of thing, and so on. Now, there's no reason why you can't begin to build small companies that are going to go to local people and say to them, I can fix your toilet. Make sure there's a door, make sure toilet is plastered, make sure the leak is attended to, etc. Now, local economic development must speak to those kinds of issues. It can't be too abstract and away from the actual needs of specific communities, away from understanding the actual challenge and problem. Now, often enough, there's an LED that doesn't speak to anything meaningful. It's very abstract. Often enough, it's there in name only. So we must learn to practicalize these things, the interventions, and as I was saying, speak to the real issues.
So
now,
when they are not practical, is that by design or by default?
Well, I'm sure you'll agree with me that practical thinking is not a common occurrence. Thinking tends to be very abstract, and people, you know, there are very, very few people who are practical thinkers who can get things done. I mean, for instance, it's a known fact that it's relatively easy to generate ideas, but much more complex and difficult to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the difference between developing an idea and doing is huge. That difference. That's why even if you look at municipalities, even if you look at the private sector, in fact, when ideas are raised, I mean, the first thing that managers will do is to tell you why it can't be done.
Yes.
Oh, no, Mr. Mayor, it can't be done. These people are poorly educated.
Yeah.
No, it can't be done. There's no money. It can't be done. Blah, 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 blah.
You identify the problem before you think of solutions.
That's why the biggest fight is to get people to do. Because in doing, they learn even more.
And I think that's absolutely critical, as is the ability to access these facilities where they do exist. That in itself, creates other problems. It's one thing to have it there in paper and it doesn't exist. But where it actually does exist and the people on the ground still cannot access it, that presents another set of problems, challenges altogether. And Mr. Chinodi, you're looking at me in disbelief. These things happen.
No, not in disbelief.
They actually happen.
Yes, I want to come in because I find this very interesting. Yesterday, let me give you the story. Yesterday, I was in a function to bid farewell to 28 Cuban doctors and other professionals and so on. One of their contributions, they say, when they go to some of the clinics and hospitals, the people there, management and leadership, was complaining that our equipment is, what's the word, broken, it's not working.
Functioning.
And one of the things they did, they repaired them. They repaired, brought them back to life, and as a result, what was meant to be thrown out and perhaps replaced with new money, budgets from nowhere, fortunately this thing was done and repaired. Similarly, there's a program with the SANDF in Bloemfontein in Tempe. There were trucks, military vehicles that were standing there almost growing grass and so on. The 300 Cubans who came there, civil engineers, who were professionals, of course, very highly educated, with masters and doctorates, and the separation of mental and manual work. They repaired those vehicles. They were back into commission. They were now being used. They do not have to go and buy other new. The idea of maintenance. I remember asking JJ Taba during an interview that I suspect your own house, you haven't looked at the gutters there. There's grass growing there and so on. And when the rains and water comes into your house, you think the gods are against you. You know, you mystify it and so on. When it's because of poor maintenance. And so many of our problems relate to that. What Tate Masondo Braambi talks about as, what is the word? Reluctance or avoidance of doing and learning is what I call a 3-step process. What do you say you want to do first? And when you're doing it, how do you do it? And thirdly, do you sit down to evaluate what lessons you learn so that you don't repeat the same mistakes? You improve where possibilities existed. That style of leading and practice by not only individuals but by groups produce working solutions, and especially if you tap on the people you are working with. Sakina, my city is in a bad shape. Rubbish is collecting on corners, on street corners and so on, because trucks, they are not adequate trucks or stories like that and so on. People are fuming with anger because as residents ourselves, okay, a national program that is underway, and by the way, let me offer to you, Madam President of SALGA, an interview I did with a woman who started the cleaning campaign in Rwanda. And it's a fascinating story she tells and how it is linked to the problems that we are talking about, including this about maintenance, for example, and or what other people can do. Communities involved in the work of government, inspired by leadership across from the top to the bottom. I don't understand why Matamela has stopped walking. Hey, I was getting fit, Sakina. So we must all take on that public effort to encourage people to do practical things that is relevant to a long and healthy life. The same thing with the things we use and we produce that we don't maintain. They are not going to work. We are going to complain to want more money, again to spoil in a manner that is not really useful.
But where's the accountability? Where's the oversight? And I ask again, does this happen by design or by default?
It can't be by design. It would be incorrect for anybody to design anything. Sakina, I'm sure you, when you read it, you would say, no, this one, is a man trap. There's no way this can be given to human beings if it is designed like this. It can't be by design.
There are certain things that happen that are purely by design, where things are not fixed because we know that somewhere down the line, we or our friends or our associates will benefit from something not working. You can go to any municipality and people will they will show you practical examples where people live next to a dam and there's no water.
Yeah.
We bring tankers in. Yeah. The story you were talking about, Madam President,
but just
how does that even make sense?
That's what I was talking about. Let me give a practical example. Those who know Vembe, there's a big dam, Nandoni Dam. Almost at any given time, they're in a rainy belt. The dam is 108% full, 99% of its existence. Just a house close to the dam has no water. The municipality is not licensed to draw from the dam. I can give you over 15 applications by the municipality to the department just to service these people, allow us while we are still dealing with your own nitty-gritties. By the way, the money which you say was lost by the department from Nandoni Dam to that community towards Kiane, Malamulele pipeline, which has been budgeted for 3-4 times in a row, does not allow the municipality to do. And it doesn't make sense that Mayor Mushoni can't give those people water just there close to the dam. But there are two things that he can do. It's either he acts in an illegal manner and draw water. Does he have the capacity now to take the budget of the municipality and create a cleaning facility for the water? And the AG will say that's an incorrectly spent money. So he sits next to 100% full dam, but yet the people are not there.
So where's the
and that's the
cooperative
seed.
governance?
I wanted to get exactly there, which is the second phase of the problem, which does not help us. It is not by design, it's by default. And in some instances, we actually assist this default by not thinking properly. That's the example that we are giving. The government have not designed a system where I must abuse it and give my friend to repair. It actually, if you look and assess South Africans and its government, we've got best written laws. But remember, you don't eat a law. So it means it needs to be interpreted and be practicalized, to be implemented, to give you the effectiveness of what it was designed to do. Hence, there's an IGR framework. Hence, there's a process of what a municipality must do when it come across such an Andoni Dam example. But the other partner may not act to what it's supposed to do. In fact, Deputy Speaker made an example of the Alexandra City of Johannesburg a housing example, where the municipality itself was trying to apply what it thinks is the best formula for its people, and it ended up having to go to court. But the last part of that, Sakina, which I think we may also have to look into beyond just talking about it, is to ensure that we synchronize the planning of government. In a LED form, you find Department of Education running an FET. In an area that the municipality knows very well, it's high, possibly in their little turnover comes from tourism. Let's say small towns in Mpumalanga, like your Ezeview, your Leidenberg, your Three Rendezvous areas, there's sustainability in the main, economically comes from tourism. But you may find the FET close by, they're only dealing with human resources. Not that I don't respect it, you know, and that's all. And there's no input. And if you make that input, they tend, because the municipality cannot actually be able to participate in that FET, it can only raise its expectation with the Department of Education to say, for us to better service this area and grow, we need a stream in tourism to ensure that we capacitate our locals to turn their houses into guest houses, train them, develop whatever around the tourism neck, routes and all that, which are specialized and need another sphere of government to capacitate that local municipality to happen. So the design would have been, the plan will be good, but its implementation will be bad. But of course, there are municipalities, which I accept, which do not even have a unit of LED. In fact, they are dumping rooms. When you are not functioning properly at whatever space, we say, no, there's a unit of special focus and LED. Move, Sakina there. She's not performing whatever it wastes. And then we are packed there. A very interesting story of LED. When I was provincial chairperson of SALGA, I fought with my premier and my MEC, economic development. I said, assist my 27 municipalities. They gave a budget for the training of our councillors. I will tell you the story next time around. But it didn't work. And I had to stand up into a podium and ask for an apology, because the design was there. The output which we thought will give results in terms of capacity building by SALGA and its provincial government, funded by provincial government, was done. But we then realized when we were on the field that no, the fit for purpose that Yap was talking about is not there. So capacity, on its other hand, you can't train me to be a CFO. It's not going to work. I don't know finances to the level that I need to be a chief financial officer of the city of Johannesburg. So you could try to capacitate all you want. SALGA spend their days and times actually in municipalities. But you cannot work from what we receive to be able to produce what is the system expects for full-time, wired, day-to-day services that needs to be given to our people by experts. A lot actually needs to be capacity. I mean, how to run a landfill site is not just a small story. It's a professional, what is planning and design of a city and a formal settlement properly. It's a specialized field. So if we continue without really ensuring that these expert areas find synergy in municipalities, then there's no development. You're going to move from town A thinking it's better. If you don't get service, you move to the next. While they are planning for you, you move to the other, and the chaos continues.
So the platitudes need to stop.
Can I just ask that the president of SALGA volunteer to find one or two other examples, such as the Nandoni and that kind of thing, so that we use it as a case study of a research-focused attention on a problem of that nature, so that it represents our assessment of what can be done and done differently in future, so that we don't have similar situations.
Is it not a similar situation in Kwakwa? They have a similar situation there. So it's actually easy to come up with the actual examples.
Because there's interesting stuff. And my final similar point, when I talk about how you guys report, what I had in mind was the Eastern Cape example of Singu municipality. That if you went there and asked them, why are you succeeding? What is your explanation for your success? And then ask the others and so on. And then you look at other municipalities that you have interacted and ask them. But if municipality, which is size 3, does this quality of work, what about you with your size 8?
Fair point.
What's your story?
Fair point.
This is what I meant. In
Fair
other words,
point.
I think Jab also is making that point when he says there's complexity in the environment.
Yes.
Let's identify, or we can choose transport, for example. Incidentally, the city of Cape Town came to me to ask for authority to set up a transport authority as a metro, which is the responsibility of us at inside according to the planning legislation and so on. So we authorize that. They don't forget that because we are granted that. So similarly, elsewhere we need. The authority ought to come from national. So if there is a breakdown in the relationship between the three spheres, these kind of problems would continue to be there. I mean, like it's a historical story. It shouldn't have happened. So
and it's unacceptable
it's
to
a
the
failure.
citizens.
It's a failure. No, absolutely. Very dramatic. So failure of the relation of cooperative governance. Cooperative governance does not mean in the relationship both of you must always be subservient, unquestioning, uncritical. That's not a relationship. It can't mean that. So if we assume that by cooperative relationship we mean you shouldn't do what needs to be done, that's a wrong understanding of what a relationship in terms of governance. It is an essential invitation for public partnership, but expressed as cooperation. Because of necessity, we have resources that come from the public of expertise, personnel, both administrative and political, which we must pool to achieve common objectives. So that I suspect that approach is likely to produce many more results and better quality results, because we can subject what's done to a variety of observations that we wouldn't be able to do alone, but we could do with participation of others who also bring in their own lenses of looking at things. So that would be my appreciation of cooperative governance. That's what it intends. Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let me get over to bringing you into the conversation, your questions. And I have a few already here. If there's someone in the room who would like to pose a question, feel free as well through the platforms provided. So let me just start with Calvin Johnson, who's been sending questions since the start of the session. I'm going to choose two, Calvin. You asked quite a few, but I'm going to choose two. Firstly, the first question that I'm going to choose from Calvin is, when are we going to see a review of the funding model for local government sphere, receiving only around 4% of the fiscus allocation and a 5% percentage allocation in conditional grants that platoons around 9% for local government overall. And the rest of the money then goes to provincial and national government, and yet the local government sphere find itself being confronted by communities every day. And also, the request for workshopping comes against the backdrop that Section 139 interventions have never worked in any municipality, not in one single municipality across the country. So the example that was made earlier about a municipality that has had 3 Section 139 interventions, what is that about? What is the point? If it hasn't worked the first time, the second time, what are you going to do differently the third time? All right, if you, our panel members, please indicate if you would like to respond to these questions. Okay. Otherwise, I will discern whom I think should answer these questions. So let me start with you, Ms. Nkadimeng, on Calvin's questions.
Well, look, I think Deputy Speaker has spoken about the review of the funding model. He referred to the work that is now sitting with National Treasury, NCOP, and the National Assembly as a submission. In fact, if I'm correct, is sitting at the President's desk now for consideration, which looked into the funding of the sphere of local government versus the national government. And it was able to confirm SALGA's view that close to 50% of community expectations are lying at local government mandate, yet the budget or the overall fiscus it's at 9% to local government. So the work has been done. I think the President, with the guidance of the committees from the National Assembly, will have to approve that report, and we then look into the review of the funding model itself. I mean, the late Professor Dan Plakis, who was chairing the Finance Fiscal Commission, did quite a lot of work. It took no less than 2.5 to 3 years for them to do the overall research, practical examples on how we need to fund local government. So I think we have led, we have pointed to the right direction, we have started the process. It's actually to its conclusion now. It needs to be finalized by a body that is outside the control of SALGA. Section 139, I earlier on referred to 132, but the best placed man possibly through his opening address was Bab Masondo. You will recall, just this morning he said, the reason why, amongst other things, these are not working, they are applied late when the situation has already passed the mark of why you need to still have that municipality not being placed under Section 139. JAB, for example, made another example that if you have a municipality which get 2 disclaimers in a row, I mean, why are you still waiting for the 3rd and the 4th disclaimer before you begin to think what form of assistance you need to give us? But our view as SALGA is that besides the political reasons, which also happen to be what is utilized now as a source of stability or instability in municipalities, factional battles politically, using state institutions to either weaken or strengthen the other factions. Those are problems that realistically we see. Section 139 is a last resort, in our view, and our view is supported by the Constitution, which mandates national and provincial departments in Section 154 of COC to support municipalities. Now you could ask a fundamental question in any province that has put a certain municipality on Section 139, you ask them, how much have you spent in this province in your financial year for support? And what has it been?
Yeah.
Insane municipality. So let's not take the ones that you think are bad. But here is saying running its finance services in a shack. Right? What has provincial government done to assist, capacitate, develop, and strengthen what is already working? You know what we're going to do? Knowing Sengu's condition, we're going to let them up for failure until they are no longer in clean audit and they're in disclaimer. And then we come running as if we didn't know what is the problem.
So, Yap, what is the point here? Because if there has been no tangible positive outcomes from placing municipalities under Section 139. What needs to be done, and why has this proven to be, in your view, ineffective to this point?
Thanks, Amina. I think I want to say two things in response to the issue on Section 139. One is there's always an assumption of capacity in the provincial government to actually effect an intervention. Sometimes we have this notion that the smartest people and the most clean government you find in the national government, and then provincial government becomes a bit less, and the local government is the worst, you know. So, and we still have this mindset, local government at the bottom of the food chain, and there's an assumption of provincial capacity to use interventions. And that's often where the problem begins. Secondly, you know, speaking to people who have been appointed as administrators in these failed municipalities, they will tell you, once you've been deployed to turn that place around, you have to make hard decisions and you have to upset people. And all of that works for as long as you have the political backing. For as long as your NEC that has appointed you or the provincial executive has got your back politically. The moment that the political backing disappears, because of those factional battles, political issues that President Sangha was referring to, the moment that disappears, your intervention is lost. So there's things that need to change in the way we implement those interventions. And one point that was made, maybe we need stronger national political oversight. The NCOP plays a role in those interventions, conducts oversight over the interventions, and that plays a critical role, I think, in neutralizing those localized factional battles where senior leadership can come down and say, listen guys, you need to calm down, you need to settle your issues, you need to allow the intervention to take its course because we've simply landed up in this situation. The bigger question is, if it really doesn't work, we pride ourselves in this beautiful local government system that grants autonomy to municipalities and that can say no to a provincial government or a national government that wants to interfere. But if you really fail to use that autonomy wisely, do we deserve that autonomy? And do we need to revisit the system where we tiptoe around municipalities that really fail and that make horrible choices? And do we need a more robust system where it's well, then we need to have more forthright systems of interventions because the way we've been doing it is not working. That, I think, is the last resort of the last resort, so to speak. I think there are still ways in which we can politically and in terms of capacity improve the way these interventions are done and hopefully improve the way they work.
Right.
Please.
In 30 seconds.
Yes. I hope in the implementation of the district development model, the quality of intervention to operationalize Section 151 of the Constitution that says support to municipalities, the President is referring to, will be implemented robustly to reduce the possibility for the requirement for others to come from outside. And I'm talking about it from an administrative and a political, legislative and political foundations. Because some of the municipalities, such as in the south of the Free State, were very well performing until other things developed that really had nothing to do with their performance per se, all right? And so I think there are conditions that can be created. This is why I'm afraid not to go the route that perhaps destroys the authority of the municipality, but rather as it has, we have proven in the past that they can act properly and so on, that we must pull together and create conditions for the support when they're doing well, so that if there is any decline for whatever reason, there is a swifter, faster response. And this is what I think the district development model may just bring about, if it is handled properly, with the support from specific individuals, from ministries, from provinces, to working with municipalities on a more regular and frequent basis to produce the result we would like to expect in the district and including in the local municipalities.
So I'm going to ask us now to just shorten our answers, not necessarily detract from the thoroughness in them, but I want to run through as many of these questions as we possibly can. Kajal Risa says, is SALGA offering support to municipalities? Legal capacity shortfall creates a dependency on private law firms, eroding limited financial resources. Municipalities need a capacity development program similar to FMG for contract and corporate law. And this, of course, is one of the other issues that also comes up time and time again, this dependency on consulting firms by municipalities. Ms. Nkadime?
Yes, we do, Sakina. Unfortunately, it can never be enough. But fundamental to what municipalities and ourselves need to do is to ensure that our directors of corporate services are also legally qualified to be able to give appropriate sanctions and advice to council in a legal manner. I mean, SALGA, in fact, sits our legal division. In some instances, municipalities write and say, guide us. Which means we have to go and do that legal work on behalf of that municipality. But a host of our municipalities are sitting with cases either against their directors or against a private business or a contractor. We help, but it can never be enough. So the fundamental answer here is to hire appropriately. A manager, legal services, which each and every municipality has, needs to be able to advise you legally without seeking an external assistance, because we're paying for that salary. And that's where the problem is.
I'm glad you said that, because I was going to ask about that. Shouldn't that capacity already be in-house?
That capacity is in-house. You go to all our structures. By the way, SALGA assists in drafting proper designs for structures and even assess the grading versus how much you need to pay. That particular Sakina was hired in Municipality X. Some don't listen, they will pay him higher or less. It's even better when it's less, because when it's higher, it means you're sitting with the cost that you will not be able to deal with. The same with the study that the AG did in all municipalities that had consultants to draft their annual financial statement. Very interesting what the late Kimi did. He took that municipality and how much it pays for a one body called Sakina and the external amount that it has paid to somebody else who, unfortunately, 99% of the time has brought what is not worth even the paper that is printed on. So we need to do the same thing with corporate services, because there are one bodies there, but they are unable to provide the appropriate legal service that they are hired to do.
Consequence management, Mr. Masondo?
Consequence management must be implemented.
But we've been saying this.
Those who found themselves to have breached the rules and so on must be dealt with. And dealt with in such a manner that it sends a message to everybody. But in doing that, you must be fair, but you must be firm.
But when are we going to do it? If let's go back to this municipality that we are using as an example, who for 3 years running has shown no signs of improvement. If anything, it is regressing. What needs to happen then? Because clearly there is no consequence.
Yeah. What we need is a very short investigation, and then having compiled a report, follow process, and ensure that a case does not last forever, because that's another problem. Where you find that the city manager was suspended, there's one who's acting who may be suspended possibly next week, and so on and so forth. That kind of thing eats on the morale, and the situation degenerate. So the thing is as fast as possible, do the right thing, compile whatever report needs to be done in terms of investigation, and then deal with the case.
So in your other capacity as the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, in conducting your oversight responsibility, what are you doing? Why do these things keep coming up over and over again? Because then we need to hold you accountable as well.
You see, imagine, Sakina, what would happen if the SALGA chairperson with a small team was to go to each municipality, and as we pass there, we keep on suspending people and so on.
But if you have to, you should.
The point I'm really raising is I agree with you. We need to act firmly, timelessly, and in the manner that is exemplary. The problem is that if you do nothing, it sends a message as well.
And that's what's currently happening.
That the sheriff is forever out of town, and anyone is free to do as they please.
And you know, as we laugh about it because we can, we should never lose sight of our vantage point in all of this. The fact that we come from a position whereby we can procure services, we can go home and know that there will be water coming out of the tap. Whereas this is a very serious situation for people on the ground who cannot afford to buy these services. Yeah. And something needs to be done. We cannot carry on the way things have been done. Ms. Nkadimen, hold that thought, because there's a question coming here. They're coming in thick and fast. Thomas Matlingwane says, what is SALGA's intervention strategy in addressing the dilapidating infrastructure in municipalities? Also, Majabeng local municipality, the sewage network system has totally collapsed and only 1 out of 12 pump stations are actually working. Our water supply system has also collapsed. It's been collapsed by the illegal zamazamas. This is what has led to the unpayable Sedibeng situation. And in terms of capacity building, what is SALGA doing to ensure that political office bearers, that is mayors, speakers, and their mayoral committees, actually understand the difference between oversight, intervention, and interference?
Okay, Sakina, let me quickly wrap up on the consequence management, because there are 3 things. The first one, I've spoken to it, which ourselves as SALGA and NCOP are championing, is the draft consequence management framework. It's very clear and articulated into it. There's a lot of work that has been done. It, of course, now needs the COCTA committee to unpack it, look into it, and let it flow into COCTA, and it gets to be approved. But it comes as an appreciation of all of us as partners in the sphere that something's got to be done to deal with the issues of holding one another accountable. We were one of the champions of the amendment to the Public Audit Act, which was finalized and signed in 2019 March, I think, mandating the AG to say, your days of just listing, naming are over. Take appropriate action. In fact, when SALGA started the debate, the overreach words were used. Now we are going into areas which you are not even supposed to do. But here we sit, 2019 has passed, and we can be able to hold one another accountable. We championed, which COCTA is currently doing. I mean, currently 1,800 cases are sitting at COCTA, finalized, staff has been fired in municipalities. From the area of improving on how we don't recare, as Sakina was working at Pulukwane, mess up and then move to Machabeng. 280-something personnel already are in that register, sitting at COCTA, which means as a municipality A, before you even take Sakina to an interview, verify, because we're not like the public service administration, where they have one system called PESAL. If I put on your ID number, whether you have been fired in KwaZulu-Natal, you want to attend an interview in Limpopo, you are blocked. So each and every municipality has its own small financial system, which does not talk to one another. So 257 of them. That is why you have been able to escape municipality A and go to municipality B. But this register, for the first time, over almost 300 names sit in that register now. So there's quite a lot of work which has been done to promote consequence. But what will convince us as a people is when we see a reduction in the loss of the money. Now let me go to the last questions. We have spoken about infrastructure, dilapidated. Of course, another area now where SALGA are mandated to go into, and it's not necessarily a window that we should, but as a stakeholder, and a partner in the sphere, we believe it needs to be dealt with. And I wouldn't elaborate so much into it because it deals with the complexities of capacity, budgeting, and proper planning. And if you tweak all of that together, it comes out to be a better solution where we'll be able to find all the answers. But it does lead not only to Machabeng, that's why you have Mfuleni, that's why you have Likwa, which is unable to even provide services to its businesses for the economy to run. Because there's no proper supply of either electricity or water, that leads indirectly to illegal connections and the high level of migrations, people believing a service is better in one corner and not in the other. But SALGA, as the Deputy Speaker has said, we induct. We train every year. There's a speakers forum, there's a mayors forum held by SALGA, there's a chief whips forum, there's a MMs forum, that excluding the study groups that we take our councillors periodically in order to capacitate them. But can you really ensure that a horse drinks when it's in front of a river? Not really. We do take the horse into the river, find its way there. The rest needs to be able to say that the system supports us. I mean, nobody asked me what requirement do I have to be a mayor. So come train me, Sakina. You're dealing with what you have, right? And that is why the Deputy Speaker was saying, silver lining is 27th October. Let's all be conscious as parties that what we put in there is what SALGA can train. I can give you all the registers just of this 5 years. You'll never believe of the training that has been given in various areas in the 257 municipalities, both administratively for the executives there and politically for your mayor, MMCs, ordinary councillor, MPEC, committees, etc. Because there's many we usually don't even talk about because they are not necessarily in the open. But training does not translate to accountability, does not translate to performance. It translates to reinforcement. Sometimes we start and not reinforce. That's the reality.
Yeah. Can I just say that, Sakina, 3 things quickly. The first one is on the finances, the division of revenue, which says how much money is given to each municipalities, and the overall budget to municipalities. There's an assumption that municipalities can raise their own revenue.
Yeah.
So the reality now, as it confronts the country, needs to be one of the things that gets considered when the president and whoever he works with in the cabinet budget committee to decide to reconsider that assumption so that better things can be done. Always the question of whether what's there is used properly must always be factored in. So that's the first point I thought I should make on the division of revenue, because any one of us here can look at that and see which municipality, how much it gets, and then do a study over time of what that money has done and where it has ended up to. The second thing I wanted to make is about infrastructure issues. I served in the past in the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Committee. It is now in Public Works. It used to be elsewhere. And one of the things we identified was this question of maintenance, okay? That one of the biggest costs is poor maintenance. It leads to additional costs that were not factored in, and so something must be done about it. Also, as a serious employment creator, if you have teams of, or a brigade of maintenance teams throughout the country available to municipalities to proactively deal with maintenance so that what's there is kept, and when we build, we factor in that money. There's always a percentage for infrastructure that's provided for when infrastructure is built, that money is not raided for use elsewhere, but we protect it for maintenance. It's a critical thing.
So to that point,
consciousness.
if I may just interject, there's input from Annette Deppy who says 1 billion rand was promised to JRA, that's the Joburg Roads Agency, in 2018. They said it was for development of transport infrastructure. The money was reallocated and then it disappeared. That is why JRA sits with the problems they do in the city of Johannesburg. And this is but one MOE.
Yes. Well, I guess I don't know the details of this particular issue.
To?
Yeah,
That's the question.
But this is the main, like in Kabeja now, as it's called, the transport-related money that was meant to do that work, they didn't do it, and so on. But the point we're talking about is about, let's assume, like let's say in Cape Town, they have the system in place, and it uses electronic ticketing. And so for those buses and other things, you can use a single ticket and so on. So the maintenance of this infrastructure is critical to the city. If it doesn't maintain that system, then they're going to be in trouble very soon, have to use extraordinarily more money that they may not have even budgeted for and so on. So what I'm saying is that there need to be awareness, consciousness of not allowing at least the percentage that's allocated for infrastructure to be used for something else, because it never comes back if it is used for something else. That's the pattern. And that's the sort of thing that I assume it will be like. And yeah, okay, go ahead.
No, Charles, I was just saying maybe the JRA question can also be attended to by the Speaker of the City of Johannesburg. She's in this meeting.
She is?
Yeah.
She is. Honourable Speaker, maybe you have a direct response to that question.
And the Speaker of the district in which Machabeng is located is also here.
Oh no! I need let me sit back. I need an attendance register here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he can deal with that. We actually do have the answers in the room.
You must have answers.
Speaker, Madam Speaker, what happened to that money? Do you know?
What did you do?
So,
I think, Sakina, the principle here about money is that it's traceable, really. You could be able, one, it could either be at the time the money was allocated for and it was given to a municipality was not ready due to its planning, and it gets to be removed and reallocated for. If it was used for a purpose that it was not intended to be used for, you'll find it in the book of Tsakani Maluleke. You'll be saying, this is UIF, it's either you are not authorized to spend it the way you have spent it. So there's no money that disappears. There's no money that disappears. It's either it's spent, it was spent half, or it's spent, it was not spent appropriately, or it was reallocated. So there's always assurance. And I guess how we talk, we say the money disappeared. And disappeared in our mind means it's in somebody else's pocket. No, absolutely. There's no way it gets to be allocated to any state entity, and it can't be traced. So we will be able to go back and really look at what happened into that billion. But billion is a lot of money for it to disappear, by the way. So what it means, if it was not used by JRA, in the most likelihood, either for whatever reason, it might have not been utilized and was reallocated.
In the past, Sakina.
I hate...
And there's always accountability for it. It's just that I don't have specifics right now to say what happened. But there's always accountability for any unspent or any understanding. There's always accountability.
Maybe Annette will follow up.
Yes.
But just to your point that there's never a situation where money is unaccounted for. Just yesterday at the Zondo Commission, we were told about 200,000 euros that is unaccounted for. It's gone. It's untraceable. Nobody knows what happened.
Now. Unaccountable, untraceable now. You know what's going to happen tomorrow?
What's going to happen? What's going to happen?
The point I think she was making. Yes, Lichisa may may take it and assume that he's not caught. You know, The greatest train robber, it took 30 years and he was found after 30 years. I told my son, you still today, technology, you like talking to your girlfriends and your relatives, we will pick you up in under 7 days. So I'm saying that people must not assume because today they took that money, today we can't find it, that it will always be like that. It doesn't really matter. There are those who thought so before. Things are coming out of the woodworks, and they will come out of the woodworks. This is the confidence I have of the system we have. We are not the only ones who are worried about that. There are others who have an interest in where that money is going to, and it will be found. And they like fancy lifestyles, and that's how we pick them up.
I'm sure the Zondo Commission money, there's some work that is being done there
already
to trace what happened.
We live in hope. A question from Kolani Sotashe says, as much as I agree with Prof, intergovernmental relations speak about interrelated, cooperative, and district. There are systems in place to check the performance of municipalities. Section 71 and 72 of the MFMA does give provincial and national treasury a right to interrogate reports submitted to municipalities. It cannot be the sole responsibility of local government. How often do we supply Section 154 of the Constitution when we see the red lights? How often do we apply, rather? And we must also take responsibility for this dire state of local government. The white paper envisaged a developmental local government, but the reality is that few municipalities actually have a revenue base to respond to the service delivery demands. My view is that the white paper must be reviewed to meet today's realities, and municipalities are expected to perform certain tasks, yet the financial resource for that task is controlled elsewhere. A devolution of function will address some of these problems, but I also have an issue on how the equitable share is distributed between the different spheres of government. Yeah?
Yeah, thanks. I agree with all points that Council Sotashe is raising. They are critical. The funding model needs to be reviewed. I mean, to mention two things. The role of electricity in municipal funding is critical. Yet the way electricity is generated is changing. We are moving away from old-fashioned models of large-scale generation by one ESCOM, and we're moving towards disaggregated generation electricity. People are going off the grid. All those things have an impact on municipal funding. Similarly, municipalities are increasingly asked to absorb social welfare function. But with inadequate funding, increasingly the poverty problems are placed at the door of municipalities, and not always in a fair way, not always with a fair compensation for local government's task in dealing with problems of grinding poverty. So I think those are very valid points. I want to pick up on one issue around consequence management. It was a very interesting conversation in Parliament last year when Minister Lamola reported on the number of municipal officials that were convicted of financial misconduct. So now you're talking about the ultimate consequence management, which is in the courts, criminal convictions. And we see these reports after reports of the Auditor General about all the money that is irregularly spent. That's not necessarily theft, but also a lot of really serious problems that actually point towards criminality in local government financing. But the starting statistic that Mr. Lamola reported to Parliament, that over the last 15 years, a total number of 9 municipal officials have been convicted of financial misconduct. Now that cannot be a true reflection of the kind of mischief, let's call it that has been happening in local government. So the point I'm making is that aside from the consequent management that must happen within local government, our criminal justice system must also come to the party. And SAPS and the Hawks and the SIU and the NCA must also do a better job at prosecuting, investigating financial misconduct. I think it's improving. We've seen a lot of action in that space over the last year. But consequent management also talks about the ultimate consequence of those that are really criminal and that need to be investigated, prosecuted, and convicted. I think that's an important part of consequent management as well. Thanks.
All right, we have a few hands also up in our virtual platform. So let's take some of those ones, and the team at the back is ready, I understand. So Oli Mlamleli is with us, and she has a question. Good afternoon, ma'am. Ms. Mlamleli, can you hear me? Okay, that's one of the hands. I think you are muted. Your microphone is muted. If you can just unmute, and maybe the team also just check on that. All right, we'll try and come back. That's it. Okay, great stuff. Thanks for joining us. So what is your question or input?
No, Katina, my input is with regard to how many times that we as SALGA, we have been questioning and requesting that there must be a change in the formula of financial municipalities. I'm happy now that our president is saying that all the work that has been done, presentations are on the table of the president. My question would be, how long should we wait? My other second question, direct for Deputy Speaker and Emerson. We have these two examples of Senku municipality, as well as that municipality that has got the dam 90% free, which is unable to. What are the direct responses to those specific examples? What should be done now to help Senku municipality? What should happen now for that mayor who has got that big dam with water that cannot feed the community? I just want to get those two examples, responses to say what should be done now. The other thing that I want to share, Honorable Leader, as the mayor, former mayor of Mangaung, you know what we did to force the executive council to pay Mangaung for services that they had consumed. There was a strict warning to say, how do we switch off government departments? Because we started with the office of the premier, that is with other departments in the same building, as well as the Department of Education, just to touch them. But they were told that those are the local oil. We do agree, but what should municipalities do? But because I do understand that we are discussing about Machade, it is painful. Every time when we drive through that Itabana road, we see this Amadama. Previously, it was said as if the defense minister will do something, but today, those three things, what is going to be done from today or tomorrow about addressing the Amadama issue?
Okay.
What should be done to support the Senku? What should be done to support that municipality with the dam is full of water, unable to service community?
All right. Thanks, Ms. Mlamleli. Quick responses, Mr. Masondo, and then Mr. Tsinodi as well.
Yeah, I think in instances where the service is there, not only dam, that's water, we need an intervention. And often enough, in my little experience, often enough, we don't use the hierarchy in government. For instance, people will complain in general about the lack of water and direct their complaints to the mayor. You'll be lucky if indeed it's a written communication. So what I believe in is that you use the hierarchy. If there's the problem is at the provincial level, the premier must be contacted directly and be spoken to. If the problem is the national government department, I'm sure the president's office can be contacted, or deputy president's office, and or the relevant ministry, so that we don't write letters and communicate with people who are very really down in the hierarchy, who can do nothing meaningful to intervene and to make a difference. So that's what I would really urge for. That let's target our communication to specific people who have the muscle and who are supposed to deal decisively with the matter. Otherwise, it just becomes a mystery that there's this big dam in Nandoni, people don't have water, and so on. It becomes corridor talk and that type of thing. We must be direct.
It can't be a
and
mystery.
urge for action to
It can't be
to
corridor
taken.
talk, because we all know these situations. They are well documented. But I just have to wonder whether the various political infighting, the intra-party political issues don't play out on the service delivery level as well. Do citizens have to suffer because of people's differences?
No, it shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be, but
shouldn't
is it
be.
happening?
It shouldn't. I'm just saying that let's just be conscious of the fact that often enough these issues are not properly communicated, and there's no direct intervention that happens for a long time, and it does a lot of damage to communities and to the standing and credibility of government departments and other related institutions.
God help us, more than 2 decades
You know,
on and we're not
Sakina,
communicating
I
properly.
raised the Nandoni example because at least I am certain of the fact that I've raised. That in some instances, we need provincial government to partner in a meaningful way with local municipalities so that they are capacitated and enabled to provide the service. I agree with the Chair NCOP that in some instances, yes, there are areas or issues where we just leave it at a broad level in terms of trying to solve a problem. But
this is
Nandoni
it's not about
comes,
you as elected
yes,
representatives.
yes. But
This is about delivering a service to the people on the ground.
True. Nandoni comes as an example where I think we could all join hands, capacitate that municipality which has repeatedly requested so that it could be. And remember, it's requesting what by design the department is supposed to offer. So it's not just a request which comes as a favor. The department must build a dam and reticulate. You can go to Sekhukhune, where you were interviewing yesterday. Yes, I understand the attitude was bad. But in 2014-15, the WAP dam was built. It's at 98%. The following year, it was supposed to reticulate to Jane First, which was somewhere around 2015. We're sitting at 2021 with Jane First today with no water. So it could be that the mayor of Makudu Tamaga has not written to the department to request, but the department knows its plan was to build the WAP and reticulate. You talk about Fleck Bushiel, which was supposed to reticulate to Mkhalakwena in 2012. It has not yet reticulated until today. Yet, the strikes and the boycotts of no access to water are at the doors of these mayors.
Exactly.
And this is what we are, and I'm counting Limpopo so much because that's where I come from. I know some of this. But somebody was talking about Kwakwa there, my speaker from Machabe, and some other examples. I think we need a bit to move away from what we know we have been saying, but all of us to reflect that we carry the whip as local government.
Because it
but
is a
we
crying
also need
shame.
the partners to come. IDP attendance as well, where these people tell us there's no water, departments don't come. We can't wait for the president to DDM when the legislation says in IDP, all provincial
Yes.
government must attend. Why must the president remind us?
Okay, we're into extra time. I just want to take a few more calls. That's it. Sinodi, please hold on for me. I'm going to run through a few calls. Let's take them very quickly, very briefly, because we're already into lunchtime, and then we'll just have quick responses to them as we wrap this up. Let's start there. First up, Nolutando Christine Mangole, and will be followed by Mzonagele Baleni and Pietrus Toteti, for now in that order. Can we please keep it short and crisp? Nolutando, starting with you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and the listeners. I'm the Speaker of Mokhali City. I appreciate the robust discussion that is taking place this morning and this afternoon. But my critical issue that is touched a little bit by the presenters but did not dwell much into it is the issue of the skills that the municipalities have and are not utilized. When there is a problem that emerges, then we run out to outsource and leave out those that are there. And one of the presenters made mention of the Russians who repaired machines in one of the hospitals. And that does not mean that we cannot do it as municipalities. But because of the supply chain processes that has been in place, it has taken away the capacity of the municipality in terms of doing things themselves. Every time when there's a problem, then we need to go supply chain processes, and then this middleman who will go and get somebody else who's going to do things for him on behalf of the municipality. When we do have the resources in the municipality and we pay those people, we also pay those that are employed in the municipalities that are not doing the work. We have legal capacity in municipality, but many times we have to go and outsource. We will have the legal firms, law of legal firms outside that will then, what are these ones that we have in the municipality doing? Why can't we capacitate these ones to enable us as a municipality not to spend much? The money that we spend in the external legal sources, then we can be able to spend on service delivery.
Okay.
My last thing is we need them to use the approach of the ABCD for our communities to be able to take ownership of the infrastructure facilities that they need to be empowered economically. We right now, I'm in locality. We have got a lot of community members that we train in terms of street resurfacing, potholes, and I remember in the era of Minister Mabuda Fasi, there were others that we trained in terms of trying to ensure that the work colleagues is maintained and all that. But every time when there's a problem, all those are left out, but always we look at outsourcing in terms of the supply chain because these ones are unable to compete with the ones that we have money, and we end up with shady work, and at the end of the day, the municipality then collapses. So I think we need them to look at empowering our communities so that the economy must circulate within the municipality, because many a times when this outsourcing is taking place, it's always people from outside the municipality, as if there are no people that can do the work in the municipality. When we do we extend our houses. We don't go to Polokwane Tshwane. We don't go to Johannesburg and Mokhalisi. I don't go to Ekurhuleni. I get people from Mokhalisi. They do it. Why can't they do it in Mokhalisi? Why should we go get people from Ekurhuleni, from Papa, or from any other words?
Well.
Why should people be running, go to Mthatha from Mokhalisi? That can do the services in Mokhalisi, but they don't deliver services in Eastern Cape and order. When those services are needed in Mokhalisi, we need to make sure that we capacitate communities in our own spaces and make sure that the economy circulates within our space. I think we will get it right there. NUCD is the right program that we need to look into, and then it will assist us to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Points noted. Beatrice Toteti, or I see we've got Pumlani Mavuka to us, or is it Beatrice? Beatrice, are you there? Beatrice, good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Chair and all the participants. My issues that I want to raise are
Apologies there, Beatrice. We seem to have a bit of a bandwidth problem there, and unfortunately the signal's breaking, so we can't hear what you're saying at the moment. Okay, let's park it. We'll come back to it. We go now to, I think, Connie Mashigo on the line. Ms. Mashigo, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon to all the participants. Saki and Mina, I just wanted to get in one thing that I think that also needs to be improved on. I think I appreciate the things that I've said, but over-regulating municipalities is one other thing that is actually a burden to the municipality. We may look at other things that are operational, but we also need to look into the issue that relates to over-regulating. I'll just make an example, an over-representing. On the issue, for example, of NAFSA vis-a-vis ESCOM, we talk of the unfunded budgets, but aligned to that at tariffs which municipalities, when they do that, their budgets, tariffs becomes part of the items that they need to discuss and actually pass as part of their M12 or budget cycle. Then you find that there is an argument between INEFSA and ESCOM, as an example, that condones about 15 to 18% of increase. I'll just talk on the practical example on the life that we are living in, which one cannot just shy away from. We are within the pandemic and everybody says, affirms that there's no way people have been retrenched, our finances have been strained, the economy has dropped or declined. Then you have that 15 to 18%. Then you ask yourself, whoever was representing municipalities, on the price indexes and all the regulatory bodies that regulate inflation, you ask yourselves, did they consider that? And if that is the scenario, how much municipalities must commodify or maybe commercialize the essential services? Remember, Section 152, as I said, that we must ensure that people get water, get electricity, get all those essential services. You come up with this, and whom do you charge? And then at the end, they say you must also collect to be able to pay, even your salaries as councillors. Then ask yourself how and where must you do. Then they say do credit control. Who must you do it from? And how much must you actually price that person? And it's not, I fully support the statement by, I think I call him correctly, we have the person, and also what I think a comrade I'm not sure of the rank at the moment, but yeah.
That's him.
So I would wish that we consider also the impact of the regulatory bodies that we put for municipalities before actually affirming them and making them to an act. And the representation is imperative. We cannot be, as SALGA, be given a space just to input, and then the recommendations or resolutions that we give to the institutions of government, they are shelved somewhere, especially from COPTA, they are just being shelved somewhere, no implementation. So I would wish that all the recommendations that are going to come up from here actually must talk to them. It actually also relaxing the regulations and over-regulating of municipalities, the do's and don'ts. The don'ts are 80%, only 10% are the do's for municipalities, which are not actually bearing fruit for them to actually survive the platform that we are faced with, especially from our community.
Well, thank you so much.
Let me pass the other because of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate that. I'm going to have to park everything because of time. I was so proud of my time management skills until now. I tried. So for 16 minutes over, so I'm going to have to park it. And there will be, of course, other sessions that will provide opportunities for input. But perhaps just in closing, if I can get from our panelists just a response in short and maybe a parting shot on the way forward. What are the lessons that we need to learn and take into the transitional period, into the 5th term of local government from here on in? Let me start with Professor Jaap, and maybe if you can keep it to 2 minutes, that would be great. And then we'll go to Honorable Masondo and Mr. Chinodi, and we'll give the President the final word.
Thank you. A quick response to the latest question by Pastor Bashefa. I completely agree with that concern. Give you a very small example. Government is concerned about disciplinary regulations and wants to make law to set disciplinary regulations of senior managers. COPTA comes out with a set of regulations that municipalities must comply with. National Treasury comes out with a set of regulations on exactly the same topic, namely how to discipline senior managers in local government. And I don't think we can look forward to the National Department of Public Service and Administration also coming out with new rules on how municipalities must discipline senior managers. Just one example of the older regulation, simply as a manifestation of a lack of coordination in national government, and departments stumbling over each other to regulate local government, and recipients, the municipality sits and wonders how all of this is supposed to work and how we comply with all of that comes from Victoria. So I think there's a real concern there. I would go back to my call for the importance of the next couple of weeks, the recruitment of candidates by political parties, the entered system. I really hope and pray and believe that we're going to see a new generation of municipal leaders and continuation also of those that have done well. I put my faith in the system to produce great party lists and candidates for ward councillorship. And maybe as a parting shot, thanks for the opportunity, and this is a great manifestation of the partnership between the Dalai Lama Institute and SALGA. We're also in the process of convening a new further colloquium, in partnership with SALGA to discuss these issues in more depth. Hopefully we will be able to put up that conference later this year. And if the discussion this morning with anything to go on, that promises to be a very enriching and important event. So we look forward to that. And thanks very much, Sakina, and to our fellow panelists and the audience. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Professor Jaap. Professor Rami, you can smell the food. I'm sure Jaap can't, and I'm sure people's minds are distracted now.
No, try to brief. The first point I want to make is that we should all acknowledge the challenges and work in the direction of resolving the issues. Secondly, that SALGA should continue to provide leadership and guidance, and that there should be an implementation on all of us as stakeholders to ensure cooperative governance overall. On elections on the 27th of October 2021, it's a very, very important moment, but political leaders will do, political organizations will do well to give us quality candidates. That will be up to the challenge without going into details. And lastly, that we remain optimistic that whatever the challenge is, we will succeed.
Great.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's been a great opportunity to discuss these matters that we did. One area that I wish we would have discussed more about is a gender-sensitive and responsive budgeting in municipalities. It's a crucial priority, and I would like us to come back. I will offer resources to the President on behalf of the entire SALGA that we developed in the SADC Parliamentary Forum. We will share those. The Finance and Fiscal Commission specifically speak to Nomonde there. She's been working on this subject. Please, let's work with her. And the Gender Commission itself has been on this matter. So we are collaborating around it to prioritize this part of the work. And my last word really is, there's an oversight summit in the making. We request that all SALGA municipalities, if you have ideas about how we can strengthen oversight across the board, please communicate them to the President and the rest of the leadership, so that your delegation that we hopefully will invite and join us at the Oversight Summit will present us with what we can do to improve that. I speak, so to speak, on behalf of the Speakers Forum. And so this is our plea that you think about it and contribute ideas. We'll appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you, Sakini. I think I'll run very quickly. Revenue raising assumption has been raised. I think it must be revisited. Coupled with the issue of our fiscal allocation has been raised. But think and that the debt review, which the AG has already proclaimed on audited, it just needs to be dealt with. It comes from the amalgamation, actually, that, for example, Chair Masondo made an example of how the Metropolitan of Johannesburg was arrived at. So municipalities are sitting with a debt of 1982, as you were amalgamating Springs municipality to Eguruleni. A lot of those debt is prescribed anyway legally. So we need, because now work has been done, to make sure that effectively a National Treasury through the National Assembly take the appropriate action. But that leads us to all knowing the turnaround time appropriately of how long should we raise issues and not keep on raising them. You know, for SALGA to arrive to convince the President at the DDM, it took us no less than 8 years. We're saying this is what the white paper says. You can't run municipalities without the anchor of district for 8 years. And we lost a lot of time to what we currently are having as dysfunctional municipality. And I think that's what most of the learnings that we need to do, because we know where are the problems. We know what could be the possible solutions. In partnership, we could quickly arrive at. The issue of a debt review, I think, Mam Oli, just cut those services. I do, by the way. I wouldn't be telling you what I don't do. I terminate. I cut a parliamentary village. I disconnect the Premier's house with all due respects, and he called me, he fights, but I make sure that public works do what it's supposed to do by paying my municipality so that I could be able to pay those salaries and pay ESCOM and pay whatever. So implement your policy with regard to revenue collection. You will not survive. If you treat them with kids' love, understand IGR when they don't understand IGR on your behalf, it's a problem. And my cutting short is, we hope the requirements for political parties, the enhancement of ensuring that the next council in the 5th administration hire appropriately qualified officials for us to deliver quality service on behalf of our people will be what will be best for all of us. Thank you very much, Sakin.
Well, thank you very much to everybody who participated, and it is clear the issues are complex and they unfortunately have to be dealt with. It cannot take 8 years to come to a decision that affects people's lives every day, because at that rate we're never going to solve the problems of these municipalities because they build every other day. So again, if local government is said to be the most important sphere of government, is it reflected in what is allocated to local government? And if it isn't, then something needs to be done. With that, thank you so much for your indulgence this morning. And it is now time for lunch, and I'm told to tell you to please reconvene at 13:50, 10 minutes before 2. Thank you so much. Clement Manyatela is here. He'll be taking charge of the afternoon session. I'll see you again tomorrow. If there are any Muslim people in attendance, Eid Mubarak, and please take care. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
There's always work to be done, so we get to it. Each day is an opportunity to do better than the day before. We work hard to do what we do well. We work to deliver all around our country and the world. To make good on our promises, to build better, focusing on the things that matter most for all of us. If we have passion for change, there's always more we can do by doing the everyday things well for more than our own gain. We are a leading storage and water solutions company, and we'll keep believing we can do more with what we have. Let's build for better together. SBS, build for better.
Baby,
Hmm?
what's your question?
I want to know, how does the Liberty Funeral Plus plan help people stay covered when budgets are so tight?
Well, I've got a question.
What?
What are you buying me with your cash back?
For a small additional fee, the Liberty Funeral Plus plan gives you cash back to reward you for staying covered and to spoil your growing family. Sign up to a single plan that has a plan for a lifetime of changes.
Ask them if we could add more people as our family grows.
That's good. Because we're not adding one. We're adding two. Two.
And now, with the ability to add and reduce benefits, it's even easier to stay covered with the Liberty Funeral Plus plan. Sign up to a single plan that has a plan for a lifetime of changes.
Know your wards for the 2021 local government elections. The Municipal Demarcation Board, MDB, has developed a new app to help you know your new wards easily. The user-friendly interface gives you options: to drop your location pin to find out the ward you are currently situated in, search an address to know which ward it's based in, choose a background option of street maps, satellite images, terrains, etc. You can make an electronic print of the map and view it in any call 012-342-2481. MDB, Know Your Wards 2021. Open the web app now.
Connecting with our customers is not an exchange of information. It's an exchange of humanity, an exchange of emotion, the kind of connection where our members know that we care about them. As a custodian of social well-being, we believe in improving lives for everyone, for South Africa, for life.
While growing, adapting, and improvement is important, it's only valuable if our members can feel it.
My experience with Bonitas has been nothing short of great. The new WhatsApp plan that has been implemented, it has made it so much easier for someone who's always sick like me to find out anything about my membership on WhatsApp.
Baby,
Hmm?
what's your question?
I want to know, how does the Liberty Funeral Plus plan help people stay covered when budgets are so tight?
Well, I've got a question.
What?
What are you buying me with your cash back?
For a small additional fee, the Liberty Funeral Plus plan gives you cash back to reward you for staying covered and to spoil your growing family. Sign up to a single plan that has a plan for a lifetime of changes.
Ask them if we could add more people as our family grows.
That's good. Because we're not adding one. We're adding two. Two.
And now, with the ability to add and reduce benefits, it's even easier to stay covered with the Liberty Funeral Plus plan. Sign up to a single plan that has a plan for a lifetime of changes.
One, two, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Shuthi mekahlezi kabuhlungu. Yakhumula mele ithi.
There's always work to be done, so we get to it. Each day is an opportunity to do better than the day before. We work hard to do what we do well. We work to deliver all around our country and the world. To make good on our promises, to build better, focusing on the things that matter most for all of us. If we have passion for change, there's always more we can do by doing the everyday things well for more than our own gain. We are a leading storage and water solutions company, and we'll keep believing we can do more with what we have. Let's build for better together. SBS. Build for better.
baby.
Hmm?
What's your question?
I want to know, how does the Liberty Funeral Plus plan help people stay covered when budgets are so tight?
Well, I've got a question.
What?
What are you buying me with your cash back?
For a small additional fee, the Liberty Funeral Plus plan gives you cash back to reward you for staying covered and to spoil your growing family. Sign up to a single plan that has a plan for a lifetime of changes.
Ask them if we could add more people as our family grows.
That's good. Because we're not adding one. We're adding two. Two.
And now, with the ability to add and reduce benefits, it's even easier to stay covered with the Liberty Funeral Plus plan. Sign up to a single plan that has a plan for a lifetime of changes.
Know your wards for the 2021 local government elections. The Municipal Demarcation Board, MDB, has developed a new app to help you know your new wards easily. The user-friendly interface gives you options: to drop your location pin to find out the ward you are currently situated in, search an address to know which ward it's based in, choose the background option of street maps, satellite images, terrains, etc. You can make an electronic print of the map and view it in any common format. Share the app via email, Twitter, Facebook, or Google+. For more information, visit www.demarcation.org.za or call 012-342-2481. MDB, Know Your Wards 2021. Open the web app now.
There's always work to be done, so we get to it. Each day is an opportunity to do better than the day before. We work hard to do what we do well. We work to deliver all around our country and the world. To make good on our promises, to build better, focusing on the things that matter most for all of us. If we have passion for change, there's always more we can do by doing the everyday things well for more than our own gain. We are a leading storage and water solutions company, and we'll keep believing we can do more with what we have. Let's build for better together. SBS. Build for better.
Baby, what's your question?
I want to know, how does the Liberty Funeral Plus plan help people stay covered when budgets are so tight?
Well, I've got a question.
What?
What are you buying me with your cashback?
For a small additional fee, the Liberty Funeral Plus plan gives you cash back to reward you for staying covered and to spoil your growing family. Sign up to a single plan that has a plan for a lifetime of changes.
Ask them if we could add more people as our family grows.
That's good, because we're not adding one. We're adding two. Two.
And now, with the ability to add and reduce benefits, it's even easier to stay covered with the Liberty Funeral Plus plan. Sign up to a single plan that has a plan for a lifetime of changes.
Know your wards for the 2021 local government elections. The Municipal Demarcation Board, MDB, has developed a new app to help you know your new wards easily. The user-friendly interface gives you options: to drop your location pin to find out the ward you are currently situated in, search an address to know which ward it's based in, choose a background option of street maps, satellite images, terrains, etc. You can make an electronic print of the map and view it in any common format. Share the app via email, Twitter, Facebook, or Google+. For more information, visit www.demarcation.org.za or call 012-342-2481. MDB, Know Your Wards 2021. Open the web app now.
Connecting with our customers is not an exchange of information. It's an exchange of humanity, an exchange of emotion, the kind of connection where our members know that we care about them. As a custodian of social well-being, we believe in improving lives for everyone, for South Africa, for life.
While growing, adapting, and improvement is important, it's only valuable if our members can feel it.
My experience with Bonitas has been nothing short of great. The new WhatsApp plan that has been implemented, it has made it so much easier for someone who's always sick like me to find out anything about my membership on WhatsApp.
There's always work to be done, so we get to it. Each day is an opportunity to do better than the day before. We work hard to do what we do well. We work to deliver all around our country and the world. To make good on our promises, to build better, focusing on the things that matter most for all of us. If we have passion for change, there's always more we can do by doing the everyday things well for more than our own gain. We are a leading storage and water solutions company, and we'll keep believing we can do more with what we have. Let's build for better together. SBS. Build for better.
One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Must I be louder? 1, 2, 1, 2. Ish. Jebe. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We have to start if we want to stick to time. Thank you very much. I'm just waiting on Lance to give an indication of whether we are ready to begin. Thank you very much. I have received the indication that we can proceed with our program. This is an afternoon session, and I hope we have all enjoyed our lunch, and we are all back, and we are connected wherever we are in the country and as delegates. Let me take the opportunity to welcome you back. President, let me observe all the protocols for saving time. I know Sakina has been trying very hard, but she got a disclaimer. Not even a qualified one. She got a disclaimer. I hope, and I think Clement will try to get to a qualification. Thank you very much. For those who may not know, my name is Dion de Vos. I'm a councillor from Payas Nudia, but I'm one of the deputy president of SALGA. I am facilitating a very important session, not facilitating, directing. This session had to do with the announcement that we are going to elections on the 27th of October. And we need to discuss how ready are we? What is the state of readiness for us to go to these elections and the transition towards the elections? And for us to facilitate the session will be Clement Manyatela, who will be facilitating this discussion and this debate. And we have our very capable panelists who will be assisting us in understanding whether we are ready. The first of our panelists is our former SALGA chairperson, none other than Mr. Thabo Manyoni, who is currently the chairperson of the Municipal Demarcation Board. With him in the panel will be Mr. Glenn Mashinini, the chairperson of the Independent Electoral Commission, who will join us virtually. And also we have Major General Mkhwanazi from the South African Police Service, who will form part of the panelists, also joining us virtually. This is a very important session, and we would like to call on all our attendees to listen carefully and to participate fully in the debates which will follow after they have raised their issues as panelists. Let me now introduce to you the facilitator who will be facilitating this session. It is Mr. Clement Manyatela. Mr. Clement Manyatela, you can come to the podium and facilitate the session first. Over to you.
I've got my mic here. Thank you so much, sir. Dumelang. My name is Clement Manyatela, as Mr. DeForce says, and thank you so much for the introduction, Mr. DeForce. So excited to be facilitating this important conversation today around the state of readiness for the local government elections. The President has announced the 27th as D-Day. I saw yesterday the IEC announcing the 17th and 18th of July as the day when you and I can go to over 23,000 voting stations and either update our information or just put in our information so that we'll be able to vote on the 27th of October. But what is the state of readiness? We're living under crazy times. There's COVID-19, that's our reality. There's budgetary constraints on the IEC side, the demarcation board, and I'm glad that Mr. Manyoni is part of this conversation. You know what happens ahead of elections? Protests around demarcations, communities say, don't incorporate us into that area. We were always fine. Why didn't you consult us? And I'm so glad that we'll be talking about this issue. So I see that Mr. Manyoni is already here on stage, Thabo Manyoni. I just want to clarify if Mr. Glenn Mashinini, who's the chairperson of the IEC, is going to join us here or is on a virtual platform. On the virtual platform. All right, thank you very much. And we also have Major General Mkhwanazi, who is with the South African Police, and he is also joining us on the virtual platform. And remember, this is a hybrid sitting, so we take the comments that you have. I'll start the discussion with the panelists, and you can always send the questions. I'm looking at the Q&A chat here. I'll be observing very closely the questions that you are sending through and the comments that you're making, and I will read some of those. Mr. Manyoni, are you well?
I'm trying.
You try. I tried to have a conversation with you during the break, and you were reluctant. I don't want to say why you were reluctant, but thank you so much. Thank you for being part of this discussion. Okay. Thank you for reminding me. There's a video that has to play before we start our discussion. And like we saw earlier, there was a video that was played which really gave us an idea of how people are feeling about our local government, how they're feeling about the services that they're getting. So let's take a look at this particular video, and then we'll start our discussion on the state of readiness for the local government elections.
This is, for all South Africans, an unforgettable occasion. It is the realization of hopes and dreams that we have cherished over decades.
Voter no nka voter because of una le dintho tse no ga ke ga like tšhelete tse tsa di grant government le tsona o di ntshitse gore so nka votela like ntho tse tshwanang le tseo but go ya ka nna benge ke tle ke vote because of a ke bone gore ke votela eng.
No, I won't. For what? I guess I would vote, but I'd vote for something else. I'm not even sure who or what I'm going to vote for.
No, I won't be voting because I'm not satisfied with their service.
Absolutely. I think people want to vote in any elections. However, we don't see the need because the people want votes, they promise things, and then nothing gets done.
This year, I don't know. I might. Depending on my comfortability levels around COVID, I might do it, I might not, but I have done it before. I have voted, I think, 2 or 3 times for local government elections.
Like I said, I don't even know who's my councillor at this moment.
Does anybody know who our local leaders are? Because the last time we tried to find out who they are, these people change their numbers, they run away, so we don't even know who's in power anymore.
My local councillor, I know.
The local one that I can remember was Prophet. And the councillor, I don't know.
No, I don't know. Even a single one.
I would like to see them just do basic things. Street lights are so important because we have children who are playing out in the streets until late. These kids' lives are at risk because there are no lights on the street. People just drive around all willy-nilly and then now a kid gets knocked over. And then we must petition for street humps to be done.
They should help in improving our local schools, local parks, local clinics, get nice activities for the kids so that the kids cannot be roaming around the streets.
There's a lot that they need to do. People are struggling with the meters. And even if you go to our offices in town, they don't help the people with the meters. If they can sort that out, maybe it could be a help for people that's on machines, helping them to breed with it and doesn't have a lot of problem. They can't even come out themselves. They have to send someone to go and complain about the meters not working.
I would love to meet my counsellor. I think it would be nice. I do think it would be important to be a little bit more open with communication. I think there is an opportunity to also ask feedback from citizens as to perhaps what is important to them, what are their priorities, and to use channels that is easily accessible for people to do that. I don't necessarily have to go to a meeting, but maybe if there's an opportunity for me to share some of my thoughts or opportunities or things that I might see, I would make use of that. I mean, I'd also love to give them compliments. In our area, we've got an all-women team that fix potholes. I think that's absolutely amazing. So it's not just about complaints. It's also just about giving people feedback around good things. And I actually don't know how to do that.
So this pandemic has changed everything. Changed the way our children go to school, especially universities, the way we work, the way we bury our dead, the way we mourn and grieve them. Therefore, we need to deal with how we hold elections in years of the pandemic. So I think to hold the election, we need to comply with all non-pharmaceutical health protocols. And I think when those are in place, I think it should be business as usual, and I think we need to continue.
One, two, 1, 2. All right, thank you very much. This is what happens when you have a beard. The mic doesn't properly, it's being interfered by the beard there. Thank you so much for the video. Once again, my name is Clement Manyatela. I realized earlier I didn't indicate where I come from. I work for Radio 702. I host a weekday show there between 9 and 12, and I'm also with ENCA. And I'll be facilitating the afternoon sessions. We're going to look at the state of readiness for the local government elections. And then later on, we'll be talking about some critical legislation. I was going through it yesterday, and I just don't understand why it's still stuck in Parliament, because this is legislation that will help change the face of local government, that will help with ensuring accountability and consequence management at local government. Let me introduce the panelists once again. Mr. Thabo Manyoni, the former chairperson of SALGA, the current chairperson of the Municipal Demarcation Board. We have virtually connecting through us Mr. Glenn Mashinini, who's the chairperson of the Independent Electoral Commission. Mr. Mashinini, welcome. Thank you for also joining this discussion. You may need to unmute yourself, Mr. Mashinini.
Thank you, Mr. Manyatela.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And we also have Major General Mkwanazi, who is with the South African Police Service. Major General, thank you so much for also joining this discussion.
Thank you very much.
Great. Maybe let's start, Mr. Mashinini, with the state of readiness. I'm glad that I'm not part of the IEC because you have got so much that is going on. There's budgetary constraints. You're dealing with COVID-19. You've got political parties, some of them coming and saying, we cannot hold elections during this climate. Let's postpone them. Some have been saying, let's merge the provincial and the national, provincial and national elections with the local government elections. How ready are you as the IEC, given these constraints and the challenges that we're facing now?
Thank you for the question. I take the opportunity to observe the protocol with respect to all the honorable councillors that are present here. All the deputy delegates, the president of SALGA, councillor of the board, and then also the opportunity to fellow colleague that is the chair of the delegation board, and the honorable member who is also the fellow panelist here. And thank you very much that SALGA is doing the commission.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mashinini. There are a lot of issues there that you've identified that I think we'll pick up on. Voter turnout and the concerns of the third wave. We don't know how devastating it's going to be, and people may be concerned. I mean, voter turnout in this country is already a critical issue that we need to deal with, and now if it's coupled with concerns around COVID-19, that's something else. And yes, I'm glad you've got the CEO there as well, because questions are already coming through, and I'm encouraging you to send those questions and comments. I will put them through to the panelists. Mr. Manyoni, you deal as the demarcation board with municipal boundaries, and you normally have your hands full as the demarcation board every time ahead of elections, particularly local government elections. I remember I was in Malamulele in the last elections, and it was crazy there. What plan is in place as the demarcation board? What wards are you handing over to the IEC? How are you planning for what we normally see before the local government elections, where there are demarcation disputes and there are communities that are taking to the streets and concerned about lack of consultation around the decisions that you make as the demarcation board?
Thanks very much, facilitator. Let me first indicate that the exercise that we engage in as the Municipal Demarcation Board in terms of ward delimitations, in other words, changing the wards, reassigning them and so forth, we do it in terms of the Act, and it's only for the purposes of elections. But of course, unfortunately, there are those consequences. It is also used for service delivery, for party lobbying and so forth. But the main issue is that exercise is mainly meant for electoral purposes. We do it after the minister have given us the formula for the number of councillors for the next elections. And then the MECs agree where they might vary the number of councillors and so forth. That has an impact also on the wards and the number of wards. That includes, of course, if there is an increase in the number of voters, we also then have to, one or another, increase some of the wards. So those are the factors that come in as preparation for elections. I must indicate we started the processes in 2019, where we were doing an awareness program, educational programs. And early 2020, we started in consultation with municipalities. And as you know, March period, during that period, there was a declaration of a national disaster because of COVID-19, and we had to stop our face-to-face engagement, where people can be in one room and so forth. By that time, we had already covered certain provinces, KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, but other provinces were not covered, like the Free State, Limpopo, Northwest. Those were some of the provinces that were not covered. So we had to arrange with municipalities in those instances to have visual meetings, use community radios and so forth, just to change, because now the game had already changed. And of course, there have been challenges in that regard. When I say challenges, we were doing, it was no more a normal situation that communities were used to. But we managed, I must indicate, that at the end, at the beginning of December 2020, and the of December 2020, we handed over all the wards to the IEC, 4,468 wards for all the 275 municipalities in the country. During that exercise, just to summarize, I must indicate we received On matters of the wards, we did receive all over the country 1,465 objections on the wards that we published for consideration. And in terms of the Act, we have then to consider and vary some of the wards if those objections were qualifying, meeting certain criteria and so on. We did that. We varied about 469 wards in the country, and we confirmed. When I say confirm, they remain as they were in 2016, about 3,999 wards. But because you have changed some of those wards, like I said, 469, in some instances, you also impact on what is termed the voting districts. In other words, where people used to go and vote. You know, communities will know, we normally voted that church in this area, and here we voted that school, we voted that tent, and so forth. There were those other changes. And those are the main concern areas, I must say, because people are used to voting in a particular area. So. Other concerns that came in is that because the voting district has moved, in other words, those obviously I think are more of political considerations and so on, that you have moved our supporters into another area. It gets diluted, in other words. And then, of course, I'm used to be in this area, but now I'm supposed also to be part of another area, you know, those issues where I say issues of service delivery come in and so forth, simply because I would prefer to be safest in this area instead of the other. So those dynamics come in, and those basically are the ones that create heat. Not necessarily that you are not going to vote. The main thing is those perceptions and so forth, which of course we have to deal with. After we have handed over the wards to the IEC, we launched also an application. If you go to our website, www.demarcation.org.za, you'll find that app, the Know Your Ward. It indicates also where the voting districts are, except those that I'm saying are split, because the IEC is also working on some of those. But you'll find exactly how is your ward in that app, or if you go to our website, you will get all the maps there. Post our handing over, we started now with consulting with communities in areas where concerns have been raised. The intention, of course, is to make sure that at least we've got smooth elections. So we have been engaging with communities in almost all the areas where concerns have been raised. The main thing there is explain ourselves. How did we come to a determination that we came to? Why didn't we take certain objections that were raised, but we took others, and so forth? Of course, the issue there is, it doesn't mean because we have objected, your objection then will be accommodated. It must meet a certain criteria. For instance, you should make sure that you don't unnecessarily split communities. You know, I'm talking about hostel areas, traditional areas. You know, most communities will want to be under their king and so forth locally. So those are some of the issues that we have to look into and so forth. But we have to go to communities, explain some of those issues, and make sure that at least the heat is lowered so that we can basically, as I indicated, try to have smooth elections in the country. But in areas where ultimately we don't agree at all, and of course we are acting within the realm of the Act, there's nothing you can't change. We basically also, of course, have to engage with other stakeholders to assist in that regard, your provincial departments, the security clusters, because anyway, at the end of the day, even if I might take a decision that I would not vote for one reason or another, that doesn't then mean that you also have to make sure that other South Africans also should not exercise their constitutional right in that regard.
How helpful?
So those are the things that we look
Mr.
into.
Manyon, how helpful are those other stakeholders? I mean, you mentioned the security stakeholders that sometimes you have to bring in. And I remember in Vuwani, there was a security minister, state security minister that will not mention, who held a briefing and said, yeah, we were aware. I think there were 27 schools that were burnt down in Vuwani. And the state security minister said, yeah, we were aware that they were going to burn the schools. And everybody thought, what? You are in the area. You were aware this is going to happen. What did you do? Nothing. So how helpful are those stakeholders? And I want you to also speak about the political pressure you have, because sometimes, politicians use the concerns from the communities for their own political expediency. So if you have got communities saying we're not happy with the decision that the demarcation board has taken, political parties can somehow play a role in politicizing that. But sometimes when communities are burning schools, they are worried that, these people say they're not going to vote for us, then they try and put pressure on the demarcation board. How do you deal with that? And maybe the question also on the various stakeholders, like the security cluster, how helpful have they really been?
Yes, thanks, Bob Nyatela. Let me indicate that we have learned from the past. So in this case now, we have been intensifying our engagements with communities first, so that at least you don't have communities that are going to the streets, in other words, doing those things that you mentioned, and we having not come in to explain ourselves. The main point is at least account to communities why you acted in the manner that you acted. I think that is the main issue, and that addresses most of the problems. In this regard, what we also are doing for preemptive measures to be taken, we give reports to the security cluster on a regular basis on what one would term the concern areas. But that doesn't necessarily mean those areas will basically be going out there and causing disruptions and so on. But as preemptive measures, we also report on those. But up to date, I must indicate that we had minimal public uprisings when it comes to this exercise, simply because we are engaging with communities most of the time. Yes, there are those challenges that you are mentioning, political pressures and so forth, and we've been getting many, I must say. But at the end of the day, we have to stick to the criteria that is set up by the Act. There's not much we can do. And I must indicate in this platform that across the board, all political parties in one area or other, they are not happy. When you get political party A being happy in this area, you must know that political party B will not be happy, of course. When you get political party B, so we are getting those type of concerns. And in some areas, it's not only political parties. It's people probably who are positioning themselves to be councillors. Now they must promote themselves by being seen to be mobilizing communities and so forth.
And the problem
those
with
are the things we are faced with.
The problem with that contestation is then there's what we then know as political violence, right? Which is where I want to bring you in, Major General Mkhwanazi. What is your plan as the SAPS? Because there's always this heightened political contestation ahead of every elections. And what Mr. Manyon is mentioning there, that sometimes there's that politicization. Political parties from different parties come in, political leaders, I should say, they come in and they want to put pressure on the demarcation board. They want to politicize the concerns that may even be genuine of communities. And we often see the violence. We often see this heightened political tensions. How ready are you as the SAPS to offer that assistance as a stakeholder to ensure that there's going to be protections of citizens, there's going to be protection of public property, but there's also peace ahead and during the elections?
Director, Mr. Manyon, honorable councillors that are
Mr. Martini, the chairperson of the IEC, who is as well with me on the video. I your question very well. In my response will start by saying that we have started as a safety and security last year, 2020, working on
All right, so
we have already briefed our joints, that is the coordinators of our city level joints. We have briefed them, we have given them an operational concept that clearly indicates what actually is supposed to be done to get the plans together.
Okay, we seem to have connection challenges there with you, General Mkhwanazi. It keeps on freezing. Perhaps I'll give you an opportunity. I don't know if it's possible to move to another room, but we'll try and re-establish that line with General Mkhwanazi. Let me move back to Mr. Mashinini, the chairperson of the IEC. There are questions that are already coming through here, Mr. Mashinini, and one of them is around, and this person calls it your insistence to hold the elections when the concerns are already there. I want to ask about the voter turnout. Do you have a target this year? I know over the last elections we've been seeing some kind of improvement, but there are some concerns, even that are being raised on the chat box around the fear of the third wave and what the consequences may be of the third wave. How are you planning to deal with that? And do you really have capacity, given the budgetary constraints? Do you have capacity to ensure there is, in fact, enough personnel at the voting stations to ensure that the COVID-19 protocols are being adhered to? Okay, we have been told that we've got some connectivity challenges with our video links.
Sector, there will be problems, but everything is starting to come down completely. So we say our problems are not much on that. On labor-related issues, the conflict is not much. Yes, we are having situation whereby we have salary negotiations that are taking place. I think the biggest problem is when there are disputes. Then everything starts to go outside in the street. It's where we can have problems, and we need to make sure that we intervene. We've got plans moving that direction. And violent conflict in transport industry, we are saying it's minor at the moment. We are managing things. However, we need to indicate as well, program director, that we've got areas or provinces that we feel strongly that we need to pay more attention to them, especially with your question you have asked. The KwaZulu-Natal, we felt strongly that we need to pay more attention. Gauteng as well as Western Cape, we felt that we must pay more attention. Our plans must definitely talk to that, making sure that we deal with issues now. We don't deal with issues later. Otherwise, we'll have a problem to deal with whatever we're supposed to handle. And other issues, we look at them is actually to see if maybe we can actually work and divide our phases into 3 phases. That's how we are working with the 3 phases, whereby the first phase, we are continuing with the threat assessment in doing our job, whereby the national intervention stabilities operation will be conducted as we move forward. Dealing with the hotspots, we will actually looking at that. We've got specialized police officials or members dealing with those issues as far as our plan is concerned, making sure in those hotspots that we've got actually members deployed on that. That includes the clusters. The district will be actually doing that. But there will be more deployment or operations that are done through the district as well as through the clusters, whereby they will have operation 3 times per week, making sure that they deal with the situation. We make sure that nothing is happening without us knowing about it. That's what we will be doing as well. And in this phase, which is a pre-election phase, is where we're going to look to the issues of training as well. The police officials will be trained, working together with the IEC, making sure that they are trained. If any situation goes wrong, we must know exactly how to intervene and deal with issues. Trainings are going to take place as we move forward. The other part I can talk about is the phase 2, election day. Exactly on the election day, what we'll be doing, we will actually make sure that we secure the election warehouses, materials, and provide escort for deliveries of voting materials where it is necessary. This actually includes even the air support if it is necessary. There are places whereby vehicles cannot come and drop the voting ballots and all that, but we can actually come forward to assist on that as well. We will actually assist with the static deployment inside the voting stations. That is the inner perimeter. We'll make sure that we secure those areas. We have a way how we do that. We'll be actually having rated all the the voting station into low risk, high, medium risk, as well as high risk. That will actually be determined. But we are aware as well that can be some other voting station that can be low risk, but on the day of the election, they can turn around and become high risk or medium risk. We will always be in a position to react on that, because we'll be having some revolving teams, whatever they will be there to assist, to react to the situation, so that we can deal with the situation if it is necessary. Plans such as the disaster management contingency plan will be in place as well. The communication plans are in place as well. We'll be actually looking at that to make sure that we're ready. As I've said, we started as 2020. We are definitely moving forward to finalize our issues. But phase 3, that is the post-election. On post-election, what we'll do, we'll make sure of the escorting of election materials and the IEC officials, making sure that they are safe. All people who are doing the job, they are safe, and escort the material and secure all those established result centers, making sure that nobody do anything wrong on those areas. Police, all celebrations and festivities that will be actually celebrating after the election, whatever, we'll make sure that we are there to assist and actually police those areas. We need to as well to stabilize volatile situation. Anything volatile, we'll have to deal with that. Monitor and finalize election related cases. If there's any cases, we'll just make sure that we deal with that. We arrest where we're supposed to arrest, and at the same time finalize those cases in time if it is necessary. But in conclusion, Program Director will indicate that the main issue, the main risk for us is the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think the main question that came up on our meetings every time, how are we going to handle the issues of people must wear the mask, people must have social distance, all that we indicated clearly that would be from the side of the IEC. But what we will do ourselves as police officials, we'll have members posted in each and every voting station, depending whether it's low risk, medium risk, or high risk, meaning nobody must enter in a voting station without a mask and all that. But going inside the premises and everything, the security will take care of the people, keeping it as low as possible, not disrupting anything unnecessarily. We'll just have to work in that way, but intervene where it's supposed to, and we'll come in and assist the IEC, make sure that everything is done and is done properly. I think, Program Director, that's where I can actually end now and say this is how we're going to actually intervene. I must indicate to you already, the provinces, all of the provinces, 9 of them have been briefed. They know what they are doing. They are finalizing their plans. We will consolidate everything. We'll be ready to move forward. We have meetings, as I've said, that we are having a priority committee meeting, which is running in head office, and a priority committee meeting that is running in the provincial level, which is co-chaired by SARS as well as IEC, both sides, head office that is nationally as well as provincially. And that's how actually we're handling things. Our meetings are going on. We are aware that we don't have much time from our side. It can be 3 to 4 months. We need to be ready. We need to make sure that we can be able to handle the 27th of October. I think Program Director will stop at this position. Thank you.
Well,
Perhaps, Program Director, we should at this point invite our CEO to give us the operational protocols that go along with what General Mkhwanazi has indicated from the Commission. With your permission, please.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe the CEO can also touch on the questions, and I'll go back to General Mkhwanazi perhaps later, because I wanted to ask about the phase one, the problematic areas that are there. You've mentioned Gauteng, the Western Cape, and I'm interested to know what informed the declaration of these provinces as possible hotspots. But maybe you can touch on that. Maybe you can touch on that. But let's go to the IEC CEO now, and maybe you can touch on the questions I was asking Mr. Mashinini earlier around the capacity constraints. Do you have enough capacity to ensure that the COVID-19 protocols are adhered to when people go to vote? And also there was a question around, whether, in fact, with the budgetary constraints, that is indeed possible for you to carry out that responsibility.
Program Director, there's no sound.
Director, I'm not sure if the question is for...
Program Director, there's no sound. We're muted. I don't know what's happening.
Okay, we're going to try and address that. I'm told that they're trying to fix it. We seem to have connectivity issues here. But are you able to hear my questions, Mr. Mashinini?
Yes, I was saying, can we then just invite the CEO to take us through those operational and protocol details as quick as possible?
Yes, please. The CEO can start.
Thank you.
CEO,
is the CEO connected?
Unless you have muted yourself, but if you are there, maybe unmute yourself.
Yo.
Okay, Mr. Mashinini, it doesn't look like we've got the CEO,
yes.
So I'm going to ask you to maybe take us through those protocols and take the questions that were asked.
Thank you. I let me admit that I didn't hear your question. It was just a proposition I had, but since it might be related, there are a number of things. There are two distinctions that we make. We have what we call your pharmaceutical, and then you have done the non-pharmaceutical measures. With respect to the non-pharmaceutical measures, is that all the disaster management standards and protocols are what we are supposed to adhere to. That is the clothing, the distancing, the sanitization, and so on and so forth. I mean, things like even, the ink application, we now we're using cotton buttons buds to make sure that there's no infection spread. We also are sanitizing the premises, and the measures that are in place is to make sure that also our personnel have got the necessary clothing for protection throughout that period. And then on the pharmaceutical side of things, we are hoping that the vaccination would have advanced. But it's important that it's understood that the vaccination is not necessarily a prerequisite for us as a commission. And so we are taking the measures that are more non-pharmaceutical, where we have a greater control of those particular measures. I see that the CEO is coming through and disappearing. If he can come through, it'll be welcome.
No, so thank you very, very much.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Program Director.
Yes. No, Chair, I think the crucial point is the following: that as an institution, we will be able technically to deliver an election. In other words, those factors that are within our remit of control will be able to deliver on that. And that is the securing of voting stations, our logistics, the printing of ballot papers, and related aspects. That we are quite comfortable that we'll be able to deliver those as we should. As uncertainties relate to the climate in which an election is going to be happening, and the big contributor to that uncertainty is the trajectory of the pandemic. There are factors that are outside of our purview of control, and there are also factors that are unknown. We do not know for certain how the trajectory of the pandemic is going to pan out. Which is why the Commission will be setting up a process to consider all factors related to the climate in which the election is going to be happening. There are submissions that parties have made. We're going to look at what the scientific data from health is saying. We're going to have to look at the regulations, the disaster regulations, and come to a determination about the likelihood or otherwise of a free and fair election. It is because we are confronted with a novel situation. It's an unprecedented situation that we have never had to deal with before. That type of exercise becomes quite important. But as for the technical and mechanical arrangements of elections, we are comfortable and confident that we will have those prepared accordingly. Thank you.
Yeah. What about voter turnout? I mentioned earlier the concern that people, normally we always struggle with voter turnout. You have to come up with creative ways to get people to really come and vote and urge people to come and register to vote. What's the plan there? Because that's not just the responsibility of political parties. It's also part of your responsibility as the IEC. And the question I'm getting here is also around free and fair elections. How do you ensure that, and how confident are you that we will in fact have free and fair elections when political parties, yes, they're allowed to campaign, but South Africans are still quite wary of going out there and attending political rallies. So some political parties feel it's unfair because they're not able to effectively campaign, and campaigning for elections by political parties is quite critical in the run-up to elections, and it really counts when you, at the end of the elections, you talk about the free and fair elections.
The issue of free and fair elections, Clement, it's not a linear consideration. It's a vexed issue involving a multiplicity of factors which must be considered. Which is why in the not too distant future, the Commission will outline a process where all this multiplicity of factors will be considered in a systematic way, listening to every voice that ought to be listened to, with a view to making a determination on the likelihood or otherwise of free and fair elections. So essentially that process will begin to tease out the question, what will be a free and fair election in the COVID context? Because these are novel and unprecedented circumstances, which we have had not to deal with before. So it is evident that the standard that has to be applied has to be revised accordingly, and so on. That we need a process, and the Commission will announce that process shortly. Now, turnout is critical because turnout gives us two indications, certainly. One is the extent to which people remain engaged in local democracy. And as a state institution, it is our desire that a biggest number of citizens remain engaged in the democratic project. But secondly, a greater turnout confers greater legitimacy on the resultant councils. Now, there's a very interesting phenomenon in our country where the turnout in national and provincial election is reducing, as we've seen in 2019 and an election before. I think close to 8-9% drop in 2019. Yet, in the local government elections, in fact, in 2011, we had a close to 10% increase in participation, which we're able to retain in 2016. So there is no decline in local elections as against national and provincial elections. Of course, we can't sit on our laurels because turnout is not guaranteed. It's something that we have to proactively work towards. To that extent, we will be launching our media campaign to enthuse the greatest cross-section of citizens to participate in the elections, supported by an appropriately tailored voter education program, less on physical interaction of people, which will run largely on radio, both commercial and community radio, as well as on social media platforms. So all those things are in the offing. Plans are at an advanced stage, and we hope that they'll cumulatively have an effect of enthusing a biggest number of persons for participation, even within the difficulties of COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mamabolo. In fact, someone responded to what you were saying there about campaigning. This is Thomas Matingwane, who says we're still under lockdown, whether level 1 or whatever, but the fact is there is an understanding that we're in the third wave, or we're heading there. So it doesn't make sense that the IEC says we're ready as a country to hold elections, because as political parties, we've not been allowed space to fairly campaign. Not only that, but our people are not prepared for the new norm and its mechanisms. My view is that the IEC insists on holding these elections against all odds, and it's nothing but a plot to suffocate our democracy and its freedom to our people. What Thomas is also asking, Mr. Manyoni, around the demarcation board is, and I'm going to read this comment here and get your response, because we were talking about the protests that often prop up and the concerns ahead of election. And Thomas says, how can the Municipal Demarcation Board confirm that we are ready for the elections on the 27th of October when they have messed up our wards and took our people from their point of services, which were nearer to the point where the services are far from their homes? In Tukulugo, we have 3 new wards. However, there is still VDs that are in a different area, in a different town than others. The process was not well thought, and yes, there are looming protests against it. The looming protests that we were talking about, Mr. Manyoni. How do you respond to Thomas?
Let's start first by saying, whatever exercise that the demarcation board participates in, it doesn't change the position, the situation, the location of any physical infrastructure. In other words, you will never find the church being not there tomorrow in Mzilikazi Street. It will still be there. So I'm just trying to indicate to you, the physical infrastructure, everything doesn't change. The only thing that changes is the voting district, mainly in those affected voting districts, which I can give you the list of. The perception that simply because you'll be voting in a different area from what you have been voting before, and then the subsequent assumption that simply because I'm no more going to vote in a tent next to Villaga Street, now I'm going to vote in a church in Giekerk somewhere, therefore I will not get services, basically doesn't really make much sense. We still have public representatives in all the spaces in South Africa. That's why we have ward councillors. And those are the people who still are accounting to communities in those particular wards. So I'm just trying to say, it's a myth, this thing, that if you are not going to vote in a particular location, you are voting into another. Therefore, it will affect even service delivery.
But what Thomas is referring to here, what Thomas I think is referring to is, as the municipal demarcation board, you may take a decision that this area falls under this municipality, and that municipality then appears to be inefficient to deliver services to that particular community, and that's what then they're unhappy with, not necessarily the voting district.
Let me indicate, for now, we only are dealing with wards within a municipality. We are not moving wards into other municipalities. That exercise will only happen post local government elections. I was going to indicate to our communities that we already have received applications for those, where one ward would want to belong to another municipality because they feel in the municipality where they are, there are no services and so forth. The grass is greener across the municipal boundaries and so forth. We will start with that exercise from November, if elections are still going to happen in October. Starting from November up to March 2022, we will be looking into those type of applications. By that time, we will also formally invite communities who basically would want to be moving into other wards. But nonetheless, let's come to the present situation. And as you hear it, the looming protests and so forth. The unfortunate part, or the fortunate part in that area, the one that is mentioned, is that the MEC determined that there should be an increase in the number of councillors. That then means you have to have a councillor who will represent a ward. So you had to have an additional ward. And it doesn't come from air. It comes from the same space where there were only maybe 10 wards. Now you have to have 11 wards. It means that subsequent wards, adjacent wards, where you are creating a new ward, will get affected. Maybe 3 wards that will be part of forming this new ward. And in that sense, of course, one, the positive is they are getting an additional public rep that they don't consider. They just considering that now our supporters were in a particular area and they've moved to a new ward, if I must use that term. But remember, the names of the streets don't change. The physical infrastructure is still there as it was. Simply this imaginary boundary that is meant specifically for electoral purposes. Because now what we want to do by that exercise is you would not want to have a voting district in one ward where you have, and it makes work difficult for the IEC, where you will have one voting district, as I'm making an example, in that particular church, where you will have 20,000 voters, and in one tent you only have 50 voters. Of course, it will be very difficult for the IEC to do its work. This exercise that we are engaging in terms of ward delimitation, we are trying in a way to have an equitable number of voters in the so-called voting stations. That's mainly this exercise is meant for, in terms of the Act. so that you can't then have one voting station that will open 24 hours and another one will only have to open for 2 hours. Basically, it's for that. But unfortunately, most of us as communities, we don't understand why are we doing this. And that's why then we also, after we have taken some of these decisions, we also go back to these communities to explain why. But in this particular instance that we are referring to, I'm fully aware that it's those areas which are sparsely populated, and to get the required number for that particular municipality, you then have to expand those, should I call them, the ward boundaries, so that you at least have the necessary numbers to be able to be managed. And in actual fact, that assists when it comes to matters of service delivery, because now you have a sort of a fair spread of the population, but in this case, of course, potential voters, in terms of the services that you have to deliver. So you need to look into this thing in a different way than what we have been looking or stressing, mainly for elections and also for lobbying purposes.
So ideally then, ward boundaries shouldn't be affecting the provision of services.
Yes,
because
sir.
even if you say the decision is taken after the elections where you move wards around, possibly even into other municipalities, what I'm seeing on the chat box, which is mostly a concern from many people that are raising, is that issue of service delivery, that sometimes that ward you move it into an inefficient municipality. But maybe that's where we need to start, which is a conversation that my colleague Sakina had this morning with the panelists, of making sure that the municipalities are efficient, so that even when wards are being moved into other municipalities, there's no this concern that, it's popular for not providing services.
The pressure needs to be on our public reps in those areas. It can't be because of this imaginary boundary within a one municipality, then that we really will have to be dissatisfied. The issue is, if we are a public rep, it doesn't matter whether the voting district has changed and it has come to an area. In other words, now you are responsible for an additional number of potential voters, that you are no more responsible for them simply because they came during elections and so forth. So we need basically to address those issues. But those issues, of course, they need bodies like SALGA to mainly deal with, because they are not necessarily within the realm of our Municipal Demarcation Act.
Yeah.
But of course, there are consequences.
So sometimes the public reps then are making your job difficult as the demarcation board, because when people take to the streets, they then complain about the decisions you've taken. Councillor Nkadimeng earlier spoke about the training. What are the people that political parties are putting out there for SALGA to train? And I know the ANC has, what do they call it?
And Councillor Nkadimeng stressed the point that there are areas where you really now cannot train. Yeah. She said you can't train here to be a better CFO, for instance. So it depends on the mindset of, and also, of course, the people who are put there to be our public reps. If people who basically can be responsive and they are in touch, not social distancing with the communities, then they will be able to address the issues there. An imaginary boundary can't make it impossible for you to start not doing your work if you are a public rep.
What is the role of political parties, though? Because
and let me indicate, when we start these exercises, in all South African municipalities, all of them, we engage first technically with the officials of those municipalities. I'm just trying to say, we don't just wake up and just start redrawing the boundaries and so forth. We engage with them. And in most cases, you find that our public reps, in other words, the politicians at the local level, they leave some of these exercises to the technocrats. And then the technocrats give us the maps. Simply because it's a map, we think it has no political consequences until it is formalized. Then we come as political parties to complain and so forth. I'm just trying to say the public reps are there in the municipalities where we get the initial maps from. And immediately after we have published the maps and so on, we still again send them back to municipalities. But you'll find in between there there is a gap between the political input and the technical input. And those are the issues that needs to be handled at another level, not at the level of the Municipal Demarcation Board.
I want to go to General Mkhwanazi. There's a question here for you, General Mkhwanazi, from Councillor Gudisang, who's asking about material that is normally transported just after voting, whether you talk about the ballot papers. And often what we see in the news is, they will find ballot papers somewhere by the river or in the bush. And Councillor Kodisang is asking, what is the plan this time around? Because every time we experience misplaced ballot boxes everywhere, in some instances, what are you going to do differently this time as the SAPS to ensure that we don't experience what we've often seen in previous elections?
Thank you, Mr. Munyatela. We know about this situation because what we did before we start moving forward, we started first by doing our SWOT analysis, whereby we check what happened, as well as checking the previous plan as well, like the 2019 as well. We had to go through that to see what went wrong in other places. And that has been taken care of. We got specialized members to deal with those issues to make sure that such issues doesn't happen. Because if we talk about escorting, it is escorted by specialized members who make sure that such incident doesn't happen. And we'll make sure, because we know exactly what had happened. As well, I was looking forward to say from the audience, if there's something that actually is a concern to them, I would be happy if they raise it. But this issue they raise as well, we have actually taken into consideration. We know about it, but I'm still saying if there's any, we'll appreciate, because we need to debrief. We need to be able to plan accordingly, making use of what went wrong before and make sure that it doesn't repeat itself. I thank you.
But do you have capacity, Major General?
I would say yes, we do have capacity very well to deal with the situation, because we got our reserve teams that are coming from the side of the national head office. Where there is a problem, we will be able to deploy them as quick as possible. And with the IEC itself, we've got specific members who will be actually taking care of these issues. Doesn't only deal with the ballot boxes that will be found somewhere, even with the staff from the side of the IEC, we are definitely having a plan to deal with that, because we know what had happened before. There are places they were unable to enter. There are places whereby they were actually told not to do what they're supposed to do. We are at that position to say we have a plan to that. We have learned a lot before, and we have to make sure that we master those issues, that they don't happen again.
You spoke earlier, Major General, about phase 1, and phase 2 will kick in on election day. You mentioned, I think, Gauteng and the Western Cape. I think that's when we were having connectivity issues. And I asked earlier, what qualified the declaration of these provinces? And I think there was a third one as well. You can explain on that, because you were discussing what the hotspots are. And I'm asking, from what you have analyzed during phase 1, what is it about these areas that are problematic?
Yes, sir. Sometimes the voice is very soft, but I think I understand you are saying how we actually come about to say these hotspots and all that. What we have our crime intelligence program director. They are assisting us in all these issues. On our meetings, they brief us, they indicate to us, this is the areas that we need actually to take care of. As I've said, the briefing part of the previous local government election as well assist, but what assists the most is what actually what can actually come up on this 2021 election, local government election. And crime intelligence is on top of that. They are giving us information. There are a lot of issues will act in terms of what the crime intelligence is saying, and will be in a position to deal with those issues, looking to the hotspots areas like we spoke about, Western Cape that can have those issues, we definitely have that information coming on continuous basis. And if any need, we definitely have to see how we deal with those issues. That's why I said from the beginning that there will be areas or voting stations will say they are low risk, but during the day, maybe they can become medium or high risk. We need to change our plans and be flexible and be in a position to deal with the situation forward.
Thank you, Major General. Mr. Mashinini, the issue of the indelible ink, we know what happened the last time in the last elections. There were concerns around that. Is that sorted?
Yes, thank you. We are taking care of that particular issue. There was a defect in the product, and we hope that it will be behind us with the measures and the mechanisms that we've undertaken to change the specifications in terms of the required strength of the ink. But in as far as our plans are concerned, I think we are mitigating that, and but also we are hoping that it is not the only mechanism for us to utilize in preventing any abuse of the system. The major development is what I announced earlier on, that we are bringing this voting device, and this would enable us to actually have a trail of whether a person has attempted or not to vote more than once. So it's a measure of a number of attributes that we bring into the system over and above the issue of the ink. Remember also, the new development is that with the smart IDs, we can no longer tick the green IDs. So we've looked at a comprehensive total solution to minimize and mitigate that situation. But also, Program Director, I think there was the question earlier on that was made regarding whether the elections, proceeding with the elections, is something that could be tantamount to us conspiring against the democracy of our country. I think it's an important issue for us as a commission to be on record about is that conspiracy theories, we cannot, they're subjective. Unless they're proven and substantiated, we cannot engage them to any extent, other than that, to a reasonable person and to a reasonable South African and to those who are responsible leaders, is for us to engage honestly and frankly. That the basis of that we are saying we should proceed with the situation is that there are no objective facts that can be put at this stage before a court of law as to whether the elections should proceed or not. Secondly, it is not for the commission to decide on this. It is also that the legislatures have not taken the matter to Parliament to change the law. So as matters stand, the laws of the country say the term of office is 5 years, and you can't change that. The other thing is that you have 90 days to conduct the elections. So we don't have a situation like our counterpart elsewhere in the world where the election can be indefinitely postponed. So the issue is that the time has actually run out for us to say anything else other than let's plan according to the law. But as the CEO was pointing out, we've noted the concerns that the political parties have made. And what we're saying is we are putting a process to look into those ones because they fall outside of what is the technical and technocratic plans. As far as that is concerned, if we had not planned in that way, it would be derelict of duty for us as a commission. Yeah. So we are saying, with respect to that, we are ready, the mechanisms are in place, but there is a fact that nobody sitting here has a control on the issue of how the pandemic unfolds. Now, the two critical institutions that gives us input is the Department of Health and the Department of COGTA. Both departments, they determine whether is the environment still conducive or not. Up until now, all the indications have been that yes, the risk remains with us, but it is not to the extent that they are firmly saying we are moving to level 5, for example. So activities can still continue, but we need to accept it as a country that we are talking about elections under abnormal conditions. So we cannot still say we want to see normal electoral activity under abnormal conditions. Hence, the Commission is saying we need to apply ourselves then carefully to the question to say, what then does this mean in practical terms? Because it redefines what will be free and fair. How you are moving into alternative ways of campaigning and so on and so forth. And lastly, we also want to put it across is that there was no unanimity among the political stakeholders, even in their presentation. A majority of the political parties said, we understand and we think you should proceed under the constitutional imperatives unless developments come out that indicate otherwise. So I think this issue needs to be understood in that particular context, and we appeal for leadership in this matter so that we can be able to take our country through and navigate it to outside of this challenge before us of saying our democracy must endure and we must stick to the Constitution first and foremost. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mashinini. I think, you're addressing the issue of free and fair elections, that we must redefine that under the context that we're living under now with the COVID-19 realities. I see there are several people that have raised their hands. I think we can go to Nkosinjani Spielman, who has raised the hand. Nkosinjani, you can go ahead.
May I vote?
And Nkosinjani, please unmute yourself.
Ngangelizo must come and answer.
Okay, we'll go back to Nkosinjani. Maybe let's move to Councillor Masego Kodisang. Councillor Kodisang, you can go ahead. Please unmute yourself. I see Councillor Kodisang is still muted here. I'll go. Oh, all right. And then Mahosi Grace, you've also raised your hand. We can hear from you. Yeah, I see Grace is unmuted. Here we go.
I don't know what might have happened. I think it was just a mistake. I had not risen my hand. Perhaps I pressed by mistake. I'm not sure.
Okay, you had not.
But I have not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Grace. Grace says she had not raised the hand. I saw the hand here. Should we try Nkosinjani Spielman again? Nkosinjani, let's unmute you and you can go ahead and make your input or ask a question to the panelists. Still nothing from Mr. Spielman. Nolita Lali, let's try you. Okay, nothing. I'm going to try for the last time Nongendo Zonke, who has also raised the hand. Okay, I think we'll fix that and see what the problem is there. These are the challenges. We still struggle with mute and unmute. Let me come to you. Yeah, please, Mr. Manyoni.
Facilitator, let me address the politics behind spatial planning and issues that we deal with. You know, Ubabuma Sondo earlier indicated that the municipalities in this country, pre-94, even post-95 and so on, you had municipalities for colored areas, for Indian areas, for white areas, for black authorities and so on. And this government decided to de-racialize local government. And that was not only that, but also to de-racialize South African landscape. And presently, you'll find that the challenges that we are faced with this exercise that we are engaged with of ward delimitations and so on, is that one, in most areas, our communities will want to retain the status quo in terms of race. If our ward is predominantly of a particular color and it gets reconfigured in such a manner that another race then moves in, you are diluting us. And then you get those types of issues, as protestations and so on. We would not be served because we belong to a particular race and so on. The same thing, of course, tribal issues. It's a ward that is predominantly on an area predominantly of a particular tribe, speaking a particular language, Venda, Tswana, and so on. And therefore, immediately, you deal with those spaces in a manner that is seen to be, again, I'm using the term loosely, of course, diffusing and so on. You then get, because I would not want to have a councillor who is my public rep, who speaks a language that is different from me. And, you know, in terms of our constitution in this country, those things we should never, ever tolerate. And the other issue is the partisan dominance of spaces. Because this ward is predominantly owned by a particular faction or a particular party, and immediately you deal with the spaces there, you are seen to be diffusing our supporters and so forth. Then, of course, you will get resistance and so forth. But unfortunately, for us in this country, we are expecting your political reps, public reps, to represent anyone, no matter what race, sex, creed, or language they have to. It is compulsory, it is in terms of the Constitution. And you cannot, of course, monopolize, in whichever way, a space of this country, which doesn't necessarily belong to any individual, nor a party, nor a particular race, you know, or an ethnicity group. So those are the politics behind that basically come to play as unintended consequences. And you'll find in some cases, again, the second point is that everybody wants to have easy win. And look, immediately when the space has changed, in terms of the ward delimitation and so on, it then means certain political parties have to do more work than before. They have to get the groundwork. That is why they are political parties. People don't just voluntarily come and just vote. They need to be convinced, and they need to have confidence. And those are issues that come out simply because of this exercise. And I think that's why I call them the unintended consequences in terms of the law and the act. The act was simply looking into having a fair distribution of voters in a particular ward so that elections can be smooth. But unfortunately, then you get these consequences. But the fact is, some of these consequences are basically challenging the Constitution in the sense that I've explained. Should we then allow that the space should remain as a status quo of a particular group that speaks a particular language simply because they are happy there and we should never ever change? Imagine if that would be the case. We would not be here most of the time. We will still be, as the majority of black people, will still have your meetings somewhere in Soweto instead of having them in Sente, because some people will not be feeling comfortable to be here.
And you're saying that's merely because of race and not necessarily because they're worried about the municipality that they may now belong under that doesn't seem to be efficient in delivering the services.
You see, those are the political issues that I'm saying are consequences that we have to deal with. But of course, there are municipalities, basically, that tend to be dysfunctional, as you know. And those obviously can't be dealt with by this exercise. We can't have a mass, well, using the language that is obviously out, a mass migration of people to certain municipalities and leaving others, you know, as vacuums, if I must call it that, because that speech, of course, doesn't change. But I'm just trying to indicate that. Now, the responsibility belonging to others, because we don't want to hold people accountable, as it was discussed earlier through other panels. So there's a need to balance this. And you will definitely know that in an area where there is service delivered, people would also want to be seen to be belonging to that area. Immediately, when people are showing dissatisfaction, either you'll find that it's political issues that are dealt with, or it's matters of service delivery. And those have to be held at another level, to tell the truth. That's why then you have elections. And those elections are meant then, of course, amongst others, for South Africans to go out there in the market and to buy a product that will be suitable for them when they had bad experiences in a particular area. So they will have to go out there and make another choice. That's what elections are all about. Those are the politics behind this issue of space exercise that we referred to earlier.
I want to try the question. I've got two questions here on the chat box, and do we have the video link? The people that will ask, see some people have raised their hands there. There are two. Annette, let's start with you, Annette. You can go ahead and ask your question or make your input.
Hi, good afternoon. Sorry, I might have missed this because I came into the session a few minutes late. There's just three things that we are concerned about as councillors in the city of Joburg. One is the tent, the VDs at the tents and their cleanliness of the tent while we're in COVID at the moment. The second one is the safety of the old age visits that are done by the IEC at the old age homes. And the third one is the replacement of zip-set machines. I'm not sure if I missed that. If I did, forgive me, but those are the three things we'd like to know about. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Annette. Mr. Mashinini and Mr. Mamabolo, I don't know which of you will be able to take those three questions. I'll give you an opportunity to respond to that. Let's go to Councillor Kodisang. Councillor Kodisang hasn't raised the hand now. That's dropped. So Mr. Mashinini and Mr. Mamabolo, any of you can go ahead and answer the questions from Councillor Annette Depp.
Yes, I think the CEO is best positioned to respond to those operational matters. Thanks, CEO.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and Clement, the Director of Proceedings. The tents have become an unavoidable part of the service offering. Ideally, would wish to be in permanent structures. But the reality of the situation is that not all voting districts have amenities that could be used as voting stations. The tents do constitute intractable challenges to us and would wish they were not part of the equation. But unfortunately, South Africa being who we are, we don't have a permanent facility in all the 23,000 voting districts. There is a standard to which all our local offices must subscribe to ensure that cleanliness is realized across the board. Where there are aberrations, certainly there are mechanisms that can be used to report those so that corrective action can be taken. Indeed, it is a matter of concern for us with respect to servicing our senior citizens who may be in places of old age homes. It is for that reason that we are providing an increased level of personal protection for our staff so as to minimize the potential and possibility for us infecting them when we visit them for purposes of special vote. We've tried that, we've put that into trial during the by-elections in November last year, as we did in December, and recently now in April. And we hope that the safety record that we have will assist us when we go into the election phase. But it does concern us because old age persons are by that nature very vulnerable people, and extraordinary care has to be taken, which is why we are providing a higher level of PPE when we visit them for purposes of special vote. The zip replacement was dealt with in the main address by the chairperson of the commission. Indeed, we are replacing the zip machines, and we will start taking delivery of the new consignment of voter management devices from next week, and we expect the last consignment towards the end of June. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mamabolo. See, we can take the last question. We've got Xolile Masina, who raised the hand there. Xolile, you can go ahead. Just unmute yourself, Xolile. Okay, I see Xolile is still muted there, so I'm just going to go ahead. Mr. Mashini, I just want to make a follow-up to the comment you made earlier, that unless there are circumstances that may be beyond and that may be problematic in terms of continuing with elections, you may have to take a decision in consultation with the other stakeholders not to go ahead. You said right now the legislation, the constitution says, and there hasn't been agreement amongst political parties that you postpone the elections. What are under which circumstances can that extreme and unprecedented decision be taken? If we're seeing a rise in cases, what are the kind of circumstances you are talking about?
That's a good question, because you see, there were two schools of thought that were proposing the postponement of elections from the political party leadership. The first one was the one that said we need to postpone the elections for 3 years until 2024, so that the elections can coincide with national elections, with the national and provincial elections to coincide with the local government elections. And then the other school was the one that said we need to postpone for at least a short period, either next 6 months or to a year, until we see what happens with the pandemic. Now, we as the Commission have the avenue of approaching the electoral court. We can't make the decision. If we have before us objective evidence that indicates that we are unable, if there's a force majeure, the outbreak of the pandemic, and there is a declaration by the Department of COPTA to say we are moving to level 5. Or if there is an alert and an indication by the Ministry of Health and the health experts that would then say it is no longer feasible for the levels to remain where they are, and we need then to reconsider the situation. Now, both departments, which then we allowed them to present for themselves to the leaders of the political parties, they were categorical in saying, up to this particular point, they are not in a position that they can say outright that come the date of October or so, that period will no longer be feasible for us to conduct the elections. And we also have with us 135 by-elections experience that we've just conducted in the country. And there's 2 more rounds that we've announced. These are the things that are making the basis for us to say we have now had a dry run where we've tested our non-pharmaceutical capability to mitigate having a COVID, a widespread, COVID infections due to electoral activities. So we are saying, on those bases, we could then only approach the courts if we are fortified by the facts that they can be presented to an objective court, and we would not be seen to be a derelict of our duty. So this is the basis of us saying we remain vigilant, and we will continue to engage the process with all the stakeholders, because nobody, neither has the Department of Health or the Department of COPTA, said they cannot, between now and the election, come back and say, no, the situation does not allow us. It is only then that you can go to the courts and say, we are unable to undertake the election, as we've done with the by-elections before. We have postponed the by-elections, but we've tried to deal with the backlog. As soon as the levels came down, we then moved in, and we've been able to conduct those particular elections. And interestingly, Program Director, in terms of the statistical response, the voter participation under COVID during the by-election was the same as the participation in non-COVID circumstances. So those objective facts are the ones for us that are important. However, our administration is continuing to engage and is looking into the issues. When they come and table concrete reports that indicate that there is something to take into consideration in light of where we are today, the Commission remains open to do that, because it is not our business that we also want to actually act in a manner that can affect the lives of our people. We are equally concerned about that.
Thank you, Mr. Mashinini, and I think that's where we're going to wrap it for this discussion, reflecting on the state of readiness for the electoral transition. It's important that all of us, we go and update our details. The IEC announced, as I said earlier, it's the 17th and 18th of July. That's when you can approach. There are over 23,000 voting stations where you can go and update your details or register to vote. The D-Day is the 27th of October. I want to thank Mr. Thabo Manyoni, who's the former chairperson of SALGA, who is currently the chairperson of the Demarcation Board, the Municipal Demarcation Board. Mr. Mashinini, thank you so much for your time as well. Glenn Mashinini, the chairperson of the IEC. He was also joined there by the CEO of the IEC, Sai Mamabolo. And thank you to Major General Mkhwanazi for also providing the security plan ahead of elections and taking us through the phases. We're going to take a 15-minute break, some 15-minute tea break. When we come back, we'll be discussing some critical legislation. And our next session will be a reflection on the implementation of legislation on the 5th term of local government. This is really interesting legislation that speaks to some contentious issues around the appointment of municipal managers. You know, can officials be aligned and be politically active? So there's a lot that we're going to be discussing in the next session. So let's take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back after that and start our next session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's always work to be done, so we get to it. Each day is an opportunity to do better than the day before. We work hard to do what we do well. We work to deliver all around our country and the world. To make good on our promises, to build better, focusing on the things that matter most for all of us. If we have passion for change, there's always more we can do by doing the everyday things well for more than our own gain. We are a leading storage and water solutions company, and we'll keep believing we can do more with what we have. Let's build for better together. SBS. Build for better.
Baby,
Hmm?
what's your question?
I want to know, how does the Liberty Funeral Plus plan help people stay covered when budgets are so tight?
Well, I've got a question.
What?
What are you buying me with your cashback?
For a small additional fee, the Liberty Funeral Plus plan gives you cash back to reward you for staying covered and to spoil your growing family. Sign up to a single plan that has a plan for a lifetime of changes.
Ask them if we could add more people as our family grows.
That's good. Because we're not adding one. We're adding two. Two.
And now, with the ability to add and reduce benefits, it's even easier to stay covered with the Liberty Funeral Plus plan. Sign up to a single plan that has a plan for a lifetime of changes.
Know your wards for the 2021 local government elections. The Municipal Demarcation Board, MDB, has developed a new app to help you know your new wards easily. The user-friendly interface gives you options: to drop your location pin to find out the ward you are currently situated in, search an address to know which ward it's based in, choose a background option of street maps, satellite images, terrains, etc. You can make an electronic print of the map and view it in any common format. Share the app via email, Twitter, Facebook, or Google+. For more information, visit www.demarcation.org.za or call 012-342-2481. MDB, Know Your Wards 2021. Open the web app now.
Connecting with our customers is not an exchange of information. It's an exchange of humanity, an exchange of emotion, the kind of connection where our members know that we care about them. As a custodian of social well-being, we believe in improving lives for everyone, for South Africa, for life.
While growing,
there's always work to be done, so we get to it. Each day is an opportunity to do better than the day before. We work hard to do what we do well. We work to deliver all around our country and the world. To make good on our promises, to build better, focusing on the things that matter most for all of us. If we have passion for change, there's always more we can do by doing the everyday things well for more than our own gain. We are a leading storage and water solutions company, and we'll keep believing we can do more with what we have. Let's build for better together. SBS, build for better.
Thank you for coming back. This is our last session for today, and then we'll be meeting again tomorrow. And we're going to be discussing very critical legislation. This session is titled A Reflection on the Implications of Legislation on the Fifth Term of Local Government. And as always, I'm asking you to send in your questions. I'll be looking at them, and I'm hoping that even with the panelists that we have, we're not going to get into presentations, but we'll be engaging. So they'll give us a gist of what their thoughts are about the legislation, and we can engage more as opposed to have a presentation for longer. I'm going to introduce now the panelists that I have. We've got the Honorable Minister Senzo Mchunu, who's the Minister of Public Service and Administration, who's joining us via a virtual platform. Minister, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much to your program director. Thank you.
And we also have here Honorable the Councillor Kola Pakati, who is the Executive Mayor of Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality, also the NEC member for SALGA. Thank you, Mr. Pakati, for also being here with us.
Thank you so much, Clement.
And we've got Councillor Beke Stofile, who is the Speaker of Machabeng Local Municipality, also the NEC member for SALGA. Thank you, Mr. Stofile, for also joining us for this discussion.
Thank you very much.
So we're discussing critical legislation, and I think I want us to go step by step. And maybe, Minister, we'll start with you, Minister Mchunu, as we talk about the Public Service Amendment Bill and the Public Service Administration Bill. And maybe we can start with the implications of the Public Service Amendment Bill. And you can maybe start us off by telling us about the current state of our public service. I've engaged you several times about this particular subject, and you have taken us into the process that is currently unfolding now, the government process for people to bring in their comments around the professionalization of the public service. So start us off around the current state of the public service and what will be the implications of the Public Service Amendment Bill.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and to your panelists. Firstly, we just want to indicate that the current situation is that one that is far less than the desirable one in public administration in the whole of the Republic of South Africa. A pointed issue is which is the first one. I'm going to count just two. Is the image of public service in the country. Public service, where in the space of public service, you talk about four components. The first one is the citizens of the country, the government, the public service itself, the services themselves, and then public servants. I'm making reference to all four at the same time when I talk about the image of public service in the country. Citizens are complaining that as citizens, they are less cared for by public service in South Africa throughout the spheres. They are saying we don't respect them as public servants. They say we're corrupt. They say the services that they require at any given time they don't get delivered in time or qualitatively or to cover everybody in terms of extent. Now, we're tainted in terms of image from the point of view of citizens. From the point of view of government doesn't look good. It lacks full legitimacy, and it lacks integrity and ethics that government requires to earn full marks from the public, from the citizens of the country. It's as if we have to borrow power to, power to govern. It's not like it is given and citizens are, there to appreciate everything and be involved and so on. But they are looking at government with skepticism and doubt. On the side of services themselves, the services are tainted in the sense that we are half-heartedly delivering. There are people who are subjected to less than human conditions in terms of areas where they live, down at local government level. Those who live in squatters as if squatters will be permanent. Even those and some of the services they receive are short in extent or are short in quality in terms of water, roads, and so on. It's as if, particularly people who are outside urban areas, it's as if on a permanent basis, it will be like that all the time. So the services themselves that people are receiving or supposed to receive, at times we build houses halfway, at times not qualitative houses, so there's a complaint as well there. And then the last one is from public servants themselves. Public servants are regarded as people who lack innovation. There are those perceptions. They lack productivity. They are not sympathetic and respectful to people at times. And the second one, this is just image. The second one, briefly, is the one of capacity of the public service in South Africa. The capacity. We have many capabilities in the country: technology, banking system, or the banking institution or financial institutions, roads, education, and so on. So we have that capability. Of course, it needs to be improved. But then you need public service to take advantage of the capabilities that are there. And they should be people with capacity in order to translate political statements, both by the citizens of the country and by leadership in government, political leadership, translate those into concrete policies and concrete deliverables to the people, and indeed deliver. Now, we lack that capacity. Sometimes a project takes a long time, and until people forget that there was a project that was started, it may be a pipeline for water and so on and so on. So these are the two major issues that we're facing as public service in the country, in all the arms of the state, in all the spheres of the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. So how is this public service amendment bill going to assist? Because as part of professionalizing the public service, you want to strengthen ethical leadership. And the question that arises is, after so many years, why is it still so difficult? Why has government failed to entrench that ethical leadership? I mean, there's so many examples you can give, from local government to national government, provincial government. I mean, a classic example I'm thinking of is when Treasury, for instance, appoints a CFO who was fired by the Gauteng Department of Arts and Culture. Treasury then says, oh, we didn't know. So there's due diligence that fails there. And when you look at examples like that, you see that that is an indication that the public service is in distress. How is this amendment bill then going to resolve some of those challenges that you've mentioned?
I will overlap to both of them, Public Service Amendment Act and PAMA itself, Public Administration Management Amendment Bill. Now, I want to start from where you started. We want, firstly, to ensure that public service in South Africa, in all the spheres, one, they are qualified for the positions that they apply for and end up occupying, qualified beyond any doubt, in at all times in all appointments across the board. And currently we are taking stock with a view to ensuring, just to establish the base. You are saying how long, why has it taken so long to wake up to the occasion? There are different occasions, there are different phases that public service has undergone in South Africa. First, it was post-apartheid, where you needed to do basic transformation, you needed to do integration, where public service was serving people in accordance with race and all other things and so on, to public service that would service everybody equally and equitably. Now, as in the course of time, we then got under attack of what is now called state capture, massive corruption in public service, and less capacity, less skills, less professionalism, nepotism, and a number of other things that in detail would characterize our public service. But it's not to say it is all a loss. I'm not saying so. We do have public service in the country. It is functional, but we need to do drastic changes and drastic improvements. So professionalization is one, ethics is another, integrity is another, ensuring qualifications for people for the positions that they occupy when they get appointed, the procedures that we follow to appoint people to different positions in all the spheres. We need uniformity there in terms of the framework. And then improvement, once people are appointed or have been appointed in whatever level, they need to be trained. They need to be consistently trained and empowered so that what they do better. And in fact, one of the things that the National School of Government has proven is that whereas in school you can train and become a doctor or acquire masters, in public service you are called upon to produce a document on strategy for that and this. You are expected to produce an assessment of this and that and so on. Only to find that you are not trained for the purpose. Yes, you have education, you may even have qualifications for that, but you still need to be trained in such a way that your training is tailor-made for high productivity in what you are now occupying, so that you get your training gets intensified, your knowledge, your skill now in the field where you are. That's the only way we can take strides in the march towards a developmental state that we want to be. And it doesn't end there. We need to train public servants to resist corruption, especially those that deal with processing of tenders in the supply chain management. At the moment, it has been proven beyond any doubt that they get tempted they get tempted just on sight of money passing this way and this way to a large extent. And we also have to deal with relations between EAs and management, which is a very precarious issue, so that, for instance, your accounting officers must account and not be interfered in a diminishing way or compromising way, so that after that they complain that this was instruction for that and that. It must be clear that the EA does 1, 2, 3, and then from 4, 5, it is done by the accounting officer. And the accounting officer must be the accounting officer in a developmental state, not somebody who can just be manipulated even illegally into doing things that are illegal, let alone those that are compromising in terms of ethics, in terms of integrity. So we are picking up all these things, we are doing them, and the legislation that we are saying need to be amended will then be a tool through which we achieve all these objectives but not at a particular sphere of government or one arm of government, but throughout public service. It comes with a lot of things, strengthening the positions of accounting officers on one hand. It comes with the need to emphasize ethics and integrity and all of that. It also comes with the role, a distinctive role of our school of government. And it also deals with empowering the Director General in the Office of the President. So it comes with a number of things so that the Director General in the Office of the President is his administrative arm, but overlapping with throughout the state. That is the essence of the amendment. But this other one, PAMA, it deals with the necessary synergies. I just want to read a paragraph that I think is very important for us to read at this stage, what it seeks to do so that there is no wrong interpretation of what PAMA needs to do or will do. It says it seeks to improve the manner in which the spheres interrelate and to provide for the harmonization of systems, conditions of service, and norms between the public service in the national, provincial, and provincial and local government sphere in municipalities. But you will remember that the Constitution of the Republic in 1990, the Constitution of 1996 recognizes the distinct spheres, three of them, national, provincial, and local. And it is not the intention in any way, directly or indirectly, of the amendment bill on PAMA to interfere with distinctiveness of the spheres. All it does is it says, here, in terms of Section 195, are the values and principles of public administration in the Republic and public service. Now, they must apply across. It doesn't help us, it has been proven, to apply these values and norms and standards just to one sphere and not. Remember, when you talk about services to the people of South Africa by public administration, these services come from all the three spheres in a manner that is synergized. It should happen in a manner that is synergized. At the moment, we're fragmented. We even have different conditions of service. We have different norms and standards when in terms of those conditions of service. We even don't have a framework when it comes to remuneration across the board. A director in a provincial sphere may not be a director at local sphere or in an entity of the state, but same government. And even remuneration is far different. Now, it's untenable because this fragmented kind of system, it makes it almost, it presents us as a dysfunctional state if you look at it as a whole. The delivery is must be very integrated. Let me make one example as a last illustration. In China, when they established that huge city called Shanghai, what they did, they decided that would need to establish a city here, and they pointed it at local government level because it is situated at the local government near a river there, a huge river. And they said it will be a city of the world that will have to compete with the best cities in the world in terms of size and services and all of that. Now, it wouldn't depend on which mayor was there and which mayor would come in to complete that city. If there was a mayor at the beginning and the mayor happened to be changed, the next mayor, the next governor of the province, the next president, while the project of the city is continuing up until completion, nobody would be allowed to interfere with that. Nobody would come and say, I'm not interested in Shanghai. What for? administration is synergized to a point where you start where your predecessor stopped for one reason or the other. And it is a national project recognized locally, provincially, and up to national. Unlike what we're doing here in the country, you have a road cutting through 2 or 3 provinces or municipalities, a municipal manager changes, and then it's the other, that is the end of that project. Or an MEC changes and so on, interact, it's a change.
Yeah.
And a minister, so we're not synergized, we're very fragmented, and it doesn't help South Africa and the citizens of this country.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Pakati, that synergy, how beneficial is it's going to be? Because the Minister speaks of the harmonization of the system. So we're talking about the single public service. And he says it doesn't mean that there's going to be interference in terms of the independence of local government. From that, the leadership of local government at that level, what concerns do you have about this? Do you think we are going to see a change in the professionalization of the public service when we see the synergy? How helpful is it going to be? And are you sharing concerns that there will be interference once you provide this single public service? Thank you very much, Clement, and greetings to the Minister and the National Assembly, and my greetings to my fellow panelists here. We have long agreed on the integrated public service from the ruling party's perspective. Remember the discussion took place in 2002 in Stellenbosch, concluded in Polokwane in 2007. So there is no disagreement to that effect. However, from 2008, the Public Administration Management Act was then drafted, and it became law in 2014. And since then, we have been engaging the Minister. We quite appreciate the progress that has been made this far, but that there were 2 issues that we were engaging on since 2019, the establishment of the Office of Standards and Compliance, and the issue around conducting business with the state, the disclosure of financial interests, and ethics that the Minister spoke about, integrity and establishment of discipline, technical assistance unit. So, having welcomed most of the proposals by the Minister, including, for an example, the prohibition of municipal employees from doing business with the state and the disclosure of the financial interests, we have urged the department to consider the existence of similar legislations promulgated by other ministers, such as the Minister of COGTA, as well as the National Treasury, for example. So again, on the issue of empowering the Minister to conduct lifestyle audits based on the disclosures by the municipal employees, we were saying, look, this we appreciate, and as SALGA membership, but also we would want to see the credibility of the intervention by assigning this function to an independent institution, for an example, the Office of the Auditor General, as well as SARS. So we would want to protect the integrity of process insofar as opposed to a sphere of government regulating another sphere. There has been the point about over-regulation of local government space by other spheres was raised by both Honorable Masondo as well as Kony and Yap in the earlier discussion that we had.
and the fragmented and duplication of legislation and the unintended consequences of that approach. So again, the autonomy of municipal councils in governing their own affairs, distinct and interrelated spheres of government as defined by the by the Constitution of the Republic, and that must always be affirmed. The issue of the corruption that Minister spoke about, I think corruption is a criminal activity and it should be treated as such through the Criminal Procedure Act. So we appeal for a coherent and robust single regulatory instrument to avoid some of the perverse outcomes given rise to the current culture of fragmentation. And those are the issues that would like the amendment to the legislation addressed. Yeah.
You're speaking there about the over-regulation of local government. What are these unintended consequences that we could see?
Well, we are supposed to be interdependent spheres of government, and that the Constitution of the Republic recognizes the independence of councils in terms of the decision-making process. But when you have such an over-regulation where even on a matter of an appointment of a senior manager in a council, you have to go and seek concurrence from an MEC, for instance. I'm just making an example. So those are the issues, but also there are matters, as we discuss integrated public service, issues of collective agreements agreed to in the bargaining councils of municipalities, the South African Local Government Bargaining Councils, and which deals with conditions of employment at the local government level, and the issue of the PSCPC, where is going to be intersection in that, and the voice of the trade unions has become critical in this instance. So such matters would necessitate more engagement. Yeah.
Councillor Stofile, the minister mentions one of the things that the Act is supposed to address, this Public Administration Management Act, and that is to provide some clarity regarding the prohibition against employees from doing business with the state. As representatives at local government, what concerns do you have about this?
Greetings to you, Clement, and my colleague, Councillor Xola, and the Minister. Let me first start by saying the journey traversed by an association, South African Local Government Association, since time immemorial, led by Ndate Masondo, Father Mangaliso Mkashwa, Manyoni, Parks, and now Ngadimeng. We were always engaged on the interest to see the sector being professionalized. And it has always been in the best interest of the leadership then and today to see the sector ultimately achieving its intended goal of being professionalized. And part of this professionalization of the sector then is to accept that certain things that are happening in the sector which are wrong in the public eyes and in the conduct of those that are involved in the sector had to be dealt with. That is why we accept and firmly participated in the amendment of the Municipal Systems Act, or Systems Bill, that is before Parliament today. One of the important issues around that is that as you attempt to professionalize the sector, you should also don't create ambiguities in that process, where an employee of a municipality don't understand who's the real employer. For instance, My colleague here spoke about if you employ a municipal manager, you are expected to solicit concurrence from somebody. And whereas the Constitution gives full responsibility of municipalities to run their business, that includes the ability to appoint the staff that, in their view, is capable, suitable for positions, and able to perform the task at hand, and therefore become responsible and play oversight over the staff, including accountability. Now, we are dealing with this matter with very serious ambiguities, wherein you are expecting a council as an authority, as an employer body, to employ a person. Before it employs that person, must look on the left. What is the left says, and the left says no, okay, and says no, I can't concur. You employ that person. Instead, you must then do ABC. It doesn't contribute towards professionalization of the sector. Okay, so that is one issue, and that is why, in our view, as an association looking into the Municipal Systems Amendment Bill, is that it same apply if a council has a right to employ a person that, in their view, does meet the standard and requirements as proclaimed by a guiding act. The municipality must employ that person, including to have a discretion either to extend the contract or not to extend the contract. In the current environment, the ambiguity is that no, a council cannot extend the contract of X or Y or B. And then to me, it's a very serious point. I think my colleague here is speaking about avoiding this, making many laws, different laws in different corners, but they're not converging around helping the local government to achieve what it's supposed to achieve.
Has that discretion, though, Councillor, not been abused by some of the leadership at municipalities? I was listening to the acting minister in the presidency the other day, and she said, she revealed, I think it was last month, that 53% of municipal managers meet minimum competency level. So isn't what this bill is intended to do going to help in putting processes in place to ensure that where some municipalities have failed in hiring competent people, highly skilled, who are up to the task, is that not going to help in ensuring that becomes the case, as opposed to mayors and political representatives appointing people based on party allegiance?
The question that probably it should be asked is, if you sit in a corner, develop a law with the hope that that law is going to address the problem without being realistic, dealing with the challenges that face the local government, we are going to miss the boat. The Municipal Systems Act directs the conduct of municipality insofar as recruiting and employing people into the staff establishment. That is guided in the Municipal Systems Act. That is why SALGA, part of our contribution towards professionalization, because professionalization is not about declaring that you are entering a phase of professionalization. One of the issues that we are putting very strong on the debate, which parliamentarians must take this and consider and approve it, because it's in the best interest of professionalization, is those that chose to be employees of the municipality must not occupy political leadership position, so that mayors and everybody get instructions from the parking bay. Okay? So we must take a bold decision, all of us, about making a meaningful contribution towards professionalization of the sector. It is important to us.
Is that possible to achieve?
Remember,
not hold political office.
Remember, Bill of Rights, you've got a right to belong or form whatever association or relations. but also it has limitations. Have you exploited the limitations that are available, okay, within the context of achieving the set goal? So don't we see that part of probably what it was raised earlier on by the first panel that you hosted, okay, complex challenges that we face in the local government. It had to do with Stofile being a person employed but occupying a senior position in the political party, give instructions in the parking bay. Don't you see probably things that are not said in public, but I'm putting here today. It's what is happening in the sector. And that is why you are saying to those that are responsible to make laws, they have reasons to support the association on that.
And I'll go to the minister to respond to some of your responses to what is indicated. I want to bring you back, Mr. Pakati, on the issue of the municipal managers holding political office. Often what we've seen is sometimes municipal managers politically are more senior than their mayors. And that can create a challenge there. Is the Systems Amendment Bill intended to deal with that? Can it deal with that challenge?
Well, I think, Clement, my colleague there has sufficiently responded to that question, because the Bill of Rights guarantees the right to freedom of association. Now, is the bill then, if this is what it suggests, is it not infringing on the right of individuals to associate? I think that's the question that the minister should then respond to.
Okay, Minister, let's go to you. I mean, these are the concerns that are being raised from what you indicated around the harmonization, I should say, of the system. You want there to be this synergy. How do you then respond to these concerns being raised by the councillors that over-regulation may have unintended consequences, that maybe we haven't even exploited all the other options, and that some of what the amendment bill wants to address may actually be unconstitutional? The expectations that, people must not have that freedom to associate with their political parties. How do you respond to these concerns?
No, thank you very much. I'm sure we're conflating a number of things and bringing them. We're taking our frustration elsewhere and we're bringing it to the amendment and its intentions. It doesn't even include those matters. But let me start here. Yes, we need to work with COGTA as a partner, Treasury as a partner, and as a matter of fact, they have concurred with the proposed amendments because we realize we can't do this thing alone, and we have no intention of doing it alone. But secondly, I just want to point out that Honorable Mayor Pakati traces single public administration from 2002. And there's an act from 2014, and we're now in 2021, and this thing is now 7 years. But if you trace it back, it's many years ago. One of the failures of public administration in the Republic of South Africa, I'm not talking spheres, is you deal with one thing for 15 years. For 10 years, you are arguing this way and that way. You don't finish anything in the process. You don't improve where you are. You don't test the intention of what you need to be doing because you are afraid. But where you are, there are problems as well. So you end up in the space. Other countries that move fast and develop, they don't take 7 years to process an act. In fact, to implement an act, because The act was passed in 2014 and it's binding to all of us in South Africa at all levels. But to implement it, we're taking more than 7 years. Let's agree, it's public administration failure. No matter what angle, no matter what difficulties and concerns and so on. And I think that this is one of the things that we need to grow over and really part ways with them. Having said this, I need to say the issue that my colleagues in the public service are talking about, for instance, the Municipal Systems Act in relation to what provinces do to kind of supervise municipalities, is not part of this legislation, not at all. It's a different issue which leadership of SALGA need to relate to and deal with, but it's not part of this. We're not here. We're talking application of values, norms, and standards. We're talking harmonization. Let me make an example. You want to create. You would say, we take money from the same purse, that is treasury, including on salaries. Now, what is this differentiation between salaries of elected politicians or public servants and those that are appointed? Are they fair? These discrepancies and gaps, are they equitable? What this amendment acts seek to do is to harmonize in terms of the application of values and principles, but without interfering with the powers of a mayor or council to appoint whoever they want.
Yeah.
And these issues that they are relating is between them and the provinces. It has nothing to do with this amendment. We don't talk about that. We're just talking about, it may relate even very well with what they are saying about asking the question whether it is correct to take a municipal manager or any other manager and it becomes a politician at the same time. Whether that is working, it's clear. It doesn't work. It's not working. And therefore, there are certain things that they have to push as reform, but those should not be confused with what we're talking about. But to tease my colleagues there, I would say one of the things that are interesting to me, but we're not talking about it in this proposed amendment, but it's something that I ask when I meet mayors. Why do we, or SALGA, why do we continue with a situation where we say the term of office of a council must coincide directly with the term of office of a manager? This is like saying term of office of ministers at a national level and MSCs must. So when it comes to an end, I'm appointed for 5 years. When my term comes to an end, the term of office of the DG must also end. Now, look, we national and provincially we're discussing that, but as part of reform, to say how does it help in terms of not making administration, national and provincial, a stop and go issue. You have no situation where experience is retained and knowledge and projects are retained. You are stop and go because because the term of office of DGs and HODs is 5 years. We're seeking to review that, even though we're not talking about it here in this legislation. But that is part of the discussion, because there's no reason why we we tie these things together. And tying it together has proved to be South Africa, to be negative to the interests of the people out there. Remember, one of the components in the public service are the people. People have no term of office whatsoever. It is us who are appointed or are elected to have a term of office. So reviewing the terms of office. So I'm just saying at some point, SALGA need to look at this together with what they are looking at. But on the other hand, we're looking, for instance, at professionalization. Now, let me talk about that. We're not going to interfere with how councils and SALGA view as their input and with the view to implementing when it comes to professionalization of public service. They are going to come with professionalization of public service from the point of view of local government. All we do is framework that indicates certain standards within the framework, that indicates certain programs of professionalization. Like, for instance, what courses, you see there is a course called Nyugela in as far as we are concerned, run by the school, the National School of Government. It says, and everyone who wants to enter public service, pass this, do this course and pass it. Now, there's nothing wrong in terms of consolidating that course in the name of professionalization and include entering public service at a local government level, such that it becomes integrated, such that it also caters for local government in terms of the actual training program, including training programs that are inside professionalization once people have been employed to integrate local government. So we're not talking about one and the same thing. So what I'm saying is, in other words, these concerns that colleagues are talking about are well catered for, more than 100%. Because even those that apply, for instance, or one of the things that we're introducing via this amendment is to say, you know, when there's yesterday in Cabinet, we discussed for more than close to 2 hours, discussing a municipality somewhere in Limpopo, because there's nothing left there in the name of municipality. And now there's a court decision that enforces the Minister of Finance to take over or something like that, working with the Minister of Cocta, but it instructs the Minister of Finance to intervene there and almost take over. Now we have to talk to local government and then, to provincial government to say, here is this judgment. And with judgment from the High Court, you can't go this way. You have to implement unless you defy the judge. Now, in such instances, it should be easy for the state. I'm talking about the state as a unitary entity with different spheres. We should, the following day after such a court judgment, study that and then say, indeed, let's take one official from whether it's local somewhere or but particularly at provincial or national level, go and run that municipality for the next 6 months, finish and clear. Because the people are complaining, and when they complain, they look at local government, they look at provincial, they look at national, they look at government as an entity in South Africa. They don't say, no, we're not concerned about national and provincial, we're concerned about local, because here is a judgment. Now, this legislation will enable and empower us as a state, all of us, to move officials quickly without hindrances and so on. This is one of the things that are being introduced here. So it's facilitating harmonization and interrelatedness insofar as the application of values and principles are concerned, but also make certain systems. For instance, for IR, we need to have a framework of the state in terms of taking advantage of 4IR and introducing interventions from the technological point of view. I can't say this program of YR, it can't apply to local government because it's another sphere. It delays delivery, it delays progress to fragment spheres insofar as facilitation of delivery of services is concerned. But it can be done without diminishing our constitutional distinctiveness. And we are sure, we've started this up and down, that the amendment of PAMA does not in any way interfere with the distinctiveness. But what it does is it harmonizes those distinct spheres into a machinery, in terms of delivery of services and administration itself in terms only of norms and standards, but not power to appoint or disappoint officials. It doesn't. So we're very clear. But I want to end up by saying we are praying, our colleagues everywhere, that what is happening now, it amounts to scandal, very embarrassing issue, that we are dealing with a law that was passed in 2014. A child that was born when this law was promulgated by the National Assembly is now doing grade something. It's doing grade 3. We haven't passed that we haven't implemented that law in full. It is implemented half full. It's a very embarrassing thing. It characterizes us very badly as South Africa as a whole.
Minister, you say that there's not going to be interference in the independence of the sphere, and this is the point you raised earlier. But from what I got from the councillors, the mayors, is that there's that expectation then that even when you want to hire a municipal manager, that you must get concurrence from another sphere of government. Do you understand where the concern is coming from when the representatives themselves and the leaders themselves can exercise their discretion? If they have to get concurrence elsewhere, isn't that a form of that interference in the independence of that sphere?
I understand exactly where it comes from. It comes from MECs having to give concurrence in relation to appointment of municipal managers. I think them in particular. Whether it also goes to Section 57, I'm not sure, but it does. So I understand it comes from. It doesn't come from this amendment. I'm sure about that, because we're not talking. We're talking about values in public administration. This is things like transparency. We're talking about ethics. We are talking respect to citizens. We are talking putting people first. We are talking all those values that are indicated by Section 195, that we apply them across the spheres. But it doesn't. But what we are referring to really doesn't come from. It doesn't come from these amendments. Even if it did come, I said to President of SALGA, why don't we sit from 9 o'clock in the morning, because I'm sure that by 4 o'clock we'll have run through this. It doesn't require a year, it doesn't require a month. And I'm sure that these concerns, sitting face to face in a matter of 5 hours, not 7 years, we will have gone through them and allow this legislation to be implemented, because we are convinced it comes with the pluses as opposed to the minuses. And therefore, I want to repeat, these amendments will not take any powers of municipalities. It will create a situation of same values applying throughout the spheres of government, which people want. They don't want to meet a manager in a municipality who is rude, who doesn't respect them because they are not governed by a framework that is synergized, that is running throughout the spheres. I'm making an example. And you will only get respect when you go there, and so when you go to another sphere. And the level of professionalism is not the same, and so on. This is what we're talking to, not powers of municipalities to do what they need to do in terms of being a distinct sphere.
I wonder if that satisfies you, that reassurance from the minister.
No, the question from me would be whether you need a legislative mechanism to inculcate a culture of acceptable ethical conduct in the public service, or what you need is the best practice guidelines that emphasize the value system, the ethos, and the ethics that are accepted from a public servant.
But is that enough? Isn't legislation going to strengthen that? Because often the guidelines are there, but are they being adhered to? Are they being implemented? So if you have legislation...
But the non-implementation is another discussion, because you can make the same argument whether having agreed on the legislative framework, the mechanism to enforce that would still be there. Remember, this was signed into law in 2014. But then the minister goes further to talk about issues of equity. And for me, this is very worrisome, because the equitable share of the municipalities continues to go down as opposed to other spheres of government. And I don't know what would then be the meaning of equity when the equitable share of municipalities is declining, as we speak.
Minister, you want to come in there?
No, Program Director. I was talking about a situation where political, let me say, public representatives that are elected from national up to local. I was saying there are gaps, and I was saying it needs to be, we need to discuss it to say the salary of, to make an example, of a minister, the gap between that salary and that of an MEC and that of an MMC, is it equitable? In other words, is it fair? Is it justifiable? If I may ask, I'm just talking about that those are some of the things that is not equitable in the sense of equitable share in terms of allocations, not at all. So that's why I'm saying we mustn't collate and confuse one aspect with the other. Here, we are just talking about application of. Let me just take one other last comment on DAO and the Office of Standards. The Office of Standards simply does compliances, ensuring that where we let our guard down and where we sleep. Let me just make an example. For instance, today I get a report that one premier has appointed somebody as Director General when that fellow is charged already by a court of law. Now, why that happens, I wouldn't know. But we want to run administration in South Africa such that whether you are premier, you are mayor, because we are synergized in terms of the framework, it just can't be done. Nobody needs to remind you, take a phone and do it. It just can't be done. Those are the harmonizations, those are the synergies that we want in terms of standards. And the Office of Standards then makes sure that there's compliance and so on. But how it comes, like for instance, the Honorable Mayor Pagat was making an example with the need when it comes to lifestyle audits. Whether that is conducted by an independent person or not is not an issue. What is an issue here is a public administration that enforces conducting of lifestyles. Who does it is a different matter. We can't be rigid on that. For instance, at national and provincial level, what we're processing is that for elected office bearers, the president must be responsible for that. It might say, in discussion between president and premiers, it might say at provincial level, for MECs and so on, because the legislature have their own and so on and so on. So, but for public servants that are appointed from DGs downwards, we are saying DPSA need to produce a framework through which, in fact, we have done so, and we need to start conducting, because what exists at the moment, you see this thing of filling forms. Once we have a framework in administration that compels us to conduct lifestyles, we want to go beyond a situation where you just fill up a form, which we all do. What asset do you have? You take a register like last year, you fill, and so on and so on. We want regular lifestyle audits conducted by a distinct body that is qualified to do that. All that now does is to ensure that those lifestyle audits get done. Because let me just say to all of us here, public administration in South Africa is really breathing very hard. It is very hard, and we are viewed with skepticism and doubt. If you drive a car across, people are likely, once you have passed, you are a mayor, you are a minister, you are a minister, to say, they doubt whether it's your money, and so on. So we need to collaborate, we need to act fast, we need to act with decisiveness to ensure that we correct the image of public service and ensure that ultimately, whatever we say and do, we have capacity to deliver to the citizens of the country, as opposed to, politics of palace. Once you get into a position at the national level, either you want to extend your power or you want to protect your power. I think we need to, cleanse ourselves on all of this and separate ourselves from what the citizens are expecting from us, rather than terrain issues and so on. I'm not saying that my colleagues in the platform are more, but if I look at how do we argue implementation of a legislation for 7 years, how do we do that? It's impossible. It's beyond my understanding. And therefore, I think we need to move with speed and allow those processes to take shape for the good of our people and for the interests of the people on the ground. Thank you.
There are so many things that are contentious, and I sense not a lot of, suppose, synergy and agreement. And even in the chat box here, there are some questions coming through. So I'm going to encourage you to keep on sending your questions. I'm going to get to them just now in the comments. If you want to ask a question or make a comment, you can raise your hand and we'll recognize you and you can go ahead and ask that question. Councillor Stofile, the minister was mentioning this municipality in Limpopo that has totally collapsed. There's a high court judgment. The provincial government must then step in. And I remember hearing earlier the president of SALGA, Ms. Nkadi Meng, mentioning that sometimes you leave these municipalities until you can see that they are heading the wrong way. And by the time you come and intervene, it's a little too late. Is there support? And just in terms of monitoring, regulation, support from the other spheres of government to ensure that they don't come in when it's too late, when the municipalities have already totally collapsed?
Unfortunately, the example made by the minister demonstrated that they woke up very late. That's what it means. For the fact that in the cabinet they can sit and spend 2 hours and reflecting on the collapse of a municipality it means there are somewhere, somehow, nobody is doing his or her work. For instance, earlier on in the program presided or run by Sakina, there was a question asked by Councillor Sotashe, if I'm not mistaken, about, in fact, the president even said this in her input, that SALGA is not getting Section 71 reports. Section 71 reports goes to COGTA and Treasury. That is an instrument to be used to assess the downturn of a municipality. Section 71, Section 72, Section 46, and so on, are instruments that are at the disposal of the other spheres of government, both the province and national. The question that we must ask, who slept on the duty for that municipality to be where it is now? Because to me, if I look into the Constitution, I think the President raised this issue earlier on, is that what cost incurred by provincial government or national government in providing support in municipality? I think it was the President. Can we ask that question? Okay. I think for that municipality that Minister is referring to is that I think we should learn a lesson that we are a government that is formed on a cooperative instrument, that people, which I agree with him, that people, when they look into municipality, they see government. And the government, on its totality, it has a responsibility to service communities. And to what point did we allow municipalities to crash and then we only think about intervention? So it backed the point that was made earlier on by previous panelists here, that Section 139 intervention has proven beyond reasonable doubt that haven't worked. Instead, over 140 municipalities were subjected to Section 139 repeatedly, but they have never changed.
So how are you expected then as SALGA, because part of your mandate is to then help support these municipalities, how are you expected to do that if the reports are not being sent to you, they're being sent to COGTA? Does that frustrate your work as one of your mandates is to support those municipalities?
It's to support, advocate, represent the interest of the sector. The manner in which the law is made, put aside the association in terms of getting those reports. I can give you an example and bet with my last cent that I have in the bank, that if SALGA receives such reports, in terms of assessment and identifying earlier warning red lights, I don't think municipalities could have been in that situation. So the situation is those that are supposed to analyze the report, which is the fear that we are making, all of us in the Republic of South Africa. We always blame municipalities about their failure. But who receive this report on monthly basis, on quarterly basis? What they are doing with these reports? Is there anything that they are learning? Why they will then, after effect, they only intervene?
Yeah. I see Mxoli Sikoyo and Councillor Groenewald have raised their hands. Please prepare your questions. I'm going to come to you just now. I want to quickly ask Mayor Pakati. The minister was talking there about the terms of office for the political office bearers, the members of the executive, then coinciding with the term of the municipal manager, for instance. And the minister was suggesting that there needs to be a change in that approach. From your position as mayor, does it make sense for that term to coincide, the term of the municipal manager to coincide with that of a mayor, for instance? What are the complications with that? And do you get where the minister is coming from, that perhaps that needs to change, because then that addresses the issue of retaining talent?
Well, sometimes this happens through a coincidence. It becomes coincidental What I know is that municipal managers are given 5-year contracts. In many instances, they don't coincide with the political leadership. Like, for instance, in a situation where the municipal manager does not complete the 5-year period, gets his or her contract terminated within 2 years, the next person that we appoint there will be appointed in the middle of the term, and therefore that would end beyond the existence of the current political leadership. So there's nothing of that sort.
Should maybe the term be extended to 10 years for municipal managers? Or beyond 5 years? Would that help?
5 years, it's okay. Renewable. 5 years, it's okay. Renewable.
Let's go to Policy Koyo. Policy, you can go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Facilitator. Mr. Facilitator, I will plead with you and the panelists. When we were introduced to the program and this panel discussion is supposed to be advantaging us during this particular period by the pieces of legislation that are in Parliament as bills for amendment. And it is not only one. Maybe the challenge is the absence in this panel of a chairperson of the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee for COCTA. Because I was of the opinion as they were introducing what we need to discuss is to discuss those bills that are there. It is not only the one that is more relevant to the minister. Maybe another disadvantage is that minister is focusing only on one, although here even Structures Act, Systems Act are reflected, and that is why the panelists that are coming from SALGA side are talking beyond what the minister is focusing on. Another area, Chair, that I just want to indicate, when you talk the term of the municipal manager coinciding with what the council is ending, no, that is law. And that law is saying when you engage an accounting officer, you can't engage for more than a year committing the council that is going to come in. If there is an intention from the minister to discuss those and how to change that, it's something else. But as it is now, it is not the council that is deciding on that, it is law. And the law was not done by SALGA or the council. But my focus was on all the pieces of legislation that are there, where we participated as SALGA, and the bills now are there in front of the parliament. Thank you very much, Facilitator.
Well, thank you so much, Policy. Minister, can I bring you there to respond?
Well, I would respond to Councillor Koyo by merely saying that, we were not briefed to discuss everything in Parliament. We were briefed to discuss these two pieces of legislation, that is the Public Service Act Amendment Bill and PAMA, that is Public Service Amendment Bill. And that's exactly what we're doing. And what is more relevant, if I could say that, more relevant between the two is PAMA Act, which allows synergies between the spheres of government and allows Section 195 of the Constitution to flow, while in terms of values and standards, while allowing distinctiveness of municipalities. So it's something that shouldn't have held us really for long. We should have done this thing long ago. But I understand Councillor Koyo, maybe for another opportunity, organized somewhere else where the bills that are before National Assembly could be discussed. That's what I would say. I take the point that he raises on legislation in relation to appointments of MMs. I was merely touching on that on the side. That's not what I was saying that in line with what Councillor Pagat was talking about in terms of appointment of some officials having to be concurred to by province, and said perhaps there needs to be something else that they can look at. But on PAMA, really, the long and short of it is that it will help in realizing the dream, which is, I believe, is a dream for all of us in South Africa, that let's reposition South Africa as an ethical and developmental state, which is characterized by integrity throughout administration. And therefore, the way we do things in the whole of administration does require a framework, even in terms of remuneration and negotiations. That is the bargaining councils and so on. We are not saying there needs to be one, but we are saying there needs to be a framework, one framework governing. We're experiencing it in between provinces and national, and in fact in relation to local government. Minister of Finance says, public service minister, I don't have money to increase salaries for public servants. It refers to those who are appointed in terms of the Public Service Act. But he doesn't say so in relation to local government. So the bargaining council for local government can increase salaries. Now, unions that are in the public service space say to me, when we sit and debate these issues via our delegation in the chamber, why does your minister, as as representing government, our employer, say there is no money, when local government in South Africa is able to raise salaries, in other words, increase salaries for their people? Why do you say so? And then they come back and say, why do SOEs raise or increase salaries for even those SOEs under ministers in the same cabinet? But we are told that there's no money, there's no salary increase for public servants appointed in terms of the Public Service Act. Now, it is those things that, among others, that we need to synergize so that we are in one country, so that we are able to synergize public administration. It doesn't mean that Minister of Public Service will determine salaries of directors and will employ directors and will concur on directors whatsoever. But it just means that we will synergize certain aspects of our administration as one country for the benefit of the people out there, so that we don't have things that we can't answer when we are a single country, but have different administrations. It's just like we were, if I could use it as an example, when you had different so-called independent states and homelands in South Africa, because you had a fragmented administration, even in terms of norms and standards. There would be a level of a director. You prescribe certain qualifications which don't apply here but apply there, and so on and so on. This is what we're talking about, having frameworks that are synergized by and large in key aspects of our public administration, as opposed to now and what we are doing now. Thank you.
Somebody else has raised their hand as well. Thank you, Minister. Mr. Steerman.
Hi, good day, Program Director. Hello. Can
Yes,
you hear
go
me?
ahead.
Program Director, thank you very much. My name is, I'm Councillor Vernon Steerman. I'm from Sarah Barpan in the Eastern Cape. And good afternoon to the Minister and the panel that is so much enlightening us on a very critical matter. My humble contribution, Program Director, is based on, and I'm not criticizing SALGA, I'm really not doing it, but I so wish that this very much informative session could have taken place September or October 2016. Because what I'm currently experiencing is, and I'm pretty much seasoned where I'm deployed as a councillor, I believe, is that the content or the content being shared today, I really wish that it could have been located in the beginning of our term instead of coming much more closer to the end. So I really wish, SALGA, that we will have this high-level masterclass at the beginning of November, so that whoever is successful in coming back into local government can have access to this high-level, very much informative kind of discussion. My contribution also in terms of the services or the state is that I was listening to the minister and listening to the panel, is that I so wish that we can really develop a state, when I'm speaking about the state of people taking pride in what they are doing within the state, whether it's a municipal manager or director or sweeper or whoever, but taking pride, because basically they are really pretty much implementing our constitution at this particular time. Failing to do so is where I have a problem, Program Director, because then so many legislation are kicking in to protect incompetency, to protect non-compliance, to protect so many things. But the other critical matter is that we councillors, we are sometimes also contributing to this, because sometimes we are allowing officials or senior officials to be the very sower of disunity within the council structure itself. Because let me use an example. And that is what I've taught myself, I will never borrow money as a councillor from any official, because then I'm beginning to compromise the authority or the leadership that I'm supposed to provide. So if we really can begin to speak about these ethical morals and things that one as a councillor should have, it becomes very critical that we don't allow officials to distract us, and also for officials to sideline with us, and also because in a divided council there will be no service delivery, because people, and the unfairness on our officials is they will begin to fear to implement a good decision because they don't know on which side they are. And it is those critical small and yana things that are hampering service delivery, that are killing the purpose of the state, that are not allowing people to enjoy what is enshrined within our constitution. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you, Mr. Steerman, for your contribution. I like that both of you are NEC members. How do you respond to that criticism that these are the kind of conversations that should have happened as back as 2016? Did they happen? How are you planning to move forward as SALGA to make sure you have more of these critical conversations about legislation and enlightening people, particularly councillors, about their responsibilities and their expectations?
Maybe I missed that. We do have these conversations in SALGA, both at national level and then cascaded to provincial levels. For instance, over the couple of months ago, we've been seized with the debate about the amendments of the Systems and the Structures Act. If you listen to the question asked by Councillor Goyo or comment made by Councillor Goyo, that the session is twofold. The first fold or one fold is the one that is led by the Minister of Public Service. Okay. And then the second fold is about the amendments before Parliament. And that is why in our opening comment we said is a journey traversed by various leaders of SALGA. It's not just an event that only happened yesterday. Those leaders have laid the building blocks towards what we are having today. And that is why in part of the comment we said, we wish that as being presented the bill before Parliament, both the Systems and the Structures Act, those that had to take decision had to have reasons to support the bill as presented, because in our view, begins to deal with the elephant in the house in making sure that there is service delivery going to our members. So the SALGA has been seized with these issues over a period of time, including engaging member municipalities through working groups that are existing at national, provincial, so that each and every municipality participate in the working group as part of information sharing and engaging and soliciting some views and ideas, that those views and ideas will be consolidated as SALGA view to be presented to any platform. So we do have that.
Councillor Stoffile, there's a question here that was directed at you, and maybe Mayor, you can also come in there. This is from Pauline Matsaung, who says, to Councillor Stoffile, how can administrators or officials understand that the council is their employer when officials have financial or economic power over the same councillors?
I think the way in which our structures are made in the country, council is made as an authority that he had to determine the direction in which the council in that community had to follow. And the council is given powers and responsibility to hire or fire any individual that do not fit in the system of that municipality to perform certain duties. And therefore, council by design and statutes, it become an employer body of that particular staff establishment that is working in the municipality. Okay. The one thing that we mustn't forget in all these things, we are operating in a highly politicized environment. So in whatever that we do, we must put it at the back of our mind that we are responsible to manage the resources that we have, but at the same time, as we manage the resources that we have, is to politically respond to challenges that our communities are facing, and therefore playing oversight over the established structure that the council is empowered by law to establish.
Mayor, do you have thoughts on that? Is there recognition from the side of officials and the mayors that the council exercises that authority and responsibility?
Well, that function is regulated. Councillor Stoffile is correct that the legislative and executive authority in a municipality resides with council. So that's a regulated function of council, and councillors are aware of that. But beyond that question, I think Vernon Stearman, Councillor Stearman, summarizes what should constitute or what are the defining features of a developmental state, and what should be the value system that is inculcated into the developmental state agenda. One that the Minister Mkhunu spoke about, which we all agree, the integrity in servicing our people and high levels of ethical conduct, as well as servant leadership. Those are the two defining traits of a developmental state, which we should all espouse, in line with what Councillor Stillman and Minister Mkhunu spoke about. Servant leadership means serving our people with integrity. And that harmonization of the public service should also be able to talk about these issues. But for me, the point that I was making earlier on is that do you really need a legislative mechanism to deal with that? Because I think it should be the responsibility of all of us in the public service on a daily basis to exercise that kind of leadership. But also, Councillor Koyo is correct. Earlier on, I referred to over-regulation of local government. You have many pieces of legislation. Every activity in a municipality is regulated. As I made an example, that of appointing a manager. You need to get a concurrence from another sphere. We have a Municipal Systems Act, we have even delegations. Delegations are also regulated. We have Municipal Structures Act, we have the Municipal Finance Management Act, which in my view should be synchronized with the PFMA. So no one says no to those, because those are the fundamentals of any functioning public service.
I think I see the last hand. Maybe this is the last question we can take from... Oh, there's a hand. Sorry, I didn't see that.
No, I thought we should also comment, and I want to go back to what the Minister said as he was coming in from the initial comments. He tried to split capacity and capability, which was a very important part. And then say there's a need to translate political statements into concrete action as the way to explain what is the capacity. Now, I want to put an argument to the panelists that the crisis point is that the Republic of South Africa has not produced to the level that we want of a human capital that can solve the problems that you are talking about. We don't have human capital to this point. And comparatively to smaller countries like Zimbabwe in our neighborhood, we have not come to a level where a public service, or call it public administration, has evolved to a point where it can carry the responsibility of what we want. And that point of capacity, it's an important point, because the state can collapse in our hands because of that statement capacity. Now, to the minister, would I be wrong if I say to you, over a period of the 27 years, I think, we have left local government outside the definition of public service. We have to do, and the harmonization comes now as we talk, but generally, we have left municipal governance outside that definition, and I'm sure we can argue it if there's a time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Minister, I'll give you the last word. We have 6 minutes left. You can respond to that question. Why is this synergy, the need for this harmonization, only coming now? Which again speaks to the point that the president of SALGA raised earlier around stepping in when it's probably just a little bit too late. And there was the question around building that capacity as well.
There's a coincidence of two things, Program Director, Ms. Manyatela. The first one is is that over time, we've had a near decay situation in our governance. At provincial and national level, it's reflected by what's happening, what happened just before the Zondo Commission up to the declaration and what is happening now, the revelations. They make you see how our SOEs sunk and how their mother departments can't be spoken of as having been administered in the interest of the people of South Africa at a high level, governed by applicable constitutional provisions in terms of governance, amounting to saying good governance lapsed. Now, you then have a situation on local government, distinct from what is happening in province and national, which I'm saying is now by and large reflected by what's happening in the Zondo Commission, but by perceptions and reality of the kind of administration, public administration we have in the country. Ourselves were witnesses. But as far as local government is concerned, it reflects in the plethora of Section 139 having been imposed repeatedly, in some cases, once in some cases, the crisis in terms of financial management and other aspects of management at local government level, to a point where you can sort of summarize that we haven't quite had a success that we would have expected when we welcomed local government in 1996. We haven't made a success of it to date, and it's reflected by a number of things that are happening: audit outcomes, collapse of municipalities, and so on. So we then have to start afresh. So to respond to the question, why now? We are going with times. We are looking at what has happened in our name as maybe the governing party, where the governing party currently is in charge, but in our name as people who are in government, occupying in different spheres. If we can all be called under one hall, all councillors, all MSCs and premiers and legislatures and National Assembly and executive, we get called to say, how do we account for the things that are now currently in the glare of the public in all spheres, as I've outlined? It will be difficult to account. So why now is because we realize we haven't made a success of governance generally in South Africa, especially good governance. There are instances of excellence. There are pockets of success at different spheres of government, up to local. But there is now a dominant perception that we're corrupt across the sphere. We are underperformer, such that we have characterized the public sector in South Africa in terms lower than what it should be and what it is in other countries and other continents. That is what we need to correct, and that is what President Cyril Ramaphosa is calling, that we need to rehabilitate our administration as a whole, as a country, and follow the prescripts of an ethical and developmental state and the prescripts thereof, and pursuing the public service that has integrity. That is his quest. Last week we presented a framework for human resource development framework to the cabinet, to the cabinet committee that is chaired by the president, in which the deputy president and all other colleagues were present, but that's serving that committee. It took a long discussion, an unusually long discussion, And we were requested to go back and refine it. And when we spoke today about another matter with President, he said, no, I was going to phone you to say, look, I am quite passionate about that discussion, and I want us to sit and look at it so that as you refine it, you look at what I will input on. That's how passionate the President is. And I think that coincides with the imagination of the people of South Africa. They are not concerned about our arguments to and fro about things that we can do quickly in the back rooms and so on, but come to the front line, fortified, all of us across the sphere, and armed with a synergized administration in the Republic of South Africa, from national down to local and across to the entities called SOEs, and even in the legislatures and in the other arm of the state, that is the judiciary, so that people of South Africa can sit there and say, we are being served by public administration that is vibrant and appealing to our interests all the time. And we need to sit down where there are concerns. Let's debate concerns. Let us pass that time, and then let's implement and not be held up by arguments to and fro and fears. Let's test ourselves. Let's test our ideas. We will not need to agree how to cross a T and a point there and there, but let's move when there's consensus. That is what I would want to say in relation to these amendments. Thank you very much.
All right, and let's hope there will be a consensus, Minister. I know you released in December last year the framework towards the professionalization of the public service, and there have just been lots of comments from members of the public as well. So thank you, Minister, for your participation. That's Minister of Public Service and Administration. Let me thank also Councillor Xola Pagati. Thank you, sir. Mayor, for participating. Councillor Beke Stofile, thank you. And thanks to you who's been participating virtually, also sending in your questions since this morning. Thanks to the participants in this room. We'll be back again tomorrow. We're kicking off at 8:30 tomorrow. That's a closed session. So we'll see you there tomorrow. And up next will be the Thought Leadership Dialogue that will be hosted by Power FM. Thank you very much.